simultaneously crossing from Japanese anime to American comics. A powerful blow. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 326. 9 Mysterious Golden Thunder Shocks Zhang Zhao. Chu Yang wants to go to Dragon Emperor Island. Boom boom boom. The thunderous sound that shook the sky was like the roar of the golden dragon, but no matter how it struggled, it could not get rid of the restraint of the heavenly gate. Chu Yang came to the front of the heavenly gate, as if he was strolling in the garden, stretched out his hand and grabbed it, and then gently pulled it, and a 9 profound golden thunder was peeled off from the thunder dragon. Chu Yang threw the 9 profound golden thunder to the Danta Patriarch, and asked with a smile, "Senior, is it enough?" The Danta Patriarch accepted it with a complicated look in his eyes. "1 strand is enough, I can't afford more." The elders of the Danta below were even more dumbfounded. That was the 9 profound golden thunder. Even high level Dao Sheng had to be careful to deal with it, but Chu Yang easily countered it, and even laughed and talked. Chu Yang retracted his gaze and looked at the golden thunder dragon, muttering, "I took so much effort to lure you here, don't let me down." As soon as the voice fell, the white silk threads overflowing from the sky gate suddenly surged wildly, and in the blink of an eye, they wrapped the golden thunder dragon tightly, turning into a huge white ball of light. Then the white ball of light quickly shrank, and when it was compressed to the size of a fist, Chu Yang gently waved his hand and held it in his palm. The sky gate trembled slightly and slowly dissipated. It was not until Bidao and Ziwei disappeared from the sky that the thunder clouds covering the sky and the sun dissipated. At this moment, all the creatures in the Dan domain breathed a sigh of relief, as if they had walked through the gates of hell. At the same time, they also understood that from today on, Danta's status on the continent will be further elevated. If Danta was only the top power on the continent in the past, it will be comparable to the 7 ancient tribes in the future. Even though the overall strength of Danta is not as good as that of the 7 ancient clans, they have a 9th grade golden elixir alchemist in charge, which is enough. On the Daoki continent, there is no shortage of old monsters whose lifespans are about to end, or strong people who have encountered bottlenecks and cannot make further progress in their lives. A 9th grade golden elixir alchemist is enough to help any strong person prolong their lifespan or break through their realm. Of course, this does not include strong people at the peak of the Daosheng realm. The next step for them is the Emperor realm. Strong people at this level know that the reason why they cannot break through is not because of insufficient talent and understanding, nor because of insufficient resources. It is because the Daoki continent lacks a certain crucial factor that can make people break through the Daodi realm. Therefore, even a 9th grade golden elixir alchemist can't help at this point. However, for many veteran Daosheng realm strong people, being able to break through bottlenecks or prolong their lifespans has a fatal attraction to them. Most of these people are the ancestors of a certain force, or the pillars of a family. Once they fall, the status of their own forces or families will plummet. Everyone knows that, as long as the 9th grade golden elixir alchemist of Danta speaks out, countless strong people will flock to him. In other words, Danta has the only 9th grade golden elixir alchemist on the continent, which means it has a cash cow, and also a strong army. Danta, the top floor, in an independent small world. This is where the elders of Zaya Danta are located, and outsiders have always been prohibited from entering. On weekdays, the elders of Zaya Danta will only gather here when discussing major matters. Today, however, they made an exception. Not only did they invite Chu Yang to attend as a guest, but even his disciple Tang Hua was invited. In addition, this is also the most complete attendance of Danta's senior officials in the past few hundred years. Even the old ancestor of the Dragon Sword Hand is present. It's true that the waves behind push the waves ahead. Even in ancient times, the founders of Danta did not have such talent as you. The old ancestor of Danta looked at Chu Yang and praised him without hesitation. The more he looked, the more satisfied he was. Lin Leogui and the others wanted to say something, but stopped themselves many times. They didn't know how to remind him, and their faces turned red. "What's wrong with you little guys?" The old ancestor of Danta saw their abnormality and frowned and asked, "We have such a genius in Danta. He may even be able to compete for the imperial rank in the future. Why are you all so dejected?" Lin Leogui had no words to say. He turned his head and glared at Zuan Kangzi, signaling him to explain the situation. Zuan Kangzi could only bite the bullet and said with a bitter smile, "Ancestor. Actually, young friend Chu Yang is not from my Danta." As soon as these words came out, the young face of the old ancestor of Danta, which was full of smiles, froze. His eyes gradually widened, and his mood felt like it had fallen from a high altitude to the bottom of the valley in an instant. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Chu Yang smiled and said, "I'm indeed not a disciple of Danta, but I was able to break through the 9th level and refine the 9th level golden elixir in one fell swoop, which was inseparable from the help of Danta. If you seniors are willing, I can be a nominal elder in Danta." The eyes of the Danta ancestor lit up, and he immediately said, "That's great." As an old monster who has lived for several generations, he rarely has violent emotional fluctuations like today, and even loses his composure in front of a group of juniors. But it is precisely because he has lived for several generations that no one knows better than the Danta ancestor what a 9th level golden elixir refining master means. Chu Yang took out a jade box, gently placed it on the table, and then said, "This is the 9th grade golden pill. I have dispersed its intelligence and set a seal. With the seal, no matter how long it takes, the medicinal properties will not be lost. I roughly estimated that, as long as a strong person below the Dowdy has a breath left, just 1/10 of the pill can be alive and kicking after taking it." Chu Yang paused, and under the fiery gaze of the elders of Danta, he gently pushed the jade box out, and then smiled. Junior said before that half of the pills he refined will be given to Danta as a thank you. But this pill is useless to me, so I will give it to Danta as a favor. Chu Yang's words were very straightforward, but everyone understood that the so-called favor was just an excuse. I'm afraid his real purpose was to regard the matter between him and Danta as a transaction. In this way, even if Chu Yang went to war with the 3 ancient tribes in the future, the latter would not vent their anger on Danta. But Chu Yang's role as a nominal elder brought him closer to Danta. But no one could make a big deal about this, because many members of Danta came from various forces. Here, everyone communicated with each other as alchemists, regardless of the forces behind them. Moreover, Danta has always been a neutral force and never participated in power disputes, so it has been able to stand until now. Old Monsterlin looked at the ancestor of Danta. Chu Yang was very thoughtful and did things perfectly. If Danta didn't return the favor, it would be a bit unreasonable. The ancestor of Danta pondered for a moment and then said, "My friend, you have refined the 9th grade golden elixir in Danta, which has taken my Danta's status on the continent to a high level, and the grace of giving the elixir and the 9 mysterious golden thunder. If you need anything in the future, my old bones will be there at any time." The ancestor of Danta is about to break through the 6-star Daosheng, and his body will also transform into a 9th grade golden elixir. There is still a very high ceiling in the future. His promise is undoubtedly very important. In his opinion, no matter how strong Chu Yang is, as long as he has not broken through the Emperor realm, he will need some help when facing opponents of the level of the 7 ancient clans. Chu Yang smiled and nodded, but he did not take it too seriously. His current strength is comparable to that of a high-level Daosheng, and he is even able to compete with a Daosheng at the peak. When his cultivation is further improved in the future, he will have the confidence to fight even a Dao Emperor. Chu Yang has never taken the 3 ancient clans seriously, and his many layouts in the northwest region are nothing more than not wanting the Yunlin sect to die before it grows up. After everyone chatted for a while, Old Monsterlin stood up and said, "Friend Chu Yang, these are the herbs you need." As he spoke, he handed over a storage ring. Chu Yang took it with his hand and swept his soul power over it. He raised his eyebrows and said, "Grand Elder, this." Old Monsterlin waved his hand and said, "Friend Chu Yang, we are not ungrateful people. You should accept this little gift." Chu Yang's refining of the 9th grade golden elixir in Danta has a great positive impact on the alchemist power of Danta. It can be said that the favor is heavier than Mount, so Old Monsterlin gave double the medicinal materials on the basis of the list. You know, these medicinal materials are all needed to refine the 9th grade elixir. If you take them all out and double them, even Danta will be hurt. Hearing what he said, Chu Yang was no longer polite and put away the ring. After a moment of silence, he smiled and said, "Seniors, I want to go to the Taixu Ancient Dragon Clan. I wonder if you can introduce me?" Chu Yang knew that Danta and the Taixu Ancient Dragon Clan had some connection. After all, the Seal of the 3000 Flames was a contribution of the Taixu Ancient Dragon Clan. The old ancestor of Danta said without hesitation, "No problem, I will help you contact. But now the Taixu Ancient Dragon Clan is divided internally. Which faction do you want to meet?" Danglang Island. Chu Yang narrowed his eyes. The old ancestor of Danta frowned and said, "Although Danglang Island is the orthodox of the Dragon Emperor, the old Dragon Emperor and his bloodline have been missing for many years and are gradually declining." Chu Yang waved his hand and said, "It doesn't matter, I don't intend to interfere in the internal fight of the Taixu Ancient Dragon Clan. I just want to borrow a convenience." Hearing him say this, the old ancestor of Danta nodded and said nothing more. In the next few days, Chu Yang has been in seclusion in the small Danta, either studying the pill formula or guiding Tang Hua in cultivation. The fighting skill he passed on to Tang Hua was originally obtained from Zhang Sanfeng's Teikai. He integrated the boxing, swordsmanship, and mental skills into one, and made slight improvements to make it a top-notch fighting skill with no shortcomings in all aspects. Tang Hua has a pure heart, and with Chu Yang's personal guidance, she has made rapid progress. Not only has she realized a little bit of the true meaning of Teikai, but she has also broken through to the Daozun realm. As Tang Hua's understanding of Teikai becomes deeper and deeper, the 9 Dragons Thunder Gang fire becomes more and more useless, which reflects the benefits of Chu Yang's change of its foundation. In the long run, Tang Hua will gradually break away from the dependence of her own skills on the 9 Dragons Thunder Gang fire and create her own Teikai system. When that time comes, Chu Yang can teach her a new skill to make her reborn. During this period of time, the Dan domain has become more lively than ever before. Almost all the alchemists in the entire Zhongshan came here after hearing the news, wanting to see the legendary 9th grade golden elixir alchemy master. All forces have also sent people to inquire about the news, and some have visited the top leaders of Dan Tower and kept testing. Again, if it is confirmed that the 9th grade golden elixir alchemy master is from Dan Tower, then even the 7 ancient clans will have to redefine Dan Tower. But Dante's response has always been ambiguous, neither admitting nor denying, which made all parties feel uncertain. In fact, Dante's purpose is very simple, which is to use this matter to create benefits to the greatest extent, while helping Chu Yang to cover it up. Because in their opinion, Chu Yang is not strong enough to confront the 3 ancient tribes head-on. Once his identity as the 9th grade golden elixir refining master is exposed, the 3 ancient tribes that have had a feud with him must make a decision. Either shake hands and make peace, or strangle him. But what happened in the northwest region was originally the fault of the 3 ancient tribes. If they want to shake hands and make peace, they must bow their heads and admit their mistakes. But as the blood of the Dao Emperor, how can they be willing to bow their heads? It must be said that the ancestor of Danta is very efficient, or to be more precise, he is particularly concerned about Chu Yang's affairs. It only took 5 days for the ancestor of Danta to bring a semi-sane strongman to the small world. Friend Chu Yang, this is Elder King Jiao, the chief of the King Jiao clan, a vassal of the Taixu Ancient Dragon Clan. The old man Danta introduced the two of them personally and pointed at Chu Yang and said, "This is my Danta's guest elder. Although he is young, his strength is not weaker than mine, and his alchemy skills are even more superb." His introduction to Chu Yang was somewhat ambiguous, and he did not explain his cultivation or the level of alchemy. But Elder King Jiao was a very smart person. His eyes slightly condensed, and he politely bowed to Chu Yang and said, "Hello, friend Chu Yang." Chu Yang smiled and said, "I think the senior should have known that I want to go to the ancient Dragon Island." Elder King Jiao patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, friend. I have contacted the 3rd elder of Danglang Island. After we enter the void, he will personally meet us." Chu Yang glanced at the old man Danta. He knew that, even though the Takesu Ancient Dragon clan was facing internal and external troubles, after all, as one of the 3 major races of Warcraft, compared with the 7 ancient races, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. The other party was able to allow an outsider like him to enter, which was already a great honor for Danta. Now there was a semi-saint leading the way, and the elders were welcoming him. I'm afraid Danta paid some price. Of course, if it was an ordinary strong man, even if he paid a huge price, I'm afraid the Takesu Ancient Dragon clan would not buy it. This was probably to give face to the Danta ancestor, and in addition, the recent incident of a 9th grade golden elixir refining master in Danta caused a sensation in Zhongzhou. For the Takesu Ancient Dragon clan, they could get some benefits, and do a favor to a 5-star Daosheng Peak strongman and a 9th grade golden elixir refining master. Naturally, there was no reason to refuse. In that case, let's set off now. Chu Yang put away his thoughts, smiled at the old man King Gyro, then looked at the Danta ancestor and said, "Senior, I wish you to take that step in advance." The Danta ancestor laughed and said, "Thank you for your good words." Chapter 327, A Favor. Void Thunderpool. Refining. Void Space. Ancient Dragon Island. This is an extremely vast island, wrapped in a bowl-shaped silver shield, which is filled with the power of space. Chu Yang stood on Ancient Dragon Island, or to be more precise, not far from Danglang Island, with a slightly dazed look. "Friend Chu Yang, what are you doing?" An old man in a white robe with a kind face stood behind Chu Yang, looking puzzled. Chu Yang smiled and said, "Nothing, just feeling the magic of the void space. In fact, to put it bluntly, in a sense, the void space of Daoki continent is similar to the concept of the void in the super god world. Both are under the spatial coverage of the subjective world. However, in the void of Daoki continent, no living creatures can be bred, and the environment is quite bad. This can be seen from the spatial shield covering the top of Danglang Island. In terms of the power of space, no one in the same realm on Daoki continent can compare with the Takesu Ancient Dragon, but even if they settle in this void, they still need certain defensive measures, which shows a danger of the void. Chu Yang was thinking about a question along the way, that is, whether the void has an end, whether it is the void of the super god world or the void of the Daoki continent. People only have a macroscopic concept. The old man in white robe sighed and said, "My friend has a close relationship with the old ancestor of Danta, and I believe you also know the current situation of my Takesu Ancient Dragon clan. This is only a quarter of the Ancient Dragon Island. I'm sorry to make you laugh." Chu Yang said meaningfully, "Elder ZH Yuli, Danglang Island supports the orthodoxy of the Dragon Emperor. I believe that one day it will be able to reap the rewards of hardship. I hope so." ZHU Lee smiled bitterly, thinking that Chu Yang was just being polite. The whereabouts of the old Dragon Emperor and his bloodline are unknown, and the day of reap the rewards of hardship is really far away. I haven't asked my friend yet, what is the purpose of coming to my Takesu Ancient Dragon clan this time? ZHU Lee asked casually, while leading Chu Yang into the shield. Chu Yang did not beat around the bush and said directly, "Actually, I came here just to retreat in the void for a while. So I visited in advance to avoid misunderstandings." Retreat in the void? ZH Yuli was stunned. Even for ordinary Daozun masters, the void is a place full of dangers. Some of the more dangerous places are even more dangerous for Daosheng masters to deal with carefully. "Are you practicing the way of space?" ZH Yuli asked with some curiosity. "Is it so?" Chu Yang's answer was ambiguous. Seeing that he was unwilling to say more, ZHU Lee did not ask any more questions, and took him around Danglang Island. When the two arrived at the main hall, an old man with black and white hair and a strong suit was already waiting here. ZHU Lee hurriedly introduced, "My friend, this is my second elder of Danglang Island, Kiyu. Elder Kiyu, this is young friend Chu Yang." Kiyu looked Chu Yang up and down, nodded and said, "I haven't left the void space for a long time. I didn't expect that the younger generation of Zhongzhou would have such a genius. May I ask which clan young friend Chu Yang is from?" Kiyu looked serious, but Chu Yang didn't care. Knowing that it was due to his personality, he smiled and said, "I'm not from Zhongzhou, but from the northwest region, and the sect I belong to is not worth mentioning." Kiyu was stunned, and even ZHU Lee was confused. Obviously, they didn't expect that Chu Yang, such a young daosheng, actually came from a remote place on the mainland. The two looked at each other and understood each other's eyes. Then ZHU Li's attitude suddenly became enthusiastic, and he said with a smile, "Since you are here, why don't you stay on Danglang Island for a few more days? If you need anything, just let me know." Among the 4 major dragon islands, Danglang Island has always been in an absolute disadvantage. If it can win over a daosheng, it will definitely greatly relieve the pressure. Kiyu was even more direct and said in a deep voice, "My friend, I won't beat around the bush with you. If you are willing to join my Danglang Island and become a guest elder of my Danglang Island, as long as my Danglang Island can provide it, you can put forward any conditions." ZHU Li only knew that Chu Yang was a daosheng, but Kiyu found that even he couldn't see through the young man in front of him. Obviously, the other party's realm was higher than his. You know, he is a 1-star daosheng, and his cultivation is higher than his. Isn't he at least at the realm of a 2-star daosheng? Chu Yang shook his head and said, "Thank you 2 seniors for your kindness, but my master has done me a favor, so I don't plan to join other forces. I want to go into the Void Thunder Pool for a period of time. Please give me a favor. In addition, I have a piece of news that I think the 2 seniors will be interested in." Void Thunder Pool. Kiyu frowned. "It's very dangerous there. Are you sure you want to go?" He was not dissatisfied with Chu Yang's refusal. Even if he couldn't win him over, it would always be good to make a good relationship. Chu Yang nodded and said, "I'm sure, but I don't know the exact location of the Void Thunder Pool, and I need someone to lead the way." ZHU Li volunteered, "No problem, I can take you there. When do you plan to leave, young friend?" Kiyu asked. Chu Yang raised his eyebrows and said with a strange expression, "Aren't the 2 seniors curious about the news I mentioned?" The 2 of them reacted and remembered that Chu Yang had just said that there was a piece of news that would interest them. ZHU Li smiled bitterly and said, "My friend, you know the situation of my Danglang Island. At this critical moment, what else can be considered good news?" Chu Yang smiled playfully and said, "What if it is about the blood of the old Dragon Emperor?" As soon as these words came out, ZHU Li and Kiyu's pupils shrank, and then their old faces quickly turned red, and they looked excited. "My friend Chu Yang, don't joke about this." ZHU Li's Adam's apple floated, and his eyes were both expectant and hesitant, looking forward to the news about the blood of the old Dragon Emperor who had been missing for many years, but afraid that Chu Yang was just joking. Chu Yang smiled and said, "Why should I lie to the 2 seniors? I have seen her in the northwest region, but according to the time, she should come to Zhongzhou soon." "Are you serious?" Kiyu's breathing became rapid. Seeing that the 2 still didn't believe it, Chu Yang gently waved his hand, and Pangu immediately projected a virtual picture. In the picture, it was the scene when Ziyan helped Zhao Yan block the attack of the Wu Protector during the Battle of Yunlan Sect. At that time, Ziyan stimulated the power of blood and forcibly repelled a Daozang strongman with the Daowang realm. Seeing this scene, the 2 elders burst into tears, and Kiyu said in a trembling voice, yes, it is the blood of the old Dragon Emperor. Young friend Chu Yang, can you tell me the specific location?" Chu Yang shook his head and said, "You don't have to look for it. I just said that she will come to Zhongzhou soon. If you go to the northwest area now, you may pass by her." Kiyu took a deep breath. His expression became solemn, and bowed to Chu Yang and said, "Young friend's news is very important to my Taixu ancient dragon clan. This great favor will be remembered in our hearts. Not to mention the surprise brought to them by this news, just the preparations for the return of the little dragon emperor in advance, blocking the news, and finding the little dragon emperor before the other 3 dragon islands. All of these are related to the future fate of the Taixu ancient dragon clan. If the other 3 dragon islands find the little dragon emperor first, they will probably kill him without hesitation, and then seize power. What's worse, they may manipulate him, support a puppet dragon emperor to take office, and then rule the country from behind the curtain. A smile flashed in Chu Yang's eyes. Ziyan's coming to Zhongzhou and returning to Danglang Island are all inevitable things that will happen in the near future. So his news has no practical effect, but it can be used to send Danglang Island a favor, which can be called a deal of making money out of nothing. The blood of the Dragon Emperor is about to return. I believe the two elders will also need to make many preparations. I won't bother you anymore. Chu Yang smiled and said, please lead the way, Elder ZH Yuli, and take me to the Void Thunder Pool. ZH Yuli nodded hurriedly. Now the two old guys can't take care of trying to win him over. After all, compared to a Dao Sheng strongman, the return of the Dragon Emperor's blood is undoubtedly more important. ZH Yuli took Chu Yang away from Danglang Island and flew in the void without a direction for nearly half an hour. He finally came to the place where the Void Thunder Pool was. There is the Void Thunder ahead. It is extremely dangerous. Please be careful. ZH Yuli clasped his fists towards Chu Yang, looking like he was eager to go home. He just wanted to return to Danglang Island as soon as possible to prepare many things to pave the way for the return of the little Dragon King. Chu Yang nodded and said, thank you for your help, senior. No trouble. No trouble. ZH Yuli laughed, in a good mood, and then said goodbye and left. After he left, Chu Yang turned around and looked forward. There was a huge thunder with a radius of nearly 1,000 feet. Silver arcs kept jumping and thunder came. Chu Yang could faintly feel a suction force. He knew that this was the characteristic of the Void Thunder Pool, which could be said to be the characteristic of this space. It was precisely because of this suction force that the power of thunder and lightning could be continuously gathered and finally formed a huge thunder pool. Compared with the thunder pool, Chu Yang was more interested in where the suction force came from and why it only attracted thunder and lightning. With a flash of his figure, Chu Yang appeared above the thunder pond, looking down at the silver shining ocean below, and squinted his eyes. He ignored the thunder and lightning in the thunder pond, but plunged into it and went deep into it quickly. The thunder and lightning wrapped around him and could not cause any effect at all. Chu Yang's current body is a combination of the 4th generation divine body and the body of a Dao Sheng. Not to mention these ordinary thunder and lightning, even the black magic thunder that the 9th grade treasure pill can attract, cannot break his physical defense. After reaching the depths of the thunder pond, Chu Yang slowly stopped, looking at the black dragon in front of him that seemed to be sleeping, and squinted his eyes slightly. Black magic thunder. The powerful thunder and lightning that even Daozun strongmen have to be careful to deal with. After thinking about it, Chu Yang stretched out his hand and made a fist. The majestic source energy roared out, wrapping the dragon condensed by the black magic thunder tightly. Then, just like the time when he subdued the 9 mysterious golden thunder, he quickly compressed it until it was reduced to the size of a fist, and then he put it away. I have also taken away Xiao Yan's opportunity. I wonder if it will change his fate. Chu Yang muttered, but he didn't take it to heart. This Void Thunder Pool can only be regarded as a helper in Xiao Yan's growth journey, and it is not indispensable. He didn't want to affect Xiao Yan's growth, because Chu Yang still needed this worker to help him get a crucial treasure to integrate into himself with the treasure refining technique. After collecting the black magic thunder, Chu Yang continued to go deeper and soon saw a golden dragon lying at the bottom of the thunder pool. 9 profound golden thunder. Compared with the 9 profound golden thunder that Chu Yang attracted when refining the elixir, this golden dragon is larger in size, and the destructive power that fills its body is more terrifying. Chu Yang knew that this 9 profound golden thunder had existed for many years and was about to gather spirits. On the Daoqi continent, gathering spirits refers to the process of transformation of some dead objects on an intelligent life to give birth to spiritual wisdom. But there is a paradox in this, because only after having a certain amount of power can they gather spirits. However, in the process of gathering spirits, the more powerful the existence is, the stronger the heavenly tribulation will be, so it is rare for the gathering of spirits to succeed. In the original plot, it was Xiao Yan who took away most of the origin of the 9 profound golden thunder, which helped it to successfully gather spirits. The purpose of Chu Yang's visit was, first, to find out the reason for the formation of the thunder pool, and second, for this 9 profound golden thunder. I know that your consciousness is relatively chaotic now, and you should also know that the success of your own gathering of spirits is very small. Seeing the golden dragon slowly opening its eyes, Chu Yang said directly, I can help you gather spirits successfully, but I will take away all your strength, and you need to start from the beginning. If you are willing, start gathering spirits now. The consciousness of the 9 profound golden thunder was confused and almost nothingness. It was precisely because of this that it endured loneliness for countless years and tried its best to gather spirits. After hearing Chu Yang's words, the 9 profound golden thunder did not hesitate too much. The huge body suddenly twisted, and the whole thunder pool also boiled. With the limited understanding of 9 profound golden thunder, it could only barely understand the meaning of Chu Yang's words, and had no way to distinguish whether it was true or false, let alone guess the heart. TSK, aren't you afraid that I will deceive you? Chu Yang shook his head and laughed, quietly watching the gathering of spirits in front of him. As he expected, 9 profound golden thunder failed. Chu Yang also came in front of him at the right time, put his hand on his forehead, and said in a deep voice, "Give me the power, I will help you gather spirits." The huge eyes of the golden dragon were full of fatigue, and then the body quickly shrank, and the explosive power flowed into his body along Chu Yang's palm. After a while, Chu Yang withdrew his hand. His expression was calm, and golden arcs jumped all over his body. 9 profound golden thunder had already turned into a young dragon more than 10 feet long, and its empty eyes gradually became more spiritual. Chu Yang ignored it, but sat cross-legged in the air, and at the same time, took out the light ball that trapped the black magic thunder and another 9 profound golden thunder. Activating the refining treasure technique, Chu Yang absorbed all the power of the 3 lightning bolts into his body, concentrated it on his left leg, and refined it with all his strength. This was something Chu Yang had been planning since he entered the field of alchemy. However, a single 9 profound golden thunder, even if it was refined with the refining treasure technique, was not of much value to him. But if he added the 9 profound golden thunder at the bottom of the thunder pool, which had undergone a qualitative change, and the black demon thunder, which had also undergone a qualitative change, it would be worth refining into his body. Chapter 328 Aoting. Strange Fusion. True Spirit Evolution. It took Chu Yang only 3 days to refine the black demon thunder, and 5 days to refine the 9 mysterious golden thunder that he had attracted when refining the elixir. But it took a full half month to refine the 9 mysterious golden thunder that had undergone a qualitative change. The reason why Chu Yang did not gather more 9 mysterious golden thunder by continuously refining the 9 great golden pearl was because the upper limit of the ordinary 9 mysterious golden thunder was there, and even if the number accumulated was larger, it would not be much improved. But the 9 mysterious golden thunder that had undergone a qualitative change was different. In a sense, it had transcended the category of treasures and was infinitely close to a living being. During Chu Yang's refining process, the golden young dragon was always floating around him, as if it was protecting him. As the last ray of 9 mysterious golden thunder was refined, Chu Yang slowly opened his eyes. A flash of lightning flashed in his eyes, and his left leg was as dazzling as if it was cast in gold. The golden young dragon came up and rubbed his head against his arm, looking intimate. Chu Yang touched his head and said with a smile, "The dragon family in the heaven is called Ao. You were born from thunder, so I'll call you Aoting." The young golden dragon seemed to be very satisfied with the name. It rolled over happily and made a series of immature dragon roars. Chu Yang slowly stood up and stepped lightly. Instantly, the space trembled and thunder rang out. His figure instantly disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he had already arrived above the thunder pool. Without mobilizing the power of space or using the wormhole algorithm, Chu Yang achieved a near teleportation level just by relying on his own speed. He stepped again, and the terrifying purple gold lightning surged out from his left leg. The void space cracked inch by inch, and a space storm was set off. The extreme speed and destructive power made Chu Yang quite satisfied. Returning to the depths of the thunder pond again, Chu Yang beckoned to Aoting, and when the little guy flew in front of him, he asked softly, "Is the core of this thunder pond formed naturally, or is there something strange?" Aoting, who had just gained intelligence, could not speak, but he could convey some simple meanings through mental fluctuations. His answer made Chu Yang frown, because Aoting did not know the reason for the formation of the thunder pond, nor the secret of the thunder pond's core. "Forget it, then take me to see it." Chu Yang waved his hand. He was now at the deepest part of the thunder pond, but the thunder pond's core was not here, and there was no trace of it. Aoting nodded, then swam in one direction, and Chu Yang followed closely behind. Aoting's speed was very fast, and Chu Yang roughly estimated that the overall strength of this little guy should be at the peak of Daozang, and his speed was not inferior to that of an ordinary Daozang strongman. Even though 99% of his power had been dispersed, he was once a being comparable to the peak of Daosheng. Therefore, Aoting was even more powerful than the top bloodlines on Daoqi continent when they were first born. After a moment, Aoting stopped, stretched out a dragon claw, and pointed forward. Chu Yang looked in the direction he pointed, and saw a faint black light in the dazzling silver sea of thunder. If you don't observe carefully, it's hard to find. This is. Chu Yang's eyes lit up, and he plunged into the sea of thunder. Those lightning that were almost condensed into substance retreated, as if the subjects met the king. When he came to the black light, Chu Yang reached out and picked up a black crystal suspended in the thunder pool and frowned slightly. This crystal didn't look strange, but Chu Yang couldn't damage it no matter what. Moreover, it existed in this thunder pool and was pointed out by Aoting as the core of the thunder pool, which was enough to show its extraordinariness. After playing with the crystal for a long time, Chu Yang still didn't find anything, so he could only put it away and planned to throw it into the Soul Palace for slow research. But the moment he put away the crystal, the entire thunder pool suddenly rioted, and the lightning gathered here began to spread. The power of thunder and lightning is violent, and it can be peaceful in this thunder pool, obviously because of the influence of the black crystal. Now that the black crystal was taken away by Chu Yang, the violent aura swept the entire thunder pool. This magical place in the void instantly turned into an extremely unstable bomb. Chu Yang's face changed slightly. This thunder pool has existed for who knows how many years, and the power of thunder and lightning gathered here is extremely terrifying. If the thunder and lightning go out of control and cause the entire thunder pool to explode, even he will find it difficult to escape unscathed. Even if the Dao Emperor comes, he will probably lose a layer of skin. Thinking of this, Chu Yang quickly took out the black crystal again, and the restless thunder pool really began to slowly return to stability. Rubbing his eyebrows, Chu Yang had a headache for a while. This black crystal is mysterious and unpredictable. He will definitely not let it go, but once it is taken away, the thunder pool will riot. In other words, if he wants to take the black crystal, he must first solve the problem of the thunder pool. After thinking for a while, Chu Yang's eyes suddenly lit up, his body trembled, and he shouldered the sun and the moon. The four holy spirits appeared, and the Yuan Wu true body covered his body. With a gentle wave of his hand, the four holy spirits tumbled in front of Chu Yang, and Aoting looked at them with some curiosity. Looking at the four holy spirits, Chu Yang's eyes finally fixed on the Shenlong spirit, and then he didn't think about it anymore, and for the first time used the ascension technique obtained from the fruit of the sacred tree. The Shenlong spirit seemed to be half alive, and an excited dragon roar sounded, and then it plunged into the sea of thunder, jumping and swimming. As the Shenlong spirit shuttled through the sea of thunder, the power of thunder was constantly absorbed and swallowed by it. The light on the Shenlong spirit became brighter and brighter, and the originally illusory spirit body gradually solidified. Feeling the rapid growth of the divine dragon spirit, Chu Yang smiled. Just now he thought that it would be troublesome to solve this thunder pool, but now it has become the nutrients of the divine dragon spirit, which is really a pleasant surprise. After thinking for a while, Chu Yang took out a large number of jade bottles from the ring, flicked his fingers, and the jade screens exploded one after another, revealing round pills. Chu Yang used the soul ascension technique again, and the other three souls roared, and then they divided, and ate those high quality pills like chewing candy beans. Feeling the synchronous evolution of the four saints' true spirits, Chu Yang's eyes became brighter and brighter. He seemed to have discovered a bug. Since he could use the soul ascension technique to let the four saints' true spirits swallow pills to evolve, then he, the no one alchemist on the continent, was equivalent to having a spirit ascension cheat. However, if you want these four Begitas to continue to evolve, the high quality pills needed will be an astronomical number. Refining medicine is not a difficult task for Chu Yang, but it is not so easy to obtain a large number of high quality medicinal materials. For any alchemist, there are only three ways to have enough medicinal materials. Either you go to find them yourself, wander around the treasure lands, and compete with the strong. Or you can make money from money and sell the refined pills in exchange for medicinal materials. The last method requires a huge force to support you from behind, and let the force behind you be responsible for collecting medicinal materials. The first method is not difficult for Chu Yang, but he does not have so much time to run around, and it is impossible for him to do everything himself. The third method is even more out of the question. Yunlin sect still has a long way to go, and is far from being able to support the expenses of a 9th grade golden pill alchemist. In this way, only the second method is left. Although this method saves time and effort, it requires slowing down the speed of the Four Saints' True Spirit's spiritual ascension. Moreover, once a large number of high quality pills flow out, it will have a serious impact on the pill market. After all, things are rare and expensive. Putting away his chaotic thoughts, Chu Yang plans to hand this matter over to Danta. Presumably, with the influence of Danta, plus the chain effect brought about by the advent of the 9th grade golden elixir in Danta, as long as there is enough supply of high grade elixirs, Danta will be able to monopolize the elixir market in the entire Zhongzhou. The 7 ancient tribes have always boasted of being noble and detached from the secular world, especially the Yao tribe, so they will definitely not compete with Danta on such matters. But if Chu Yang were to toss it himself, once the 3 ancient tribes that had a grudge against him knew about it, they would definitely find ways to interfere. Looking at the Shenlong True Spirit, whose evolution speed has already left the other 3 True Spirits far behind, Chu Yang frowned slightly. The 4 holy True Spirits are independent of each other, but they are also a whole. If one of the True Spirits is too powerful, it is likely to affect the balance between them. But it is unrealistic to let the 4 True Spirits evolve synchronously. Because although the 4 holy True Spirits are born from the 4 holy blood, they are derived from the Yuan Wu True Body, so they are no longer limited to the power of the 4 holy blood, but have their own attributes. The Killing True Spirit of the Fire attribute, the Phoenix True Spirit of the Ice attribute, and the Divine Turtle True Spirit of the Dark attribute are not suitable for devouring and refining the power of thunder. When one of the 4 holy True Spirits is too powerful, Chu Yang can only suppress its power at all times to ensure the balance between the 4. But it is always a troublesome thing to suppress it all the time. There seems to be no other way. At this moment, Aoting, who had been guarding beside Chu Yang, suddenly hummed and rushed straight towards the Divine Dragon True Spirit. Chu Yang's eyelids jumped. He didn't know what this little guy with new spiritual intelligence wanted to do. He was about to stop him, but stopped. Because Aoting transmitted a spiritual wave to him, the general meaning of which was, "Master, it is calling me." Chu Yang frowned. He didn't understand whether the call Aoting said came from the Divine Dragon True Spirit or from the Ascension Spirit technique. If it was the former, it was very likely that there was some commonality between the Divine Dragon True Spirit and Aoting. But if it was the latter, it was probably the Divine Dragon True Spirit, which was in the state of spiritual ascension, that regarded Aoting as nutrients, and wanted to devour and refine him. The so-called summoning was just a bait. In the process of spiritual ascension, the 4 Saints' True Spirits will temporarily possess a certain degree of wisdom, because spiritual ascension is both an evolutionary process and a spiritual gathering process. When the evolution reaches a certain level, the 4 Saints' True Spirits will give birth to true spiritual wisdom. So even if it is a trap to lure Aoting, it is not surprising. Seeing Aoting pounce on the Divine Dragon True Spirit, Chu Yang gradually narrowed his eyes, ready to interrupt the spiritual ascension at any time. Perhaps devouring Aoting can make the Divine Dragon True Spirit undergo a transformation, but for Chu Yang, a life with great potential and great loyalty is far more valuable than the limited evolution of the Divine Dragon True Spirit. But then, he widened his eyes, and a long-lost shock appeared on his face. The Divine Dragon True Spirit stopped refining the power of thunder, and turned to pounce on Aoting. The swallowing scene that Chu Yang had expected did not happen. Instead, the two were like long-lost brothers, entangled in the air, and then slowly began to merge. Then, the thunder power in the thunder pool seemed to be pulled, and began to quickly gather towards the two, becoming the nutrients needed for their fusion. What was going on? The commonality between the two? Or the effect of the ascension technique? Or, when these two elements are indispensable, some kind of chemical reaction occurred. Chu Yang felt that the fusion of the two might bring him unexpected surprises, so he just left it alone and simply sat cross-legged above the thunder pool and began to practice. His cultivation level increased day by day, and now he has reached the middle stage of the 4-star Daosheng. The fusion of the Shenlong True Spirit and Daoting obviously requires some time. Chu Yang plans to break through the late stage of the 4-star Daosheng in one fell swoop during this period of time. Another month passed, and Chu Yang slowly opened his eyes. The momentum on his body rose steadily, and the source energy surged in his body, and there were waves of tsunami-like sounds. The thunder pool below had long been in name only, with only some tiny arcs of electricity left floating around the black crystal. In just 1 month, the dragon spirit and Aoting had devoured the entire thunder pool. Chu Yang reached out and picked up the black crystal, then put it away. The lightning bolts that had just been drawn over were agitated, but because they were too weak, they suddenly dissipated. This thing has no other function except attracting lightning. Chu Yang curled his lips, intending to study it carefully. After entering the Soul Palace, he looked up at a group of light cocoons in the air. When the light cocoon was just formed, you could still vaguely see 2 dragon shadows swimming inside through the surface. But now there is only 1 dragon shadow left, jumping happily in the light cocoon. Crack, crack. At this moment, a crack suddenly appeared on the surface of the light cocoon, and then the crack spread rapidly, covering the entire light cocoon in the blink of an eye. Pop. A sound like a bubble bursting sounded, and the light cocoon exploded. A dragon shadow as fast as lightning rushed out of it, and flew straight towards Chu Yang. Chu Yang did not dodge or evade, because he felt a kind emotion from the other party, and at the same time he felt a sense of harmony with it. It felt as if the other party was a part of his body. The dragon shadow came forward and plunged into Chu Yang's arms, rubbing its head against his chest. However, the little guy was too small, less than 1 meter long, and only as thick as a baby's arm. Looking at the little guy who had condensed into a solid body, but whose essence was still the spirit of the dragon, but also had spiritual intelligence, Chu Yang raised his eyebrows. Are you Aoting? The little guy nodded repeatedly and spoke in human language. Master. Master. Chu Yang could no longer suppress the corners of his mouth and laughed happily. The treasure refining technique was 1 step closer to perfection. The true spirit of the dragon was condensed, and it had spiritual intelligence in an extremely special way. He also got a piece of black crystal that was definitely not simple. This trip to the Void Thunder Pool was a huge profit. Chapter 329, Aoting's Speciality. Return to Danglong Island. Soul Palace. Daoqi Chu Yang has shared with everyone. At this time, everyone is sitting around an experimental table. Even Super God Chu Yang has rushed back. Whether it is the special fusion of the dragon spirit and Aoting during the soul raising process, or the mysterious black crystal, they are all worthy of their high attention. Daoqi Chu Yang has explained all his guesses. Magic Chu Yang said with great agreement, I think your idea is right. Whether it is a commonality between the dragon spirit and Aoting, or the role of the soul raising technique, they all play an indispensable role in this fusion. But I always feel, at this point, he frowned, there is another crucial factor that we have not considered. The silent Hokage Chu Yang suddenly said, could it be that we think things are too complicated? As soon as this remark came out, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. He picked up a nesting doll and took it apart, putting the smallest inner layer on the table. Hokage Chu Yang continued, we can compare this to Aoting. Then he put on another layer. This is the 9 profound golden thunder. Although Aoting has spiritual intelligence, he is ultimately born from the 9 profound golden thunder. Put on another layer. This is the thunder pool. The 9 profound golden thunder was born in the thunder pool. In essence, it is a qualitative change caused by the accumulation of thunder and lightning and the quantitative change. After putting on the last layer, Hokage Chu Yang looked up and looked around at everyone. For the Shenlong True Spirit, the entire thunder pool is his nourishment, so whether it is swallowing the power of thunder and lightning, or merging with Aoting, in a fundamental sense, the Shenlong True Spirit has refined the entire thunder pool. However, there are some variables in the thunder pool, and that is the birth of Aoting with spiritual intelligence. So in the process of swallowing and refining, Aoting's spiritual intelligence merged with the Shenlong true spirit, allowing the Shenlong true spirit to possess spiritual intelligence and condense into a physical entity before it evolved to its limit. Marvel. Chu Yang's eyes lit up. In other words, as long as there are extremely compatible treasures for the four saints to devour, the other three spirits can also condense into entities in advance and give birth to spiritual intelligence. Super God. Chu Yang said lazily. There is another key point. That is, strictly speaking, this is not the spiritual intelligence generated by the four saints, but it is similar to taking over. Although a shortcut was taken, the spiritual intelligence of the dragon spirit is still Aoting. In other words, if you want to replicate the situation of the dragon spirit, you must first confirm the loyalty of the spiritual intelligence in the devoured treasure. What if a rebellious son comes? It will be a big joke. Daoki. Chu Yang tossed the black crystal in his hand. What do you think of this thing? There is no doubt that attracting lightning is only one of its functions, but how do we develop it further? Damning. Chu Yang spread his hands and said, even Pangu is helpless, but Pangu gave a conclusion. That is, due to insufficient understanding of the Daoki world, it is impossible to conduct a comprehensive analysis of the black crystal. Understanding of the Daoki world? Daoki. Chu Yang narrowed his eyes. Actually, to put it bluntly, this refers to Pangu's lack of data information on the Daoki continent. The reason why Pangu can be invincible in the super god world is that he knows everything about dark energy, space structure, and even life structure and genetic big data. But in the Daoki world, Pangu cannot completely analyze Daoki, and the same is true for space structure, not to mention that there is a world above the Daoki world. And outside the world, there is also a more vast world. How about we refine it directly into the forehead bone? Pirate Chu Yang became more and more unreliable, and the suggestions he put forward were more and more outrageous. Immortal Chu Yang was speechless and held his forehead. Who knows what will happen after refining? If there is a problem with the brain, everyone is finished. Jujutsu. Chu Yang complained. It seems that staying with Luffy for a long time will not only make you become a middle school student, but also lose your ability to think. Pirate Chu Yang leaned back in his chair and said nonchalantly, don't you think this state is very relaxing? In essence, everyone is one person, so no matter how bad the pirate Chu Yang is, he can't be as thick-skinned as Luffy. The reason why he did so was that he was deliberately doing it, enjoying the feeling of being relaxed. Ghost Slayer Chu Yang suddenly said, there is another problem, that is Aoting. Its existence is really special. Everyone's expression was condensed. It was indeed as Ghost Slayer Chu Yang said. Although dead things can be brought into the Soul Palace, living things cannot be brought in. Even if it is a soul or spirit body, it can only be passively pulled into the Soul Palace when the other party invades one's spiritual world. So after the Shenlong spirit completes its transformation, is the wisdom it possesses exclusive to Daoki Chu Yang, or can it be manifested in any world? Let me try. Pirate Chu Yang said nothing, and directly used the Yuan Wu true body, but found that the four true spirits behind him, only three were left. Fuck. Pirate Chu Yang screamed, where is my Shenlong true spirit? I'll go to the super god world to try. Super god Chu Yang stood up and flew into the nebula. After a moment, he returned with a strange expression. Nothing has affected him in the super god world. Even Aoting's intelligence still exists, but he is unfamiliar with everything. That is to say, Magic. Chu Yang's eyes widened. Our Shenlong true spirits share the same intelligence? That should be the case. Let's try to summon them from two worlds at the same time to see if there will be any conflict. Super God Chu Yang suggested. After many attempts, everyone finally came to a conclusion. That is, except in the Soul Palace, Yuan Wu true body and the four saints true spirits will not be affected in any way, and Aoting's intelligence will be reflected exactly. Moreover, even if Chu Yang from different worlds summoned the four saints true spirits at the same time, there would be no conflict between them. It's hard to understand. Marvel. Chu Yang felt that no matter how he looked at it from the perspective of any world, he could not understand this phenomenon. Daoki Chu Yang smiled and said, do you think Aoting's situation is very similar to ours? His words were like a wake-up call, and everyone instantly understood the key. Shared memories, shared power, shared everything, but independent of each other, and not interfering with each other. Isn't Aoting's situation exactly the same as this? I see. It seems that we still have many blind spots in our understanding of the Soul Palace. Super God Chu Yang shook his head and laughed. I will fill in the blanks in the data of the Dalki world in the Pangu database as soon as possible. If the black crystal still cannot be analyzed, we can only think of a way after entering the Great Thousand Worlds. Dalki Chu Yang stood up and said, as for the treasure refined into the frontal bone, I have some clues, but it will take some time. Super God Chu Yang nodded and said, there is no rush for this matter. Carl has not yet connected to the void. When we get the core data of the big clock and combine it with the treasure refined into the frontal bone, we can upgrade Pangu to a universe level computer in one fell swoop. After discussing some core issues about Pangu for a while, Super God Chu Yang and Aoki Chu Yang left separately. They still had a lot of things to do. Void space, Danglang Island. Compared to 2 months ago, when Chu Yang came here again, he obviously found that the strength of the silver shield covering the sky above Danglang Island had greatly increased. As soon as he approached the shield, a burly man came up and said in a deep voice, stop. Tell me your purpose. Chu Yang smiled and said, please inform Elders Yuli or Elder Kiao and tell them that Chu Yang is here. The burly man was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly bowed and said politely, it turns out to be Mr. Chu Yang. I'm disrespectful. Hope you can forgive me. Chu Yang raised his eyebrows. Do you know me? The burly man grinned and said, Mr. Chu Yang's name is known to everyone in the entire Danglang Island. You are the benefactor of our Danglang Island and the noble of the entire Taixu ancient dragon clan. Chu Yang immediately understood what was going on and asked with a smile, have you found the bloodline of the old dragon emperor? The burly man nodded and said, thanks to the news from you, we found her as soon as the young master entered Zhongzhou and concealed it from the other 3 dragon islands. The 2 elders have ordered that, as long as you come, you will be taken to see them as soon as possible. Sir, please follow me. Then the burly man took Chu Yang into the shield, but he did not lead him to the main hall, but directly to a quiet courtyard. In the courtyard, ZH Yuli and Kiyu were sitting opposite each other, both with some sorrow on their faces. 2 elders, Mr. Chu Yang is here. The burly man announced at the gate of the courtyard, and then I made a gesture to Chu Yang to invite him in. Chu Yang walked into the yard and said jokingly with a smile, I heard that Danglang Island has already found the old dragon emperor's bloodline. Why do you 2 seniors still look so worried? Seeing him coming, the 2 of them hurriedly stood up. ZHU Lee smiled bitterly and said, although we have made preparations in advance with the help of your information, we have further found the young master. But the young master has been away for many years and has delayed his cultivation. He needs some time to grow. Our Danglang Island's big move has attracted the attention of the other 3 dragon islands. They have jointly exerted pressure and want to come to Danglang Island to hold a clan meeting. Kiyu snorted coldly and said, bullshit clan meeting. Those guys with wolfish ambitions are clearly trying to take the opportunity to test. Once they enter Danglang Island, they will be able to sense the young master's bloodline. Chu Yang raised his eyebrows. He revealed the news to Danglang Island, which changed Xian's original destiny and prevented the other 3 dragon islands from knowing about her return. Now it seems that the 3 dragon kings are not so easy to fool. If I had not come here, I'm afraid that Danglang Island's plan to secretly cultivate the little dragon king would have been completely exposed. Actually, this matter is very easy to solve. I can help conceal Xian's aura, and you can push me out as a shield. Chu Yang said lightly, just say that a certain elder who is in seclusion is about to die, so Danglang Island has made a big fanfare to invite me, a 9th grade alchemist. Both of them were slightly stunned. ZH Yuli didn't react for a while, and asked subconsciously, young friend, are you a 9th grade alchemist? Kiyu came back to his senses, stared at him and said unhappily, whether young friend Chu Yang is a 9th grade alchemist or not, his strength in the fighting saint realm is there. At least the 3 dragon kings won't let go. ZHU Lee smiled awkwardly, and Chu Yang waved his hands and said, I'm indeed a 9th grade alchemist. I visited again this time to ask the 2 elders for a small favor. Young friend has done a great favor to our clan, and you have once again helped us. Just ask if you need anything. Kiyu patted his chest. Chu Yang took out a list and handed it over, saying, I need the herbs on it. I wonder if Danglang Island can give them to me. Zhu Li took the list and just glanced at it, and his eyelids jumped. Most of the herbs on it were very valuable, and almost all of them were finally used to refine 8th grade or even 9th grade elixirs. If all the herbs on the list were gathered, even Danglang Island would have to almost empty the reserve of herbs in the treasury. You know, the 3 major monster races are quite dependent on natural treasures. They have the advantage of bloodline, and don't need to worry about growing too fast and causing an unstable foundation. Therefore, all the tribesmen will eat a lot of natural treasures when they are young to speed up their growth. Now that Xian has just returned, Danglang Island needs a huge supply of herbs if it wants her to grow quickly. If all the herbs on the list are given to Chu Yang, Danglang Island will face a shortage of herbs. What are you still standing there for? Kiyu didn't understand and was a little unhappy. Chu Yang has helped Danglang Island so much, and now he just needs some medicinal materials. However, it is a bit unreasonable for Danglang Island to treasure its own little things. What's more, the Taixu ancient dragon clan has never lacked medicinal materials. Even if Danglang Island is declining, the storage capacity of medicinal materials is comparable to that of Dantao. But when Kiyu took the list from Zhu Li, who was smiling bitterly, he fell silent. After a long while, he said with some resentment that, young friend, you also know that we just welcomed the young master back, and we need a lot of natural treasures for her cultivation. The number of medicinal herbs on this list is really large. Can you give some to you first? When the young master ascends the throne in the future, my clan will double it. No. Triple it. Seeing the two of them like this, Chu Yang shook his head and laughed. I'm not taking it for free. I will match them according to the medicinal properties of these herbs, and refine some pills that can multiply the medicinal power. I will only take half of the pills, and the rest will be left to Danglang Island. Even if it's only half, the effect will be at least twice as strong as taking all the herbs directly. Hearing him say this, Zhu Li and Kiyu both widened their eyes, their faces full of disbelief. They all knew that, if the herbs were refined into pills by the pharmacist, even if they were not real pills, they could ensure that the medicinal properties of the herbs would not be lost at all. But the problem is, they have never heard of a pharmacist who can multiply the potency of the medicine in the process of purifying the pill. Zhu Li seemed to remember something. His Adam's apple floated, and he asked tentatively, young friend, you are not really a 9th grade pharmacist, are you? Chapter 330, Spiritual Ascension Progress Bar. Something happened to the Gamma Empire. Chu Yang did not answer Zhu Li directly, but smiled and asked, have you heard that someone in Danta retracted the 9 mysterious golden thunder a while ago? Kiyu nodded and said, this incident caused a stir in the continent. For the first time in the past few thousand years, a 9th grade golden elixir refining master appeared. Such a big event, we have naturally heard of it. Before he finished speaking, Kiyu's eyes suddenly widened, and he said in a trembling voice, little friend, that 9th grade golden elixir refining master, couldn't it be you? Chu Yang nodded calmly and said, if not, how could the ancestor of Danta personally help me and Danglang Island to connect? In fact, you don't need to worry about the lack of medicinal materials. As far as I know, the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit will soon be available in Zhangzhou. By then, Xian will have the help of a noble person, and she will definitely be able to get it. Dragon Phoenix origin fruit. Kiyu and Zhu Li were shocked again. They suddenly felt that it seemed that every time they talked to Chu Yang, they would be shocked beyond measure. The first time was when they got the news of the bloodline of the old Dragon Emperor, and now they have learned that Chu Yang is a 9th grade golden elixir master, and that the Dragon and Phoenix origin fruit is about to come out. If someone else told them about this, they would definitely be suspicious. After all, if there is news about the Dragon and Phoenix origin fruit, it is impossible for the Taixu ancient dragon clan and the Shinao Phoenix clan to be unaware of it. The Dragon and Phoenix origin fruit is a fatal temptation for the two clans, but for other strong people or forces, this treasure is really worthless. So if someone on the mainland knows about the Dragon and Phoenix origin fruit, they will definitely sell it to the two clans at a high price. There is no reason to hide it. In this way, there will be no situation where the dragon and phoenix origin fruit appears, but the Takesu ancient dragon clan and the Shinio phoenix clan will be late to know about it. But Chu Yang's words made them unable to doubt. Because when Chu Yang first told the news about Xian, Kyu and Zhuli had doubts, but in the end they confirmed what Chu Yang said. With the lessons learned from the past, it seems that any amazing information Chu Yang can provide is reasonable. My friend, where is the dragon phoenix origin fruit? Kyu was a little dry-mouthed. Chu Yang shook his head and said, the timing is not right. Once you go to look for it, it will affect the whole body. In terms of top powerhouses, let alone compared with the Sky Demon Phoenix clan, even compared with the other 3 dragon islands, Danglang Island has no advantage. But if it is a competition among the younger generation, it will depend on their own abilities. Only then will Danglang Island have a chance. The two of them agreed with Chu Yang's words. Zhuli tentatively asked, my friend, are you willing to help our young master and seize the dragon phoenix origin fruit? Kyu's eyes lit up. Chu Yang's age was there, and he was definitely a young generation. Although he didn't know why he had such a monstrous talent, not only was he powerful, he was young, and reached the level of the 9th grade golden elixir master, which countless alchemists had never reached in thousands of years. But as long as Chu Yang was willing to take action, the young generation of the entire Zhongshan would have to stand aside. Chu Yang shook his head and said, you two seniors are taking it for granted. If I take action, I will also attract the strong men of the Sky Demon Phoenix clan. With my strength, I can no longer be classified as the younger generation. The two thought about it, and it seemed to make sense. Chu Yang's strength was enough to compete with the peak strong men of the older generation. If he was still classified as the younger generation, it would be a bit of bullying. Kyu thought about it, and then asked, my friend just said that the young master of our clan will have a noble person to help him? Chu Yang nodded and said, I believe you should have heard from Xian that the man is called Xiao Yan and has a good talent. Zhuli shook his head and laughed. More than just hearing it, my ears are almost calloused. The young master praised Xiao Yan to the sky, but in the young master's words, Xiao Yan is still a little worse than Chu Yang. Chu Yang's eyes moved. It seems that Danglang Island has already known his origins and many things about the Jayama Empire. Under such circumstances, they were still able to ignore the 3 ancient tribes and befriend him without any grudges. Obviously, as a powerful force at the same level, the Takesu ancient dragon clan was confident. Of course, this also shows that Danglang Island is not an ungrateful person. With the friendship between Xian and Xiao Yan, he will help with this matter. Chu Yang said lightly, among the younger generation in Zhongshan, as long as some monsters with strong Daodi bloodline do not appear, Xiao Yan is enough to sweep them all. Kyu and Zhuli looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Xian's evaluation of Xiao Yan was very high, but they never took it to heart. But now even Chu Yang has such an evaluation of Xiao Yan, which is enough to show that this person is extraordinary. In this case, I will go and get the herbs on the list. Zhuli said no more, took the list, and ran out of the yard in a hurry. After a moment, he returned and handed a storage ring to Chu Yang, then said very straightforwardly, my friend, of the pills made from these herbs, my Danglang Island will only take 30%. When we get the dragon phoenix origin fruit, it will be enough for our young master to grow rapidly without relying on herbs. Chu Yang raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. He didn't expect Danglang Island to be so bold. The other party made this decision before the dragon phoenix origin fruit was even a scratch. It was obvious that they trusted him immensely and spared no effort to make friends with him. Chu Yang took the ring, looked at Zhuli deeply, and then said softly, then I won't be polite, but don't worry senior, if the dragon phoenix origin fruit falls into the hands of the heavenly demon phoenix clan, I will go there in person and help you get it back. Hearing what he said, Zhuli's heart, which was originally a little nervous, suddenly calmed down and bowed and said, my clan will never forget your kindness. My Takesu ancient dragon clan will always regard you as a guest of honor. If you need help in the future, my clan will not refuse. Chu Yang knew that he was not just being polite, so he didn't say anything more. After asking for a secret room, he began to refine the pill. Although purifying pills is much simpler than refining medicine, it is not an easy task to match medicinal materials and stimulate the medicinal power by multiples. Whether it is the understanding of the pharmacology of medicinal materials, the exquisite control of flames, or the foundation of soul power, it has very high requirements. But these are not problems for Chu Yang. In terms of soul power, even if the Dowdy Emperor is resurrected, he cannot compare with him. As for the understanding of medicinal materials and pharmacology, with Panga's data storage, there will be no mistakes. It's a pity that Chu Yang did not bring Tang Hua with him on this trip, but left her in the Dan Tower for retreat and cultivation. Without the 9 Dragons Thunder Gang fire, the efficiency of refining pills has some impact. But even so, Chu Yang only took 3 days to purify a large amount of medicinal materials. After leaving retreat, he gave 30% of the pills to ZHU Li, and the rest were all passed through the soul ascension technique for the 4 saints to devour and refine. Chu Yang could feel that the 4 saints were gradually approaching the complete body. To put it in a more vivid way, Chu Yang could see the progress bar of the evolution of the 4 saints. The Shenlong spirit was about 50%, and the other 3 spirits were about 15%. It can be seen that, whether it is the fusion with Aoting, or the refining of the thunder power of the entire thunder pool, the Shenlong true spirit has a great improvement, which has opened up a certain gap between it and the other 3 true spirits. However, with Aoting's spiritual intelligence, Chu Yang does not need to suppress the power of the Shenlong true spirit all the time to maintain the balance of the 4 holy true spirits. This is the benefit of the 4 holy true spirits having spiritual intelligence. In other words, it has evolved from manual gear to automatic gear. Not only that, even in battle, Aoting can fight with others independently and does not need to consume Chu Yang's source energy. To put it bluntly, in addition to having to rely on the Yuan Wu true body to exist, Aoting is an independent individual. And Chu Yang estimated that, after merging with the Shenlong true spirit, Aoting's strength is about the peak of the 4-star Daosheng. After refining a large number of pills, it has reached the early stage of the 5-star Daosheng. The individual combat power of the 3 true spirits is only 1-star Daosheng, and Chu Yang needs to control it with distraction. So when using the Yuan Wu true body, Chu Yang will attach it to himself. After all, 3 1-star Daosheng puppets that need to be distracted to control are far less useful than improving their own strength. Still in the small courtyard, Qiyu and ZHU Li both frowned. The latter looked at Chu Yang and said reluctantly, "My friend, you are in such a hurry to leave. Is it because we have not treated you well enough?" They really didn't want to let Chu Yang go. It is undeniable that one of the reasons was that they hoped that Chu Yang, a strong man, would stay in Danglong Island. But more of it was the reluctance from the bottom of their hearts. After several contacts, the two felt that Chu Yang's temper was quite to their liking. He did things without dragging his feet, and he did not ask for awards. He did not have the airs of a strong man. They had already regarded him as a friend regardless of age. Chu Yang waved his hands and said, "What are you talking about, Elders Yuli? I'm afraid that I'm treated better on Danglong Island than Xian, the little dragon king. It's just that there are still many things to be resolved in the outside world, and the Gamma Empire has also encountered some problems. I have to go back and take a look." Qiyu narrowed his eyes. "Is it because of the 3 ancient tribes? If they dare to cause trouble for the sect behind you, Lao Fu will ask the Great Elder to come out of seclusion and go to the 3 tribes with Xiao Bao." Chu Yang shook his head and said, "It has nothing to do with them. It's that the Soul Palace has extended its hand to the Northwest continent. I believe that there must be the support of the Soul Clan behind this. The Taixu Ancient Dragon Clan is in a turbulent time. The 2 elders must be careful to guard against the 3 Dragon Kings. As for the matters in the Northwest region, I will go back in person." The 2 did not insist anymore. They knew that with Chu Yang's strength, even if they really asked the Great Elder of Dongmeng Island to come out, they would not be able to help much. Besides, Chu Yang was right. The Taixu Ancient Dragon Clan was now facing internal and external troubles. It was a time of trouble, and it was not appropriate to involve the outside world. ZHU Li clasped his fists and said, "If Chu Yang takes action personally, I believe that, even if the Soul Palace goes all out, it will not make much waves. If the Soul Clan does not know what is good for you, my Takesu Ancient Dragon Clan will definitely help you. Chu Yang smiled and said, to seniors, I will take my leave now. He also had a very good temperament with these two old guys, and they were two rare friends. For Chu Yang, there were only a few friends. Yun Yun was one, and the old ancestor of Danta was one. In addition, there were only the two people in front of him. As for Mel and Yanran, the relationship between people was more complicated. They were both senior sisters and junior brothers, and some of them were unclear. Most of the people in Fenian Valley were utilitarian, and Tang Hua was his disciple, so naturally he could not be considered a friend. The elders of Danta wanted to treat him as a senior, so how could they dare to treat him as a friend? After all, the only 9th grade golden elixir master in thousands of years is enough for all alchemists to look up to. Northwest region, Jama Empire. This place is now a place where the wind and clouds gather on the continent, and it is even known as the Little Zongzhou. And all this is because the Jama Empire once produced a demon level figure. Chu Yang, the first of the younger generation of Yunlin sect, has been unknown for 16 years and became famous overnight. The 16-year-old Daozhen and the 18-year-old Dao Sheng are enough to make countless Xianjiao from ancient times to the present ashamed. The most important thing is that this young demon who rose overnight dared to challenge the three ancient tribes, but the three ancient tribes did not dare to act rashly, which is a pity. For the strong men in the northwest region, they only know that Chu Yang offended the three major forces from Zongzhou, but the other party could do nothing about him. Only those who have a certain status and stand at a certain height know the existence of the seven ancient tribes. After the storm, the Jama Empire became more and more prosperous. Although Chu Yang's ban was in place, no Dao Sheng dared to set foot in this area. But the strong men below Dao Sheng were trying their best to join Yunlan sect. However, Yunlan sect naturally could not accept all of them. It still recruited disciples, deacons, or elders according to a fixed number of places every year. The old team of Yunlan sect disciples could not help but feel a little dazed every time they saw the Daozhen elders. When Chu Yang first set up the sect rules, they thought it was a bit too ambitious. After all, apart from Chu Yang, Yunlan sect really didn't have any strong men to show off, but set the threshold for core elders to Daozhen. Now when they think about it again, they can only sigh. Senior brother Chu is far-sighted. Some of the strong men who failed to join Yunlan sect chose the second best and joined the Yan League, which watched over and helped Yunlan sect. Some people also thought about leaning against the big tree to enjoy the shade, migrated from the family, or took root in the Gamma Empire and established a sect city force. Others joined the local forces of the Gamma Empire and pushed the Gamma Empire to an unprecedented glorious era. But among these people, without exception, no one tried to make trouble in the Gamma Empire. Although they fought openly and secretly, at least on the surface, they were quite polite to the local forces of the Gamma Empire. Because no one knows whether there will be any small sect or family that has something to do with the young Xianjiao. But the good times didn't last long. Just a month ago, the prosperity of the Gamma Empire was broken in one day. Since the destruction of the Wangxi Gate and the departure of the Poison Sect, the Izumo Empire, which was in disarray and almost divided by the major empires, rose overnight. A large number of strong men of unknown origin gathered and pointed their troops at the Gamma Empire. And in that army of strong men, even Dao Sheng is not a minority. Therefore, just a face-to-face encounter, the Gamma Empire was defeated. Even if the strong men of Yunlan sect took action, they were still defeated. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 331. The army is approaching. Zio is alone in defending the border. Soul Palace reinforcement. The current Yunlan sect is undoubtedly the #1 force in the northwest region of the continent. But apart from Chu Yang, there is no other Dao Sheng strongman to guard it, which is also the biggest problem of Yunlan sect. In terms of foundation, Yunlan sect is not inferior to the first-class forces in Zongzhou, and its overall strength is even better, even close to the level of the 7 ancient clans. After all, most of the first-class forces in Zhongzhou are only in charge of a few Daozun, and at most there is a semi-saint realm, or the ancestor of a low-level Daosheng. But looking at the Yunlin sect, the core elders have reached double digits, and the sect leader Nalan Yanran is also a young Daozun strongman. They also have the deterrent power of the Daosheng level, and they are the young monster who made a big splash and easily killed 3 Daoshengs. But compared with super first-class forces such as Tanta and Soul Palace, there is still a big gap, and it can't be compared with the 7 ancient clans. There are so many strong people in the Chuan Empire at night. Even if the confidentiality work is done well, there will be some clues left. Through these traces, many forces finally locked their sights on the Soul Palace. When the 3 ancient tribes wanted to attack the Yunlin sect, the Soul Palace, which was quite active in the northwest region, did not intervene. This matter puzzled many people. It was thought that the Soul Palace had discovered the extraordinary Yunlin sect in advance, so it did not move its troops, but now it seems that they obviously have deeper plans. If the Soul Palace mobilized a large number of strong men on the surface, it would never be hidden from the eyes of the major forces. But now, so many strong men suddenly appeared in the northwest region. It is obvious that the Soul Palace has been prepared for a long time and has launched a series of layouts, hiding the truth while accumulating strength. Some people even boldly speculated that the Soul Palace had been planning in the northwest region a long time ago, but at that time the Yunlin sect had not yet risen, and no one knew what the Soul Palace was planning. Just when the Soul Palace accumulated enough strength, the Yunlin sect ran into the muzzle of the gun. When the 3 tribes attacked, the reason why the Soul Palace did not take action was probably because it wanted to do a mantis catching a cicada, while the Oriole was behind. Unfortunately, the Yunlin sect, which was regarded as prey, suddenly changed its status and defeated the 3 ancient tribes. Chu Yang's strength and dominance shocked the entire northwest region. Because of this, the Soul Palace continued to keep its troops in place until the news of Chu Yang's appearance in Zhongzhou came out some time ago, and the Soul Palace suddenly exploded. In Zhongzhou, Chu Yang has only been to 3 places, namely, the Burning Flame Valley, the Dan Tower, and the East Dragon Island. Although the 3 forces are all friendly with him, the larger the force, the more difficult it is to avoid the existence of termites. The Burning Flame Valley and the East Dragon Island are okay. The latter is secluded from the world, and the former rarely intervenes in the affairs of the outside world, and is also in a semi-secluded state. But the Dan Tower is different. Although it is a pure alchemist force, the personnel composition is complex, and it is inevitable that someone who has seen him will leak the news. However, Chu Yang is not worried about these, because he does not intend to hide his head and show his tail deliberately. But the Soul Palace will not miss such a great opportunity. The Soul Palace's layout in the northwest region was originally intended to seize the Imperial Jade in the hands of the Zio family and the Soul Clan's Millennium Plan. Of course, it is not just the northwest region. The Soul Clan has sent a large number of strong men to all parts of the continent. This has to be said, that the foundation of the Yunlin sect is too eye-catching. Many heavenly level skills and fighting skills are enough to rival the foundation of the 7 ancient clans, and any force will be jealous. That is why the Soul Clan use the secret forces left in the northwest region in advance, wanting to take down the Yunlin sect in one fell swoop, while Chu Yang is away. They are also confident that they can succeed before Chu Yang returns. After all, Zhongzhou is a long way from the Jama Empire, and even if the Daosheng strongman is traveling at full speed, it will take a certain amount of time. Moreover, it is not easy for the Yunlin sect to pass the message to Chu Yang, and it will take longer. This back and forth gave the Soul Palace enough opportunities. But no one expected that this war, which should have been a suspense-free war in the eyes of the Soul Palace, failed to achieve a crushing victory. In a battle at the border of the Gamma Empire, the Izumo Empire Legion, composed of the hidden power of the Soul Clan and the strong men of the Soul Palace, defeated the defense line of the Yan League in one fell swoop. Then the alliance retreated step by step, and the strong men of the Yunlin sect came out. But even so, the Gamma Empire was still defeated, fighting and retreating, all the way back to the Imperial capital. The Izumo Legion even controlled half of the Gamma Empire, and this process only took one day. Just when they were able to continue to drive straight in and kill at the foot of Yunlin Mountain, an accident happened. A dragon that came out of nowhere, with its own strength, stopped all the Daosheng masters of the Izumo Legion. There were 11 Daoshengs, even if they were not the core power of the Soul Clan, but only some low-level Daoshengs, but they were also genuine Daosheng masters. What's more, the cultivation of that dragon was only a 1-star Daosheng. On the other hand, the strongest of the Izumo Legion was a 3-star Daosheng in the early stage. 1 against 11, and with a huge gap in strength, the dragon was able to fight undefeated, and even severely injured 2 Daosheng masters of the Izumo Legion. At this point, the Izumo Legion's offensive pace stopped, and was blocked outside the imperial capital. For 3 consecutive days, they could not take it down. What was even more unexpected was that the dragon, as dazzling as a god of war, was still in its infancy and had a name that was quite inconsistent with her powerful strength and huge body. Zyro. When people learned that Zyro was just a 6th level magic beast that Chu Yang picked up in the Magic Beast Mountain range, they were even more shocked. It took Chu the monster less than 3 years to train a 6th level magic beast to the Daosheng realm. It was simply out of the ordinary. Jama Empire, 30 miles outside the imperial capital. In the military tent, more than a dozen figures were sitting or standing, and each of them exuded a somewhat dark aura, making the entire military tent look extremely gloomy. Sitting in the first seat was an old man who was as skinny as a stick, like a skeleton wrapped in human skin. The old man looked at the person below with a gloomy face, frowned and asked, "Elder Guayao, when will the reinforcement you mentioned arrive?" The man only had the cultivation of a high-level semi-saint, while the old man was an early 3-star Daosheng, but the man did not give him any face at all, and snorted coldly, "Since this saint said there will be reinforcement, the reinforcement will definitely arrive. We just need to wait patiently." "Beigu, are you doubting me, or the Hall Master?" Beigu's eyes flashed with a grim look, but he did not get angry, but just laughed a tooth-grinding laugh. Although the Saint Guayao was called a saint, he was actually only a high-level semi-saint. However, he had a very high status in the Soul Palace, and was a second Shinzen of the Soul Palace. The most important thing was that Guayao had made great contributions to the Soul Clan, and was named an elder. At this time, there were a total of 12 people in the military tent, and except for Guayao, all of them were Daosheng strongmen. But these people were either secretly cultivated by the Soul Clan, or came from the affiliated forces of the Soul Clan. Although they were powerful, they could not see the light, and their status was far inferior to that of Guyu, the elder of the Soul Clan. Therefore, although everyone disliked him, they could only hold their noses and endure it. Beigu asked with a dagger in his smile, "Elder Guyu, I wonder which saint the clan will send to reinforce this time." Guyu also knew that it was okay for him, a cheap elder, to show off his power, but he couldn't suppress these guys in front of him too much, so he stopped, putting on airs and said softly, "The clan has already said that the Soul Hall is fully responsible for this matter, and naturally no strong people will be sent to reinforce. But the Deputy Hall Master is on the way. With his help, that ignorant girl will definitely not be able to make trouble again." Hearing him say this, everyone's eyes lit up, and Beigu's heart was relieved. Regarding the Yunlin sect, the Soul Clan gave them a death order. If they couldn't succeed within 10 days, everyone would be held accountable. But that little girl is too weird. Not only is her cultivation level a 1-star Daosheng, but her physical strength has reached the level of a 2-star Daosheng. The most important thing is that I don't know what kind of skills she has practiced, but she can perfectly integrate her physical strength with her cultivation. The strong people on the Daoki continent, even if they practice both internal and external cultivation, their physical strength and cultivation are still clearly distinguished. It is unheard of that they can be perfectly integrated together. This news made the Soul Clan even more determined to obtain the inheritance of the Yunlin sect, so the Soul Hall directly sent the Deputy Hall Master to support. Beigu knew that the Deputy Hall Master was a 3-star Daosheng peak strongman. With him and himself joining forces, it would definitely not be a problem to leave the little girl. But they didn't know that the little trick was not a skill. It was clearly the special nature of the 4th generation peak beast body. or to be precise, whether it is the beast body or the god body in the super god world, it cannot be measured simply by the flesh, but is a manifestation of all-round ability. When this characteristic is combined with the power of the Dalki continent, some chemical reactions occurred. At this time, a Dao Sheng said with some worry, "Will Chu Yang come back?" Guyu sneered and said, "Not to mention that there is not enough time. Even if he has a secret method to quickly return to the Jaiamar Empire, we don't have to worry. The clan is determined to succeed in this operation. How could there be no backup plan?" Hearing him say this, everyone was refreshed. Guyu's meaning was very clear, that is, there are strong people from the clan who are secretly protecting them. They also knew that with such a big commotion, the other 6 ancient clans must have heard the news, and would definitely not let the Soul Clan swallow up the foundation of the Yunlin sect alone. So once they succeed, the various clans will start a higher level of game. Whoever uses a hidden backup plan first will be in a passive position, so the Soul Clan would rather slow down the offensive and let the Soul Palace send people to support them, rather than let the strong people in the dark take action. That's the best, but when the fight starts, Elder Guyu should stay behind. Beigu said lightly, the elder hasn't broken through to Dao Sheng yet. If something unexpected happens, we won't be able to explain to the clan. Hearing his words, Guyu's face instantly darkened. Once the Yunlan sect is attacked, the first batch of people who eat crabs will definitely make a lot of money. Even if they have to hand over many skills to the clan later, they can practice them first. Beigu wants to kick him out, and the threat in his words is very obvious. Guyu has no doubt that, if he has the chance, Beigu will definitely kill him on the chaotic battlefield, and put the blame on Yunlan sect. But at this moment, a crack suddenly appeared in the space in the military tent. A figure walked out, his eyes swept over everyone present, and finally fixed on Beigu, saying lightly, "Beigu, Guyu is the heavenly lord of the Soul Hall and an elder of the clan. It is not your turn to teach him how to act." Beigu's face changed, and he quickly put on a smile, stood up and bowed, saying, "Meet the Deputy Hall Master. I was just joking just now, and I hope Elder Guyu will not take it to heart." The Deputy Hall Master of the Soul Hall snorted coldly, and then without saying anything more, he turned around and walked out of the tent and said, "Don't waste time, order the attack immediately. I will solve that beast with you. Jaiamar Empire, border." Chu Yang walked out of the wormhole, looked at the desolation below, and squinted his eyes. Looking up at the Imperial capital, Chu Yang sneered and murmured, 12 Dao Shengs, the Soul Palace is really generous. If all these people are killed here, I wonder if the Soul Clan will feel pain. Glancing at the slowly closing wormhole, Chu Yang curled his lips and said, "The 3 old guys are really cautious." When he was on Danglang Island, the 3 Dragon Kings visited him, and Zhu Li told them the excuses he had prepared in advance. At that time, Chu Yang was in seclusion refining pills. After sensing the fluctuations of his soul power, the 3 Dragon Kings did not bother him anymore. They were not fools, they just wanted to seize power, not to bring down the Taixu Ancient Dragon Clan. Not to mention the current Taixu Ancient Dragon Clan, even at its peak, they would never want to offend a 9th grade alchemist. However, when Chu Yang left, the 3 Dragon Kings still followed him cautiously in secret, and only felt relieved when they saw Chu Yang enter the space wormhole. What a coincidence. Chu Yang suddenly raised his eyebrows and looked at the Imperial capital. He really didn't expect that he would run into the Izumo army launching a general attack just after he came back. Jaiamar Empire, the Imperial capital. In the meeting hall of the Imperial Palace, the top masters in the Jaiamar Empire and the leaders of various forces were all sitting. The first one was Mel and Yanran. They were discussing various plans to deal with the Izumo Corps. Although they had stopped a Dao Sheng level master, the Jaiamar Empire was still stretched in terms of overall strength. Although the Yan League was powerful, it could not even produce a Daozun, and was even worse than the Cannon Academy and the Science Mansion that were sent to support it. Cannon Academy sent 2 old men, both of whom were at the peak of Daozang, and practiced combined attack techniques. Together, they were enough to compete with Daozun. The Science Mansion sent 2 Daozun to help. In addition, the remaining Daozun masters all came from the Yunlin sect. Although many foreign masters have settled in the Jaiamar Empire, Since the rise of the Yunlin sect, there are only a handful of Daozun masters, and they all joined the Yunlin sect. Today, the Yunlin sect already has more than a dozen core elders at the Daozun realm. 2 months ago, Nailin Yanran finally broke through to the Daozun level and became the strongest person in the Jaiama Empire, leaving aside Chu Yang, Yun Yun, and Zhao Zhao. Chapter 332 Chu Yang returns. Frightened Guyu. Ultimate swordsmanship. Master Nailin, are you sure Mr. Chu Yang can come back? Sukuna, the elder of the inner courtyard of Canon Academy, looked at Nailin Yanran with a serious expression. Nailin Yanran had said before that she had passed the message to Chu Yang and learned that he would soon return to the Jaiama Empire. In this regard, not only Sukuna, but also the top leaders of the Yan League and even the elders of the Yunlin sect were a little nervous. Zhangzhou and the Jaiama Empire are far apart. It takes a long time to send the message and wait for Chu Yang to come back. The most important thing is that they really can't figure out how Nailin Yanran got in touch with Chu Yang at the first time when the Chu Yan Empire launched an attack. Nailin Yanran smiled confidently and said, "Please rest assured, my junior brother is on his way back. At his speed, it will only take 3 days at most to get from Zhangzhou to the Jaiama Empire." A sound of gasps rang out in the hall, and a fat old man with a bloated figure said with a smile, "Chief Chu's methods are far beyond our imagination. Since the Dao Sheng strongman of the Izumo Legion can't do anything to the little girl, we just need to delay and wait for Chief Chu to return." Chief is the name given to Chu Yang by the Yunlin sect. He is a young generation in terms of seniority, but his status is far better than that of the sect master, so there is really no way to give him a clear position. So he specially set up a chief position in the Yunlin sect. Chief refers to the chief of the disciples of the Yunlin sect, and also the chief among the strong men of the Yunlin sect. This position will never be replaced by anyone. If Chu Yang dies, the title of chief will disappear. The fat old man smiled like a Maitreya Buddha, giving people a very kind feeling. He is the head of the Yunlin sect's Deacon Hall, and at the same time the strongest among the core elders. The core elders of the Yunlin sect have no order of precedence, and their status is determined entirely by their strength. The fat old man is a Daozun peak warrior, and is also the strongest fighting force in the Jaiama Empire now, except for Zhao Zhao. Even Dan Tong, who has reached the 8-star Daozun level, is not as strong as him in terms of fighting power. Of course, Dan Tong is always best at speed, not frontal combat. Looking at the kind-hearted look of the fat old man, many people's eyelids twitched. Before the outbreak of this war, even the disciples and elders of the Yunlin sect thought that the fat old man was amiable and a kind old man with no temper. But on the battlefield, the fat old man showed his other side. His means were extremely violent. Although he always had a smile on his face, the enemies who died in his hands could not even put their bodies together. At this moment, a figure swept into the hall, looked around, and said in a deep voice, "The Izumo Legion has launched a general attack." Looking at the dusty Yaoyi, hearing what she said, everyone in the hall stood up together. Nailin Yanran immediately ordered, "It seems that the other party can't wait any longer." Her eyes swept across everyone's faces one by one. She took a deep breath, clasped her fists, and said in a deep voice, "The Yunlin sect will never forget your help. If we win this battle, we will do our best to help you in the future." After that, she waved her hand and said, "Everyone from the Yunlin sect, follow us to meet the enemy." Looking at the powerful men of the Yunlin sect who were whizzing away, Nailin-ji and Jia Xingshan looked at each other, and the latter said with emotion, "Nailin-ji, you gave birth to a good granddaughter." Today, Nailin Yanran's former arrogance and willfulness have disappeared without a trace, replaced by calmness and the spirit of the sect master. Nailin-ji shook his head and smiled bitterly. It was Yun Yun who taught a good disciple, and Yanran's achievements today were inseparable from Chu Yang's guidance. "Let's go too. We, the old guys from the local area, can't let people look down on us." This war involved almost all the forces in the Jaiama Empire. No matter for what purpose, they had to stand on the same front with the Yunlin sect. Because everyone knows the truth, that the lips and teeth are cold. Once the Yunlin sect is destroyed, the Jaiama Empire will also change. The style of the Soul Palace is well known on the mainland, but no one thinks they are kind, and few people will seek the skin of a tiger. Because of this, the Soul Palace and the Soul Clan appear to be somewhat isolated on the mainland, and even the affiliated forces are pitifully few. But they have enough strength and foundation, so even if many people dislike them, they can't do anything. Imperial capital, city gate. 11 figures stood in the air, followed by dozens of Daozun strongmen, hundreds of Daozang, and thousands of Daohuang and Daowang. As for those below Daowang, this level of war does not need cannon fodder. Or to be more precise, Daowang and Daohuang, who can dominate any empire in the northwest region, have become cannon fodder in this war. Saint Guyu walked out of the crowd, stood in front of the 11 Daoshengs, looked down at the imperial capital below, and shouted coldly, Yunlan sect, Yan League, if you surrender obediently, and hand over what I want from the Chuan Empire, we will not embarrass you. But if you still resist stubbornly, it will be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, and the only outcome is death. As the person in charge, although Guyu's strength is insufficient, he had to bite the bullet and come out to challenge at this time. In fact, there is no need to waste words in a war at this level, just fight directly. However, Guyu knew very well that the Gamma Empire was not an iron plate, and this line of defense built in the imperial capital was also jointly built by many forces. Even among the strong men of the Gamma Empire Legion, most of them were outsiders, and they had only recently joined the various forces of the Gamma Empire. So he wanted to shake the morale of the army in this way, and even tried to isolate Yunlan sect and Yan Meng. Being a whore and still wanting to set up a memorial archway, the style of the Soul Palace is far less frank than that of the Ancient Clan, the Stone Clan and the Spirit Clan. A sarcastic voice sounded. Hearing the voice of this young man, Guyu frowned and shouted coldly, "Where did you come from? How dare you speak nonsense here? It seems that the Jama Empire is really empty-handed." The Yunlan sect let a yellow-haired girl be the leader, and then pushed out a little girl to be independent. Now even an unknown boy dares to talk to this saint. He looked at the imperial capital below and subconsciously thought that the voice came from the imperial capital. But the next moment, a figure appeared beside him quietly, and a slender hand with distinct joints was placed on his shoulder. Guyu shuddered all over and raised his palm to slap without hesitation, but the palm just raised and froze in midair because he found that he couldn't move at all. Chu Yang looked at Guyu in front of him and sneered, "Since the Soul Clan dared to come all the way to invade our Yunlan sect, why do you have to hide it? Are you afraid that the other clans will take advantage of you? Or are you afraid that your conspiracy that has been planned for many years will be exposed?" Not far behind the two, Beigu's forehead was covered with cold sweat. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Go." The 11 Daoshengs attacked together and directly took out their own trump cards and attacked Chu Yang. "Don't worry, I will deal with them one by one. It's not your turn yet." Chu Yang waved his hand like he was driving away flies. The 11 Daoshengs flew backwards in an instant, and all of them spit out blood. They must quickly wither. The wave of his hand severely injured the 11 Daosheng masters. This scene immediately made the Chuan Legion restless, and Guyu's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. Chu Yang, so young, claiming to be a member of the Yunlan sect, and with such terrifying strength, he really couldn't think of a second possibility except Chu Yang. But how could Chu Yang come back so quickly? Soul Palace Heavenly Master. Chu Yang patted Guyu on the shoulder and asked with a smile, "Let me ask you, is this the work of your Soul Palace, or is it the Soul Clan who is behind the scenes?" Guyu trembled all over, not daring to avoid Chu Yang's question, but he didn't know how to answer. If he answered that it was the Soul Palace, it would be equivalent to making decisions for the clan and pushing the Soul Palace to the front, and he would definitely be in trouble afterwards. If he answered that it was the Soul Clan, it would be equivalent to betraying the clan's high-level officials, and even if he survived, he would still be held accountable. But if he insisted that this matter had nothing to do with the Soul Palace and the Soul Clan, I'm afraid the young man in front of him would kill him the next moment. Death is everywhere. Now he can only hope that Chu Yang dare not completely break up with the Soul Clan, and at least leave some room. Chu Yang suddenly stopped raising his eyebrows and retracted his gaze from Guyu. Just when Guyu heaved a sigh of relief and thought that he was not going to embarrass him anymore, he suddenly raised his hand in one direction and snorted coldly, "Did I let you go? Today, any Daosheng who enters the territory of the Jia Empire, without my permission, who tries to escape, this will be the end. As soon as the voice fell, Chu Yang's palm clenched suddenly. The space in the distance trembled violently, and a figure shrouded in a black robe emerged, and then the flesh exploded along with the black robe, and blood rained down all over the sky. Guyu's eyelids were wild, and he was almost scared to pee his pants, because the person who was crushed by Chu Yang casually was the reinforcement he had just invited from the Soul Palace, that is, the Deputy Hall Master of the Soul Palace. Or 3-star Daosheng Peak powerhouse was wiped out by Chu Yang with a raise of his hand. How could this guy be so powerful? Is he really only 18 years old? Chu Yang turned his head and looked at Guyu again, smiling. Senior Guyu, you didn't answer my question. Guyu was shaking like a sieve, crying and saying, little friend, no. Saint. Lord. Grandpa. It's the Soul Clan. It's the Soul Clan's order. I'm just a small character. I have no choice but to obey them. Grandpa. Just treat me like a fart. At this time, how could Guyu care about dignity and face? Chu Yang, the top 3-star Daosheng, said to kill him, and he was just a high-level half-saint, even worse than an ant in his eyes. As long as he can survive, let alone calling him grandpa, even if he asked Guyu to kneel down and kowtow, he would not hesitate at all. Chu Yang ignored him, and looked up to the front, smiling and asked, everyone, what do you think should be done with this person? Guyu, who had been scared silly for a long time, realized that the strong men of the Jia Empire had come to the front without knowing when, but they were all dumbfounded. Obviously, they were also shocked by the scene of Chu Yang wiping out the 3-star Daosheng Peak strongman with a wave of his hand. Chu Yang's words made everyone come back to their senses. They looked at each other, but no one dared to speak. Master. 2 slightly childish voices sounded, and finally 2 petite figures rushed over. Zio threw herself directly into Chu Yang's arms, looking intimate. Dan Tong could only stand by and watch eagerly, like a little brother who wanted to compete for favor, but was suppressed by his sister's bloodline. Well done, hard work. Chu Yang rubbed Zio's head. He already knew everything that happened in the Jia Empire. Nalan Yanran passed the news to Chu Yang through the Black Tower, which was Pandu's concrete clone, at the first time of the incident, and reported the development of the situation to him in real time. Zio raised a bright smile, looking excited. It seemed that in her opinion, it was worth it to get Chu Yang's affirmation and care, even if she was covered with bruises in a series of battles. Nalan Yanran stepped forward, pointed at Guyu, and said with a smile, junior brother, since he is your grandson, then as an aunt, I naturally can't make things difficult for him. Hearing her teasing words, Chu Yang's mouth twitched, and he said unhappily, I don't have such an unpromising grandson. The smile on Nalan Yanran's face suddenly withdrew, staring at Guyu, and said in a cold voice, junior brother, this person killed 13 inner elders and 2 core elders of my Yunlin sect. Chu Yang narrowed his eyes, raised his hand, and threw Guyu out, and said lightly, then take revenge. Complain. Just as he said in the Soul Palace at the beginning, since he has enough strength, no matter what the grudges are, they should be settled one by one. Guyu gritted his teeth and growled, pretending to want to fight desperately, but found that he could not use any of his fighting spirit, and even his protective power was completely sealed, and a look of despair appeared on his face. Nalan Yanran waved her hand, and 2 elders of the Yunlin sect immediately stepped forward and captured Guyu. His fate was self-evident, but looking at Nalan Yanran's attitude, she would never let him die easily. Chu Yang turned around and looked at the silent Izumo army and said lightly, anyone whose hands are stained with the blood of my Jia Empire, you point them out, and I will kill them. Nalan Yanran stood beside her very cooperatively, waved her white hand, and said murderously, these people should all be killed. Then don't spare any of them. Chu Yang smiled knowingly. The 2 of them had an invisible tacit understanding. Chu Yang actually had no intention of letting these people go. The reason why he said this was entirely to build momentum for Nalan Yanran. He wanted to let the Jia Empire and everyone who was paying attention to this matter know that the person who really held the power of life and death was his little sister. As Chu Yang finished speaking, the space above the entire map collapsed, and pieces of space fragments were arranged and combined, turning into a bunch of small swords of nothingness, with the sword tip pointing directly at the Izumo Legion. Extreme swordsmanship, 1,000-pound sword. This was the first time that Chu Yang had performed a complete move, after combining all the swordsmanship he had learned, integrating them, and creating his own unique swordsmanship. Compared to the original opening move, the power of 1,000-pound sword was many times more terrifying. The strong men of the Izumo Legion did not try to resist at all, and fled in all directions, but those small swords of nothingness were not aimed at them at all, but included the entire battlefield. Chapter 333, Borrowing a corner of the world to forge a sword. God dares to be angry, but dares not speak. The scene, which was like the return of 10,000 swords, was extremely shocking to any of the strong men present. But they still greatly underestimated the power of Chu Yang's swordsmanship. If it was just the return of 10,000 swords, how could it be worthy of the name of extreme swordsmanship? In a sense, those countless small swords were just the starting moves of Kaijin. When a small sword covered the battlefield, everyone present finally understood what horror was. Heaven-level fighting skills? What kind of garbage is that? Is it worthy of being compared with this move? The space on the battlefield collapsed, and the earth fell layer by layer, or to be more precise, the surface of the earth was directly crushed into powder by the sword energy, and it was cut off layer by layer. And those strong men of the Izumo Legion who were fleeing in the air had no power to resist at all. Together with the 11 fighting saints, anyone who touched the sword energy was instantly twisted into a ball of blood mist. In just a few breaths, the originally mighty Izumo army was left with no one alive. Not to mention the corpse, even the relics were not left behind. If it weren't for the blood mist that turned the whole sky blood red, there would be no proof that they had ever existed. The most important thing was that the strong men present could see at a glance that this move had not yet fully unleashed its full power. It was not until Chu Yang waved his hand that the small swords in the sky dispersed without satisfaction and turned into small pieces of space fragments, filling the void above the imperial capital. This scene was like Chu Yang had torn open a corner of the space of this world, crushed it and reorganized it into swords, and returned it to this world after using it. There were waves of dark clouds in the sky, and thunder rumbled, as if Chu Yang's rebellious behavior had attracted heavenly punishment. But Chu Yang just glanced at the sky lightly, and the dark clouds quickly dissipated, as if they were fleeing. Borrowing a corner of the world to forge a sword, the heavens dare not speak out. Dowdy. I don't know who exclaimed, and everyone immediately came back to their senses, looking at Chu Yang together, with fanaticism and awe in their eyes. Dowdy. In their opinion, only a dowdy strongman can be so powerful. Feeling the large amount of source energy consumed in his body, Chu Yang narrowed his eyes. Although the extreme swordsmanship is powerful, the consumption is also not to be underestimated. He looked up and looked into the distance and said softly, "Since you are here, please show yourself. I didn't use any light force. If I pull you out, it is inevitable that some people will be killed or injured." As the voice fell, several spaces more than 10 miles away from the imperial capital trembled, and finally a series of figures emerged, but they did not flee, but quickly flew over. There were a total of 6 people. When they came in front of Chu Yang, they all bowed and bowed. One of them took the lead and said, "My friend, don't misunderstand. The Soul Clan has wolfish ambitions. I was entrusted by a clan member to help the Jaiamar Empire keep some hope for the future. Now it seems it's unnecessary." Chu Yang looked at this person, raised his eyebrows and asked, "Which clan are you from?" The man said calmly, "Thunder Clan." Chu Yang thought for a while and asked, "Did Mang Xianqi ask you to come?" "That's right." The old man of the Thunder Clan nodded. Chu Yang took out a jade bottle, handed it over and said, "No matter what, I have to thank you for your kindness. The 2 pills in this bottle, one can help you improve your cultivation, and the other can help Dean Mang Xianqi break through to Daosheng. Just consider it as a thank you gift from me." The old man of the Thunder Clan felt a little embarrassed for a moment. After all, he broke the rules set by Chu Yang, and entered the Jaiamar Empire with the cultivation of Daosheng. Although it was well intentioned, it didn't help. This benefit that came out of nowhere was really a bit hot. Chu Yang waved his hand and said, "If I can't make it back, it would be a great favor if you senior can pass on the torch of our Gamma Empire. I'm never stingy with my friends, so please don't refuse." The old man of the Thunder Clan hesitated, put away the jade bottle, and said in a deep voice, "My friend, you can distinguish between gratitude and grudges. I admire you." Sukuna suddenly walked out of the crowd and asked in a trembling voice, "I wonder, how is the dean, this saint?" The old man of the Thunder Clan smiled and said, "He's fine. He has become an elder of the Thunder Clan now, but he runs around all day and is unwilling to be at peace." After that, he clasped his fists towards Chu Yang again. "My friend, since the matter here is over, I will go back. That guy Mang Xianqi is trapped in a desperate place and is still waiting for me to bring news to rescue him." Mang Xianqi was trapped and asked for help from his clan. At the same time, he received a message from Canon College, so he asked the old man who was going to rescue him to come to the Gamma Empire first. Although the old guy was a little unreliable, he was still very concerned about the affairs of Canon Academy. Chu Yang naturally knew that Mang Xianqi's move was not for himself and Yunlin sect, but for Zhao Yan. Canon Academy has rarely produced such an outstanding disciple in so many years, and it will not watch his family get into trouble. Soul Palace came for Yunlin sect on the surface, but the Zhao family was their real primary target. They were determined to get the Tuosh Emperor Jade. After the old man of the Thunder Clan left, Chu Yang looked at the other 5 people who were trembling with fear and said lightly, "You should be from the other 5 ancient tribes, right?" As he said that, he raised his hand and threw out 5 lists and then said, "Go back and have someone send the medicinal materials on it, and I will no longer pursue your violation of the Gamma ban. If the medicinal materials are not delivered within a month, I will visit them one by one." Naked threats and blackmail, but the 5 strong men did not dare to say much and could only leave in disgrace with the lists. Dowdy. Even from their perspective, they also felt that Chu Yang's attack to kill thousands of strong men was a Dowdy level power, because most of them had seen Dao Sheng peak strong men, and none of them could compare to Chu Yang's terrifying strength. Even if Chu Yang was not a Dowdy, he was at least infinitely close to a Dowdy. Although they felt that this was a bit incredible, after witnessing Chu Yang's methods with their own eyes, they had to admit this fact. Seeing the powerful enemy being destroyed, and the strong men who coveted secretly leaving in embarrassment, everyone in the Gamma Empire looked at each other, and their hearts were extremely complicated for a while. Some people lamented Chu Yang's rapid growth. Some were glad that he did not turn against his side in the battle, and some were happy to take this opportunity to hold Chu Yang's thigh. The one with the most complicated mood was Xiaoding, who felt like he had survived a disaster. It was not because if Chu Yang did not return, the Imperial capital's defense line would face collapse, but because he remembered the grudge between the Zhao family and the Yunlin sect. If the two sides had not made peace, the fate of the Zhao family would probably be the same as that of the Izumo Legion, right? Even if his third brother was talented, he really couldn't compare to Chu Yang. He showed Dao Zan's strength at the age of 16, Dao Sheng's strength at the age of 17, and Dao Emperor's means at the age of 18. This is he going to let people live? At the level of Dao Zan and above, breaking through a small realm every year is enough to be called a top genius. But Chu Yang broke through a big realm every year, and that was Dao Emperor. Throughout the history of Daoki continent, how many years has it been since Dao Emperor appeared? Even if Chu Yang is not a real Dao Emperor, he has means that are comparable to Dao Emperors. Just based on this, he can reach the top and be invincible in Daoki continent. I'm afraid that from now on, whether it is for the 7 ancient tribes or the 3 monster tribes, Chu Yang will become a mountain that is pressing on their heads and cannot be climbed. Chu Yang spread out his left hand that had been hidden in his sleeves, and a light dust fell, but no one noticed. Only he knew how much effort he had put into that attack. Not only had his internal energy been consumed, but he had also used more than a dozen 9th grade elixirs. Fortunately, he had a 4th generation divine body, which could directly absorb the medicinal power of 9th grade elixirs without taking them. Otherwise, if people saw him taking drugs and exploding, his status would instantly plummet. In fact, Chu Yang had many ways to destroy the Izumo army. The reason why he chose the most strenuous one was to have a deterrent effect. Last time it was the 3 ancient tribes, and this time it was the Soul tribe. Who knows if anyone will have the idea of attacking the Yunlin sect. He didn't want to run back and forth between Zhangzhou and the Jama Empire. Instead of tossing around again and again, it would be better to solve the problem once and for all, and directly beat the 7 ancient tribes into submission. Last time, his cultivation was not enough, and he had not become a 9th grade alchemist, so he could not support the consumption of extreme swordsmanship, so he had to settle for the second best and just beat the 3 ancient tribes. But now, he already has the confidence and strength to sweep everything, so he no longer needs to be restrained. The consumption of the extreme sword technique is proportional to its strength. Even for Chu Yang, he must at least break through the Tao Emperor to exert its full power without external forces. You know, the quality of the source energy is far stronger than the Tao Qi. If it were an ordinary strongman, even a Tao Emperor, who wanted to perform the extreme sword technique, he would probably be sucked dry in an instant. Chu Yang swept his eyes over the powerful men of the Jama Empire and said loudly, "This matter was caused by my Yunlan sect and the Zhao family, and you have all been affected. But at such a critical moment, you are still able to fight the enemy together with my Yunlan sect. This friendship must not be forgotten. The Yunlan sect will double the resources needed for the reconstruction of the Jama Empire. All the sects, families, or friends without sects who participated in defending the enemy, in 3 days, the disciples of the Yunlan sect will come to the door one by one to send gifts of thanks." After speaking, Chu Yang looked at Nalan Yanran and teased, "Master Sect Master, can you take you in and stay in the sect for a few days?" Nalan Yanran covered her mouth and chuckled, then pretended to be the sect master and said, "Ahem, this sect agrees." Chu Yang shook his head and laughed. Just when the two were about to go straight to Yunlan Mountain, he suddenly tilted his head slightly, looked at a space in the distance, frowned and said, "Come out." The people who had completely relaxed felt nervous, subconsciously thinking that another enemy was coming. Chu Yang has already demonstrated his ability to rival that of a Tao Emperor. Anyone who dares to cause trouble at this critical moment must have something to rely on. Just when everyone was a little nervous, a figure appeared in the air. Looking at the tall and beautiful girl in red, everyone was confused for a moment. This girl looks a little too young. Is she here to cause trouble? Could it be another Dao Sheng peak in her 20s like Chu Yang, or even a strong man close to the Dao Emperor? How is this possible? On the Dao Qi continent, it is already outrageous enough that a monster like Chu Yang can appear. They don't believe that there will be a second Chu Yang. Why are you here? Chu Yang looked a little unhappy. When they heard that Chu Yang knew the other party, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. Tang Hua looked a little embarrassed and said weakly, "Teacher, I heard that something happened in the Gamma Empire, so I took the initiative to rush over. Not only me, the Supreme Elder and the Great Elder Lin of Danta are here too. It's just that they heard that the Gamma Empire has a Dao Sheng ban, so they didn't rashly enter the country." Chu Yang slapped his forehead. He actually ignored the burning smoke valley in Danta. He has a great favor to Danta, so Danta will definitely be very concerned about his affairs. The burning flame valley is completely tied to him, and will never stand idly by. Putting away his thoughts, Chu Yang waved his hand and said, "Forget it. I wanted you to practice in Danta to the Dao Sheng realm before coming out. Since you are here, it's just right to help me refine the elixir. Call Senior Lin and Senior Hoyan together. The ban of the Gamma Empire is only for enemies, not friends." Seeing that Chu Yang did not blame himself, Tang Hua breathed a sigh of relief, then nodded obediently, turned around and flew away. At the same time, many powerful people present began to think about how to build a good relationship with the girl. They didn't dare to hug Chu Yang's thighs directly. After all, Chu Yang was too far away from them and was really unattainable. But Chu Yang's disciples were different. If they could build a good relationship with them, they would just say a few good words in front of Chu Yang, which would be enough to save any powerful person or force from fighting for decades. Nalan Yanran pulled Chu Yang's sleeves and whispered, "You went out for a walk and actually brought back a beautiful disciple. That girl was scolded by you like a little wife. You and her wouldn't." Chu Yang suddenly regretted that he had taught Nalan Yanran how to use the Black Tower and opened all permissions to her. This high-tech product is like opening the door to a new world for Nail and Yanran, who grew up in the Daoki continent where entertainment is scarce. The Black Tower is connected to the Pangu computing core. Although it does not have the permission to read the core database, it has all the basic data. Although its biggest function is to contact Chu Yang and delete and restore the memory of Yunlin sect disciples, it also has all the functions that the technological world should have. For example, chasing dramas. Chu Yang taught this to Nail and Yanran, just to let her have some fun in the boring practice. After all, for a strong man in the Daozan realm, it would not have any effect to separate a wisp of mind while practicing. But he did not expect that it was because of the Black Tower that Nail and Yanran's personality seemed to have changed a little. What are you thinking about? Chu Yang knocked on her head. You are her master's aunt. Don't be disrespectful to the old. You are old. Nail and Yanran stared. At this moment, Tang Hua had gone and returned, followed by Lin Leogui and Oyan Patriarch. After Chu Yang thanked the two politely, he smiled and said, since you are here, why don't you stay and leave with me later? Without waiting for the two to agree, he called Farmar and Guhi, pointed at old Monster Lin and said, this is the great elder of Danta. He is not only a Daosheng, but also a genuine 9th grade alchemist. From today on, you will follow him to learn. If you don't understand anything, feel free to ask. Whether you can seize the opportunity depends on you. Chapter 334, Chu Yang's Generosity. The Courage of the Fire Cloud Patriarch. Dan, the Great Elder of Danta, a 9th grade alchemist. Guhi and Farmar were both shocked. Their eyes almost popped out. Danta is the holy place in the hearts of all alchemists on the continent, and the 9th grade alchemist is a legendary existence. They never thought that one day they would be personally instructed by a 9th grade alchemist. Old Monster Lin said unhappily, how can you ask me to stay as a guest? You are clearly conscripting men. Having said that, he still looked at Guhi and Farmar, smiled and said, I see that the foundation of your soul power is solid, and it must have been accumulated for many years. I will help you too. The two hurriedly thanked him, with excitement on their faces. It is worth mentioning that, although the Yunlin sect has developed rapidly, the position of the head of the medicine hall has always been vacant. After all, the Jayamar Empire is located in a remote area, and there are very few high-quality alchemists in the northwest region. The most important thing is that, although the Yunlin sect has a good foundation, most of it is the inheritance of martial arts and fighting skills. It is a bit stretched in terms of medicine refining, and it is not very attractive to high-quality alchemists. Friend Chu Yang, why don't we build a directional teleportation array between Danta and Yunlin sect this time, so that we can move around more in the future? Lin Leogui saw the scarcity of alchemists in the Jayamar Empire, and took the initiative to propose. Chu Yang smiled and nodded, that's great. But I won't take advantage of Danta. Every year, Danta can recommend a young disciple to exchange and study in my Yunlin sect. As long as he is talented enough, he can enjoy the same treatment as the disciples of Yunlin sect. Lin Leogui's eyes lit up. In this way, could it be that Danta took advantage? The welfare benefits of Yunlin sect disciples cannot be compared with even the 7 ancient clans. After all, as long as you break through Daozang, you can practice heaven-level martial arts and fighting skills. This is really a bit generous. In the northwest region, Daozang is indeed a strong one, but in Zhongzhou, the struggles of the younger generation are everywhere. Danta is a pharmacist power. Although it has great influence, it lacks top-level masters directly under its command. Previously, apart from the elusive Danta ancestor, the only Daosheng master was this elder. Compared with the equally famous Soul Palace, it is not as good as a star. The privileges Chu Yang gave to Danta are almost equivalent to opening a way for Danta to cultivate masters. Just imagine, with Danta's foundation, plus the almost endless supply of elixirs, and the support of Yunlin sect in terms of skills and fighting skills. As long as the candidates sent by Danta to Yunlin sect are talented, and not as stupid as pigs, becoming Daozan masters is almost a foregone conclusion. If they are more talented, and have better understanding, even if they cannot lead the younger generation in Zhongzhou, they can at least break through to Daosheng in their later years. The most important thing is that the lifespan of a top force is often very long. with one quota every year. As time accumulates, Lin Leogui even feels that Danta will one day be able to reach the level of the 7 ancient clans. As for Yunlin sect, in Lin Leogui's opinion, Yunlin sect's upper limit is too high. With Chu Yang, who is infinitely close to the Dao Emperor, sooner or later it will be able to surpass the 7 ancient clans and stand at the top of the continent. Ha ha ha. Chu Yang, don't forget me, your ancestor. The old ancestor Huan suddenly winked at Chu Yang, then looked at the team of Yunlan sect's strong men. I see there are many talented kids here. Why don't I help you train them? How about it? Chu Yang laughed and said, of course I'd love to. The old ancestor Huan thought for a moment, then said, Hua is your direct disciple, and can also be considered a disciple of Yunlan sect. Since the relationship between our two families has reached this point, why not make it closer? Just let me Fenyan Valley join Yunlan sect. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was in an uproar. Even old Monsterlin was shocked, and Chu Yang couldn't help but be a little stunned. Fenyan Valley has a long heritage and dominates the Central Plains. Now it has taken the initiative to propose to merge into Yunlan sect. This old ancestor Huan is really courageous. After thinking for a moment, Chu Yang said in a serious tone, this matter is of great importance. Senior, you should think twice. Huan Patriarch waved his hand and said, what is there to think twice? No matter how you look at it, it is my Burning Flame Valley that has taken advantage. Unless we receive the help of Hua, we may not have the opportunity to hold on to your thigh. Chu Yang shook his head and laughed, and then said directly, then let's do this. There is no need to let the disciples of Burning Flame Valley change their sects and merge into my Yunlin sect. Let Burning Flame Valley be the spokesperson of Yunlin sect in Zhongzhou, and the base for the disciples of the sect to travel in Zhongzhou. What do you think, senior? No problem. Huan Patriarch was very straightforward. Obviously, he had thought about this matter carefully and reached a consensus with Tang Zhen and the top leaders of Burning Flame Valley. Chu Yang added, of course, Yunlin sect will not treat Fenyan Valley unfairly. Since we are a family, the future affairs of Fenyan Valley will be the affairs of Yunlin sect. In addition, Fenyan Valley can send 3 disciples to Yunlin sect to practice every year, and I will select a heaven level technique and 3 heaven level fighting skills to give to Fenyan Valley. Huan Patriarch widened his eyes. Although he had the intention of clinging to the thigh, he never thought that Chu Yang would be so generous. The heaven level technique and fighting skills were given away as soon as they were said, and 3 disciple quotas were given every year. This is simply a huge benefit. You know, even the top affiliated forces of the ancient 7 clans, or even some side branches, are far from such treatment. After finalizing this matter, Chu Yang took Melon Yanran, Tang Hua, and Huan Patriarch to Yunlin Mountain. As for the matter of cleaning the battlefield, it was naturally handed over to the people of Yanmeng to do it. After all, they were the power in the Gamma Empire. The relationship between Yunlin sect and Yanmeng is like that between Yanmeng and the Snake people. Although they are not subordinate, they are also divided into primary and secondary. From then on, the relationship between Fenyan Valley and Yunlin sect will be like that between the Soul Clan and the Soul Palace. It is not a complete subordinate, but Fenyan Valley will follow the lead of Yunlin sect, and the two are of the same blood. As long as it does not involve some critical issues, Fenyan Valley is relatively independent on weekdays. Back to Yunlin Mountain, Chu Yang selected a technique comparable to the advanced level of the heavenly rank, as well as a low level, intermediate, and advanced heavenly rank fighting technique, and gave them all to the Fire Cloud Ancestor. These techniques and fighting techniques are all fire attributes, which fit the disciples of Fenyan Valley. Even if the techniques are changed, it will not damage the foundation. At the same time, Chu Yang also pointed out the advantages and disadvantages of inheriting the 9 Dragons Thunder Gang Fire, and gave a targeted solution. The 5 Wonders of the Universe. This powerful martial art that Chu Yang created in the Fengyun world, based on the 4 wonders of the universe, and replaced the wind, rain, thunder, and fire with the power of the 5 spirits, is now comparable to the high-level fighting skills of the heavenly rank on the Dalki continent. Moreover, the 5 wonders of the universe have a certain growth limit, which can reach the peak of the heavenly rank, or even surpass the heavenly rank. To give a simple example, if the fire attribute of the 5 spirits is replaced by the strange fire, the power will be improved depending on the ranking of the strange fire, and the same is true for the other 4 attributes. Through the 5 wonders of the universe, the shackles of the 9 dragons Thunder Gang fire on the upper limit of the inheritor can be perfectly resolved. However, it is difficult to break this shackle, and it is necessary to collect 4 attribute treasures that are not inferior to the strange fire. Of course, once successful, the final upper limit will be very high. Chu Yang has left 2 ways for Fen'an Valley. One way is to accumulate and develop through the 5 wonders of the universe. The other way is to practice the heavenly rank technique he gave. How far you can go depends on yourself. In this regard, while the Fire Cloud Ancestor was shocked, he was also full of gratitude. He thought that at best he would get some low-level heavenly rank techniques and fighting skills, but he didn't expect that Chu Yang would not only give him a high-level heavenly rank technique and fighting skills of different levels. Among them, the high-level heavenly rank fighting skills even have a growth limit and can solve the hidden dangers of the 9 Dragon Thunder Gang fire inheritance. However, he also knew that the reason why Fen'an Valley was able to get so many benefits was, on the one hand, because of their courage, which won Chu Yang's favor. But on the other hand, it was probably because of Tang Hua. Tang Hua's talent was definitely not the best in Zhongzhou, but she must be very popular with Chu Yang. Of course, he didn't know that in Chu Yang's eyes, Tang Hua was definitely a top-notch genius. The innocent heart was simply the best seedling for practicing Teikai. When Teikai made a big splash on the Daoqi continent, everyone would know that Tang Hua was definitely a seriously underestimated genius. After getting the techniques and fighting skills, the Fire Cloud Patriarch went to train the disciples of the Yunlin sect excitedly, and patted his chest to assure Chu Yang that he would definitely improve the overall strength of the disciples of the Yunlin sect to a higher level. Chu Yang had no doubt about this. A Daosheng master personally instructing those disciples whose realms were generally not Daozan would surely help them advance rapidly in cultivation. At the same time, Nailin Yanran also arranged many matters after the War of Yunlin sect and came to the small courtyard in the back mountain where Chu Yang was. In the courtyard, next to the stone table, Chu Yang and Nailin Yanran sat opposite each other. Tang Hua came over with a cup of tea, bent down and handed the cup to Nailin Yanran with both hands, and said respectfully to Nailin Yanran, "Master, please have tea." Nailin Yanran was embarrassed by her. After all, in terms of actual age, the two were almost the same, and their strength and cultivation were also equal. After glaring at Chu Yang, who was full of ridicule, Nailin Yanran quickly stood up and took the tea. After taking a sip, she placed it on the table. Then she took Tang Hua's hand and said with a smile, "Hua, forget about these vulgar formalities. We don't have so many rules. But since you offered tea, I, as your teacher's aunt, should give you a gift." As she spoke, she took out a crystal clear fruit that looked like a jade bead from her ring. This bodhi seed was found by chance in the tomb of an ancient strongman. Nailin Yanran glanced at Chu Yang and then said, "Let your irresponsible teacher refine it into the Bodhi Great Rejuvenation Pill, which will definitely help you break through to the Daosheng level when you reach the peak of Daozan." It is said that the recipe of the Bodhi Great Rejuvenation Pill has not been circulated on the mainland, but I believe that with your teacher's ability, this little problem will not be difficult for him. Nailin Yanran was sarcastic and flattering, and it was obvious that she was taking revenge on Chu Yang for gloating just now. Chu Yang said unhappily, "What do you mean by irresponsible? I gave Hua all the inheritance I had saved." Tang Hua had naturally heard of the Bodhi seed and the Bodhi Great Rejuvenation Pill, and quickly waved her hand and said, "Master, this is too precious." She knew that Nailin Yanran had not yet broken through to Daosheng, and both the Bodhi seed and the Bodhi Great Rejuvenation Pill were equally important to her. "Since you call me master, then take it." Nailin Yanran frowned and pretended to be serious. This. Tang Hua was a little hesitant and looked at Chu Yang. Chu Yang waved his hand and said, "Since this is a gift from your master, accept it." Tang Hua nodded, put away the Bodhi seed with great care, and looked at Nailin Yanran with a more cordial look. Then she proposed to take a look around the sect, and took the initiative to leave the courtyard to facilitate Chu Yang and Nailin Yanran to talk. "You have accepted a good disciple. Nalan Yanran looked at Tang Huo's back with a satisfied expression. Chu Yang pouted and said, when has my vision ever been bad? After hesitating for a moment, Nalan Yanran asked, when do you plan to leave again this time? 1 month. I will return to Zhongzhou in 1 month. So urgent? Nalan Yanran frowned. Chu Yang shrugged and said, my display of strength this time will definitely cause a sensation on the continent. The 7 ancient clans will not let me suppress them, and they will definitely take action. If I stay in Yunlin sect, the entire sect will be involved. The current Yunlin sect needs a process and time to grow and develop, and it is not appropriate to be involved in the storm. I will attract their attention in Zhongzhou, and I don't mind beating them in one fell swoop, so that they dare not fight back. Chu Yang's tone was understated, but the meaning behind his words was extremely domineering. Okay. I know you are powerful. I know you are a busy man. Nalan Yanran pouted with some grievance. In her heart, the people closest to her are Yun Yun and Chu Yang, but both of them went to Zhongzhou, leaving her alone in the Jaiamar Empire, which made her very depressed. But there is still such a big Yunlan sect that needs him to take charge of the overall situation, and he can't get away at all. Chu Yang smiled and said, if you want to unload the burden, then accept a disciple as soon as possible. When he can take charge of it on his own, you can also be a hands-off boss. It's easy to say, it's not that easy to find a successor with impeccable character and talent. Nalan Yanran rolled her eyes. Chu Yang's heart moved. What do you think of Zio? Nalan Yanran was stunned for a moment, shook her head and smiled bitterly. Zio's talent and strength are naturally beyond doubt, but her character is not yet mature. How can she manage the sect? Chu Yang smiled and said, don't underestimate her. After all, she is also a hegemon who has been in the Monster Mountain for hundreds of years. Maybe she has no experience in governing the sect, but her overall view is definitely not bad. The sect master does not need to do everything himself, otherwise he will have so many elders for show. It's settled. I will let Zio follow you and learn how to manage the sect. Chapter 335. The first person on the continent. The 5 clans seek peace. The Soul Clan's invitation. You can take charge of this matter. I have another question to ask you. Chu Yang did not dwell too much on the topic of the successor of the sect leader. Instead, he frowned and asked, after we left, have you ever heard any news about Monkey Brother and Aunt Yun? This puzzled Chu Yang, because before leaving Yunlin sect, Chu Yang opened the authority of the Black Tower to Sun Wukong and Yun Yun respectively. In this way, no matter where they are, they can always contact Nalan through the Black Tower. They can also transfer through the Black Tower to connect to the Pangu computing core and contact Chu Yang. This way of contact is quite convenient. When they separated, Chu Yang said that everyone could contact each other on a daily basis or ask for help when they encountered troubles. But after so long, Sun Wukong and Yun Yun have never heard from each other. Only Nalan Yanran occasionally tells Chu Yang some troubles or shares her experiences through the Black Tower. I have also tried to contact them, but to no avail. Nalan Yanran also frowned, with a worried look on her face. Chu Yang waved his hand and said, don't be too nervous. The Black Tower can detect their life signals. If something really happens, I will know it at the first time. Although their life signals are a little unstable now, they are not yet life-threatening. The so-called life signals of Pangu's data backup of Sun Wukong and Yunnan. If the two died, Pangu would be able to find out the data changes at the first time. It was precisely because they detected that their situation was a little unstable that Chu Yang asked Nalan Yanran. He was not worried about Sun Wukong. That guy's strength and progress speed should not be underestimated, and his ability to save his life was top-notch. On the contrary, if Yun Yun met the old leader of the Hua sect as in the original plot, and gave him food and water for 2 years, how could there be such a drastic data fluctuation? The drastic data fluctuation means that, although there is no danger to life, the situation is not optimistic. Chu Yang didn't know if something went wrong in the middle, or if Yun Yun didn't meet the old leader of the Hua sect, but encountered other opportunities or dangers. Putting away his thoughts, Chu Yang said softly, I will refine some pills in the near future, which will attract pill thunder. Please inform the disciples and elders in the sect in advance and tell them not to be nervous. Pills? Bodhi Grey 2 and Dan? Nalan Yanran was slightly stunned. Chu Yang shook his head and said, I don't have the recipe of Bodhi Great Huandan now, and Hua has not reached the peak of Daozen yet, so there is no rush for this matter. Nalan Yanran nodded, without asking any more questions, and chatted with him for a long time, before saying goodbye and leaving. Interestingly, before Chu Yang came back, Nalan Yanran told him everything through the Black Tower, as if she treated it as a tree hole, but when the two met face to face, the girl was a little restrained. After all, Chu Yang's status and strength were there, and Nalan Yanran was far behind, so it was inevitable that she had some concerns. There was nothing she could do about it. The concept of respecting the strong had been engraved into the bones of everyone on the Dalki continent, and it was difficult to change in a short period of time. After Nalan Yanran left, Chu Yang took out the mountain melting cauldron, and borrowed a strange fire from Tang Hua to light the furnace and refine medicine. For half a month, there were continuous thunder clouds over the Yunlin sect. The roaring 9 mysterious golden thunders directly turned the back mountain of Yunlin Mountain into a life-restricted area. Not to mention the disciples and elders, even Zio and Nalan Yanran did not dare to rush in. At the same time, the entire Dalki continent was in a commotion because of the Jayamar Empire. Especially in Zhao, all the major first-class forces gathered their forces and restrained their disciples, fearing that they would conflict with the people of the Yunlin sect or offend Chu Yang. The name of Chu Yang once again resounded throughout the continent. Last time, everyone only knew that he was a young demon with unparalleled talent in ancient and modern times. But this time, it made people realize that Chu Yang has transformed his talent into strength. The images of the battlefield of the Jayamar Empire spread across the continent. After getting the images, the 7 ancient tribes and the 3 tribes of Warcraft held a high-level meeting as soon as possible. The result they came up with in the end made the whole Zhao excited. Although it was impossible to confirm whether Chu Yang's strength had reached the Daodi level, it was certain that he had far surpassed the peak of Daosheng. Half-Emperor. This was a special realm specially set up by the Zhao strongmen for Chu Yang, which meant being above Daosheng, but not breaking through the Emperor realm. Of course, this was more of their self-consolation, because they were unwilling to admit that there would suddenly be an extra Daodi strongman on the Dalki continent. At the same time, some old guys who had already stopped at the peak of Daosheng for many years knew very well that Dalki continent lacked a certain characteristic, so that no one could enter the Emperor realm. In this case, Chu Yang was probably not a Daodi, but just a Daosheng peak with extremely strong strength. But they didn't know that Chu Yang's realm had not even reached the peak of Daosheng, but had just broken through the 5-star Daosheng after the battle with the Jayamar Empire. If they knew this, they would understand that it didn't matter whether Chu Yang was a real Daodi or not. A 5-star Daosheng has power close to the Dao Emperor level. When he breaks through to the peak level of Daosheng, won't he be able to compete with the real Dao Emperor? Nowadays in Zhangzhou, in addition to the first-class forces on the surface, that is, 1 palace, 1 tower, 2 sects, 3 valleys and 4 square pavilions, there is also a new division of transcendent forces. 10 clans and 1 sect. People have regarded Yunlin sect as an existence comparable to the 7 ancient clans and the 3 magic beast clans. Even if the overall strength of Yunlin sect is not enough, its foundation is weaker than any clan, and it has Chu Yang, the strongest man in the current continent. But just when Chu Yang's affairs were making a lot of noise, another piece of news, like a stone stirring up 1,000 waves, shocked all the strong men on the continent. Even those who are arrogant have to admit that looking at the history of Dalki continent, Chu Yang is definitely the best person from ancient times to the present. The 9 mysterious golden thunder fell on Yunlin Mountain for a full half-month. Thinking of the 9 mysterious golden thunder that had appeared in the sky above Dunta, and the fact that the great elder of Dunta, old Monsterlin, had personally gone to the Jayamar Empire to help Yunlin sect, everyone understood. How could the 9-rank Golden Pill Alchemy Grandmaster who had a short-lived fame be from Dunta? That was clearly Chu Yang, the young half-emperor, who had reached the top of the continent's strongmen, and stood at the top of the pyramid of alchemists, was probably no one who could compare to him, even those brilliant Daodi strongmen in ancient times. This made everyone realize that the Dalki continent was about to change. In the past, Zhangzhou was a place where strong men gathered in the Daoqi continent, and the first-class forces dominated each side, and the transcendent forces were above all living beings, standing at the highest point of the Daoqi continent. But from then on, Yunlin sect was the sky of the Daoqi continent, and Chu Yang was the master of the 9 heavens. After realizing this, with the northwest region as the center, various forces on the continent began to send envoys to visit Yunlin sect with treasures. I don't ask to rely on this big tree, I just want to make a good relationship with it, and avoid being hostile to it. And all this is within Chu Yang's expectations. One of the reasons why he refined the 9th grade golden elixir in Yunlin Mountain was to make public his identity as a 9th grade golden elixir refining master, and to combine the titles of the strongest person and the strongest alchemist on the continent. Another purpose is for the 9 mysterious golden thunder. As his strength continued to increase, the 5 wonders of the universe began to seem a little stretched. Therefore, Chu Yang had long thought about improving the 5 wonders of the universe, or to be more precise, the power of the 5 spirits. It was also inspired by this that he came up with a way to help Fenian Valley solve the hidden dangers through the 5 wonders of the universe. Compared with Fenian Valley, the upper limit of the 5 wonders of the universe in Chu Yang's hands is undoubtedly higher. The first choice for the power of the thunder spirit is naturally the 9 mysterious golden thunder. Yunlin Mountain, Back Mountain. Chu Yang controlled a 9th grade golden elixir that rushed out of the medicine cauldron and wanted to escape, then stuffed it into the jade screen and put it into the ring. A faint golden light emanated from his chest. It was the power of the thunder spirit that had completely transformed into the 9 mysterious golden thunder. In this case, there are only 4 spirits left: wind, water, fire, and earth. Chu Yang stroked his chin, and after thinking for a moment, his figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. In the sect master's hall, seeing Chu Yang's sudden arrival, many elders who were originally discussing things saluted one after another, and each of them had respect in their eyes. I was just about to find you. Except for the Soul Clan and the Thunder Clan, the 5 ancient clans have already sent all the medicinal materials. Nalan Yanran took out 5 storage rings and handed them to Chu Yang, and then said, in addition, the ancient clan gave double the medicinal materials and sent someone to bring a message. The head of the ancient clan said that the incident was caused by an elder acting on his own initiative. He has severely punished that person and hopes that we don't take it to heart. The extra medicinal materials are an apology. He also said that the young head of the ancient clan and Zhao Yan were childhood sweethearts. I hope you can cover this up for Zhao Yan's sake. While speaking, Nalan Yanran's eyebrows were filled with a hint of sarcasm. Even a fool could guess that the incident must have been instructed by the top leaders of the ancient clan. They sent people from thousands of miles away to the Jama Empire with such a big fanfare. As the head of the ancient clan, how could he not know about it? Now he wants to spend money to avoid disaster, and even drags Zhao Yan into it. It's nothing more than fearing that Chu Yang will settle the score later. Chu Yang knew more than Nalan Yanran. The ancient clan had always been interfering with the relationship between Zhao Yan and Zhao Zuna, and had even planned to take the Emperor Jade in the hands of the Zhao family. Now they were using Zhao Yan as a shield, which really showed that they didn't care about their dignity. However, Chu Yang didn't care. The 3 ancient clans had suffered a great loss in the original incident, and they didn't do anything weird afterwards, so Chu Yang didn't bother to argue with them. There is one more thing. Nalan Yanran hesitated and said with a strange expression, the Soul Clan has sent an invitation, inviting you to visit the Soul World. Hongman Banquet? Chu Yang raised his eyebrows, then shook his head and laughed. I don't think they have the courage. Nalan Yanran sneered and said, now 6 of the 7 ancient clans are asking for peace and goodwill. The Soul Clan is isolated and helpless. How could they dare to cause trouble for you? At this moment, the fat old man who looked like Maitreya Buddha suddenly cupped his hands and said, Master, Chief, can I say a few words? Chu Yang was a little amused. I'm not a bloodthirsty devil. We are all family. Why should we be so careful when talking? The fat old man smiled awkwardly and said, as far as I know, the small worlds of the 7 ancient clans all have the foundation left by the Dao Emperor. If the Soul Clan really intends to fight to the death with the chief, we have to be on guard. Chu Yang smiled and said indifferently, it doesn't matter. let alone the heritage left by the Tao Emperor. Even if the ancient Tao Emperor is reborn, it won't make much waves. Hearing Chu Yang's confident tone, the fat old man's pupils shrank slightly, and then he laughed and said, since the chief is so confident, the Soul Clan will probably be in trouble. Chu Yang looked at Nalan Yanran and asked, did the person who sent the invitation say why I was invited to the Soul Realm? Nalan Yanran curled her lips and said, they said they were inviting me to a banquet to apologize to you, and by the way, punish the culprit of the whole thing in front of you. Chu Yang raised his eyebrows. Han Mi Sheng. Nalan Yanran nodded and said, that's right. The Soul Clan pushed the Soul Palace out, wanting to sacrifice the car to save the king, and make Han Mi Sheng the scapegoat. This seems to be the style of the Soul Clan, but things are not so easy to fool around. I want to see how sincere they can be. Chu Yang smiled playfully. Then, when are you leaving? Nalan Yanran's expression was a little unnatural. It was originally agreed that Chu Yang would stay for a month, but now that this happened, he might leave early. Since you said you would stay for a month, I won't break my promise. Chu Yang looked at Nalan Yanran teasingly. Nalan Yanran's pretty face blushed slightly, and then frowned and asked, what about the Soul Clan? Chu Yang narrowed his eyes, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Let them wait. Whether this matter can be resolved depends on my mood. If they are willing to wait, I will go to the Soul Realm in half a month. If they can't wait, then let's settle the new and old scores together. As soon as these words came out, the elders in the hall were all shocked, and the sense of belonging and honor of the sect increased sharply. Some young female elders, even more, had bright eyes, as if they would offer themselves to Chu Yang, as long as he beckoned. Chu Yang changed the subject and asked, have you chosen the location for the directional teleportation array? Nalan Yanran nodded and said, it has been chosen, and we can start setting it up at any time. Elder Jin, take my junior brother there. I will be there soon after I finish arranging the affairs of the sect. The fat old man nodded, stretched out his hand to Chu Yang, and bowed slightly and said, Chief, please. Chu Yang followed the fat old man out of the hall. Nalan Yanran began to arrange many matters. After the elders' meeting was over, the elders left one by one, leaving only some young female elders. These people had a good relationship with Nalan Yanran on weekdays. They were considered close friends, and would occasionally sit together to watch TV series on the Black Tower. As Nalan Yanran put down her airs as the sect leader and sat with everyone, the female elders immediately started chattering. Sect leader, I heard that you and our chief are childhood sweethearts? A female elder's eyes lit up. Another person said, I heard that the chief once pursued the clan leader. Another person stared and said, nonsense. It was obviously the clan leader who pursued the chief. Chapter 336. Emperor Huntian, just call me Zaoshan. The Hun clan's humble attitude. Nalan Yanran looked like she had a headache. Since Chu Yang came back, these guys have been asking her questions all day long, and almost every sentence is about the chief. Look at you guys. You can't walk when you see him, right? Nalan Yanran stared like a little tiger protecting its food. A plump and charming female elder chuckled and said, more than that, I can't walk. My legs were weak just now. Her words immediately caused a burst of laughter. Everyone talked at once, becoming more and more unscrupulous, and their words gradually became more explicit. After a while, Nalan Yanran really couldn't bear it anymore, and she frowned and said, you have nothing to do, right? Everyone go to the Deacon Hall to get an elder level task. Whoever fails the task will be fined 3 months of resources. But her words did not scare the girls, but made them laugh even more. A female elder came close to Nalan Yanran's ear and said in a tender voice, Master, please rest assured. We will not compete with you for the position of chief. We know that we are not worthy of the chief. We just hope that when the master and the chief get married in the future, don't forget the sisters and let us be the maids. Don't worry, sister, I know a lot. And I can make you two have endless fun. Nalan Yanran nodded quite pleased when she heard the first half of her words, and her expression eased a lot. But when she heard the latter part, her pretty face turned black and red, and she gritted her teeth and said, get lost. The female elders stopped teasing Nalan Yanran, giggled and scattered. When she was the only one left in the hall, Nalan Yanran sat on the chair with a look of distress. She naturally knew that, although the female elder's words were not in tune, they actually wanted to stimulate her to take the initiative, so that Chu Yang would not be taken away by outsiders. But then again, I have been very proactive for so many years. I don't know if that guy is indifferent or pretending not to see it, and he remains unmoved. She suddenly remembered a female elder's previous suggestion and blushed and muttered, "How about, let's make it a done deal first." But then, Nalan Yanran covered her face and shook her head, looking ashamed. What was she thinking? Chu Yang is the strongest man on the continent. It's unrealistic to use force, and it's even more unrealistic to give him drugs. Wait. Why is it that, after thinking about it, my mind is still full of ways to make it a done deal? The chief's methods are really admirable. Elder Jin looked at the huge space transmission and sighed. Chu Yang only took less than a quarter of an hour to build a long-distance directional transmission array and forced it to connect with Danta without coordinates. Not far away, another transmission array has been built to connect to Fenian Valley. Chu Yang smiled but said nothing. As long as he has been to a place, Pangu will record the coordinates and space nodes. Through the space node, even if the Burning Flame Valley and Ant Tower have not prepared the array of the teleportation array, he can forcefully open the space channel. Afterwards, he only needs to let the Burning Flame Valley and Ant Tower complete the construction of the teleportation array, and the space channel will be completely stable. Moreover, the space channel he built has absolute stability, and it is impossible for Zhao Yan to encounter a space storm due to the space gap when he went to Zhongzhou. In the next half month, Chu Yang let himself relax completely, forgetting about cultivation and refining medicine, as if he was just an ordinary person. Nalan Yanran also put aside the affairs of the sect and stayed with him most of the time. The two of them almost traveled around the Jama Empire and the surrounding areas, traveling all the way. But this made Zhao suffer. Nalan Yanran asked her to take charge of the sect, and she was so busy that she was overwhelmed. He was studying with Lin Leogui, and she also needed to take care of the affairs of the medicine hall. If it weren't for the assistance of Elder Jin, I'm afraid there would have been trouble in the sect long ago. However, in this situation, Zhao is more and more adept at managing the affairs of the sect and grows up rapidly. Although Zhao personality is still immature and sometimes a little childish, he has lived for hundreds of years after all, and his skills and overall view are not bad. Yunlin Mountain, the back courtyard. Are you leaving here? Nalan Yanran looked at Chu Yang reluctantly. Chu Yang nodded and said, let's go to the Soul Clan first, and then there are some things to deal with. If Aunt Yun and Monkey Brother still don't respond, I will go find them. Nalan Yanran pursed her lips, suddenly stepped forward, tiptoed, pecked Chu Yang's lips lightly, then turned around and said, let's go. When Zhao takes over the sect, I will find you. Chu Yang was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and laughed, and flew into the space wormhole. Nalan Yanran suddenly turned around, and looked at the place where he had stood before, a little absent-minded and a little lonely. Chu Yang naturally knew what Nalan Yanran was thinking. He was not sitting still, nor did he look down on Nalan Yanran. But he knew very well that his steps would never stop at the Daoki continent. Compared to him, Nalan Yanran's current strength was too weak and could not keep up with his pace. If Chu Yang responded to Nalan Yanran now, he would inevitably have some concerns in the future. Instead of doing so, it would be better to give Nalan Yanran enough pressure and motivation. If she could catch up, she could also occupy a place in the world of powerful people, and Chu Yang would no longer have to worry about it. On the contrary, it would be better to let the relationship between the two stop here. Zhongzhou, Zangshan Mountains. This was the battlefield where the Soul Clan and the Zhao clan fought. It was after that battle that the Zhao clan began to decline, until it became an insignificant small family in the northwest region of the Jama Empire. Because ancient strong men had fallen here, some people often came here to explore, trying to see if they could get the inheritance of a certain strong man, or get some benefits. However, in the past half month, the Burial Heaven Mountains have been blocked by the Soul Clan, and no one is allowed to enter, so many people who often come here to try their luck dare not speak out. When Chu Yang arrived here, he instantly felt more than a dozen strong auras, all of which were Daosheng powerhouses. With a flash of his figure, Chu Yang quietly appeared in a cave. The old man who was sitting cross-legged in the depths of the cave suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the figure who had come to his side without knowing when, and was so scared that his soul was about to die. But then, he recognized the person and quickly suppressed the urge to take action and said respectfully, "Welcome Emperor Chu." "Emperor Chu?" Chu Yang was stunned, shook his head and laughed. "Are you complimenting me, or are you trying to flatter me to death?" The old man's face turned pale, and he waved his hands repeatedly and said, "Emperor Chu, don't misunderstand. Now everyone in the whole Zhongzhou calls you this. Since the ancient times, you are also the only strong man who has been honored as an emperor." Chu Yang was a little surprised. The news of Yunlin sect is no longer closed, and the intelligence from all over the continent can be obtained at the first time. Nalan Yanran had never mentioned this to him, and that girl might have been laughing secretly, because compared to those resounding emperor titles, Emperor Chu really sounded a bit low. But Chu Yang also knew that being called an emperor was already the greatest, or for people in Daoki continent. "What does it mean that your soul clan sent me an invitation and asked me to come to the Burial Heaven Mountains?" Chu Yang narrowed his eyes. "Are you trying to hint to me that the Yunlin sect will become the next Zhao clan?" The old man's face turned even paler, and he almost knelt on the ground, saying in panic, "I dare not. It's just that there is no fixed entrance to the soul realm. There is a space gap in the soul realm here, and you can enter the soul realm from here." Chu Yang nodded. "This is easy to understand. After all, the Soul Clan has offended too many people throughout the ages, so they have to be more cautious. Moreover, the Soul Clan and the Zhao Clan had a great battle here, leaving a space gap here for the Soul Clan's strong men to retreat or provide support, which is reasonable. In that case, then lead the way." Chu Yang waved his hand and stopped making things difficult for the old man. The old man was as if he had been pardoned. He quickly took Chu Yang out of the cave and came to a secret place in the Burial Heaven Mountains, where he used a secret method to open the seal of the space crack. Entering the space crack, Chu Yang was a little disappointed. He thought it was the same space crack as the one in the northern desert, but he found it was completely different. That kind of space crack was more like a loophole in the plane where the Daoki continent was located, while the space crack here was created by humans. And this space crack was not the space crack of the Daoki continent, but the crack of the soul world. Having lost interest, Chu Yang grabbed the old man's collar and sped up. In the blink of an eye, he crossed the space channel. When he stepped into a dimly lit area with a gloomy atmosphere everywhere, Chu Yang stopped. The old man was shaking like a sieve. A dignified Daosheng strongman, but in less than a quarter of an hour, he was almost scared to death again and again. That was a space crack, not a stable space channel. If you are not careful, you will be doomed. Even a Daosheng strongman needs to be careful to pass safely. The old man was afraid that Chu Yang's hand would shake and throw him into the space storm. "Lead the way," Chu Yang shouted in a low voice. The old man shuddered and hurriedly led the way while using secret methods to pass on the message to the clan's high-level officials. Chu Yang naturally discovered his little move, but did not stop him. Since he was here, he should make the best of it. No matter what tricks the Soul Clan played, he didn't care. As the saying goes, even if the Soul Clan Dowdy was resurrected, he couldn't make any waves in front of him. "Emperor Chu is here. We are so far away to welcome you. I hope you won't blame us." As soon as the voice fell, a middle-aged man in grey and white clothes, with a slender figure, handsome face, and elegant temperament, flew over to greet him. The middle-aged man stopped in front of Chu Yang and bowed. Behind him, there were a group of Soul Clan strongmen. "Are you the Soul Emperor?" Chu Yang raised his eyebrows. Emperor Hun Shan lowered his head and said, "In front of Emperor Chu, I dare not call myself Emperor. Emperor Chu, just call me Zhao Shan." Chu Yang's mouth twitched slightly. This guy looked to be in his 30s, but he was actually an old monster. "What the hell is Zhao Shan? Why did your Soul Clan invite me here?" Chu Yang asked knowingly, and he really couldn't say the word Zhao Shan out loud. Emperor Hun Shan raised his head and said indignantly, "I just learned not long ago that the bastard Hun Misheng actually caused such a big commotion in the northwest region. And he also tried to seize the inheritance of Yunlin sect. At the same time, I also learned that he secretly cultivated a large number of strong people in the northwest region. He is really ambitious. His appearance, coupled with his elegant temperament, looks like a passionate scholar who is angry at the world and vulgarity. Chu Yang pretended to be surprised and said, "Oh, is this true?" Emperor Hun Shan sighed. "I did not discipline my subordinates well, and brought trouble to Emperor Chu. I'm willing to die for it. I naturally know that, if Emperor Chu takes action personally, it will be easy for us to destroy our Soul Clan. But please show some leniency, Emperor Chu. Our Soul Clan will atone for what Hun Misheng did in the future." Chu Yang continued to act with Emperor Hun Shan and said playfully, "Then tell me, how do you want to atone for your sins?" Emperor Hun Shan's expression turned cold. "I will personally execute Hun Misheng, grind his bones to ashes, and annihilate his soul. In addition, the first dowdy of our Soul Clan left behind a treasure, and our clan is willing to give it to Emperor Chu. This ring is a little gift from our clan. From now on, every year, our clan will pay Yunlin sect no less than this amount of resources as atonement. As long as the Soul Clan is still there, we will continue to offer sacrifices." Chu Yang took the ring, and after a brief investigation, he raised his eyebrows. The ring contained all kinds of natural treasures and some cultivation resources. The quantity was extremely huge. If we talk about the value, it was even comparable to the total amount of medicinal materials Chu Yang got from the other 5 clans. It must be said that the Soul Clan really spent a lot of money and put their attitude to the lowest level. "Where is the thing left by the Tao Emperor you mentioned?" Chu Yang looked smiling. The Soul Emperor showed a hint of joy and quickly took out a crystal ball from the ring. Through the surface of the crystal ball, you can see grey-white air current sweeping inside. Even with the isolation of the crystal ball, you can feel the gusts of wind that stung your skin and the chill that hit your soul. This is the soul annihilating wind, which was obtained by our ancestors by chance. It seems that it is not a thing from the Daoqi continent. Even if an ordinary Dao Sheng is touched, his soul will be frozen, or even completely disintegrated. The Soul Emperor held the crystal ball in both hands, and handed it to Chu Yang. That look reminded Chu Yang of the scene of a certain island country handing over a letter of surrender when it was defeated. He raised his hand to take the crystal ball, feeling the power of the soul annihilating wind in it. His eyes lit up slightly. "Yes, I have seen your sincerity." Chu Yang accepted the crystal ball and the ring together. "Before I came, I thought you would set up the Emperor slaying formation with a void devouring flame that was broken and then rebuilt, and fight me to the death." Chu Yang said playfully, "It seems that I was worrying too much." Emperor Hun Shan trembled all over, and his pupils shrank rapidly. Thousands of years ago, the void devouring flame was severely damaged by Gu Yun, but it was finally broken and then rebuilt, breaking through the 9-star Dao Sheng, and with the help of the Soul Clan, forged the Emperor Realm Soul. But whether it was this matter or the Soul Clan's greatest foundation, the Emperor slaying formation, they were all the top secrets of the Soul Clan, but Chu Yang revealed them in one sentence. Emperor Hun Shan, who had always bowed to Chu Yang for forbearance, felt a trace of fear in his heart for the first time. "Where is Hun Misheng? Bring him over." Chu Yang held the crystal ball in one hand and suddenly clenched it. The crystal ball shattered with a bang. The terrifying soul annihilating wind was about to sweep away, but was completely swallowed into his body. After that, Chu Yang's chest only flashed a few faint lights, and there was no abnormality. This scene once again shocked Emperor Hun Shan. Chapter 337 Chu Yang's greeting card. Things are about to change in Zhongzhou. The Soul Clan did not make any concessions in atonement to Chu Yang and Yunlan Zhang, and Emperor Hun Shan even spent a lot of money. It was indeed as he said, that soul annihilation wind was the treasure left by the first dowdy of the Soul Clan, and it has been regarded as a killer by the Hun Clan for many years. The power of this thing is extremely terrifying, and it can even severely injure the peak Dao Sheng strongman, if caught by surprise. But Chu Yang directly took it into his body, and the soul annihilation wind did not even stir up the slightest wave, as if Chu Yang just took a pill. Emperor Hun Shan even doubted whether Chu Yang had reached the Dowdy realm, rather than the half-emperor as rumored by the outside world. "What? But what's wrong with Hun Misheng?" Chu Yang asked with a smile. Emperor Hun Shan came back to his senses and said quickly, "Don't worry, Emperor Chu. Our clan has already captured this beast, and it's just waiting for Emperor Chu to deal with it. Why don't you bring him up quickly?" Emperor Hun Shan turned his head and shouted at the elders of the Soul Clan, and an elder hurriedly responded and left. At this time, the expressions of the elders of the Soul Clan were extremely solemn because they just saw that the forehead of their own clan leader was covered with cold sweat. You know, Emperor Hun Shan can be said to be a genius of the Soul Clan. If he were in the ancient times, he would definitely be able to break through the Daodi. Even in today's end of the Dharma era, he is still a great hero of the world. He has been painstakingly planning for 1,000 years, trying to fight for the opportunity to challenge the emperor, and even has seen a glimmer of hope. Therefore, even though they are all 7 ancient clans, Emperor Hun Shan has never taken the other 6 clans seriously. Even Chu Yang, who suddenly appeared, only made Emperor Hun Shan feel apprehensive, fearing that he would ruin his 1,000-year great cause, so he wanted to stabilize Chu Yang by seeking peace. The high-level leaders of the Soul Clan are very clear that once the 1,000-year plan is completed, Emperor Hun Shan will be the first to attack Chu Yang. To put it bluntly, everything that happened today was just a play performed by the Soul Clan for Chu Yang. But looking at Emperor Hun Shan's current appearance, it seems that he is afraid of Chu Yang from the bottom of his heart. In fact, before this, Emperor Hun Shan only thought that Chu Yang had some powerful means, which could help him transcend the peak level of Dao Sheng and approach the Emperor realm infinitely. But external forces are only external forces after all. If they are really forced, the Soul Clan will show all their strengths, and will not be afraid of fighting Chu Yang. But now, Emperor Hun Shan knows that he is wrong. Whether it is Chu Yang's words revealing the secret of the Soul Clan, or the understatement of refining the soul-annihilating Gangfeng, it undoubtedly shows that this person is far from as simple as he imagined. A strong man who is truly close to the Emperor realm. If the Soul Clan and him tear each other apart, the best result may only be that both sides will suffer. If something goes wrong in this process, the entire Soul Clan will face eternal damnation. Chu Yang's means have made Emperor Hun Shan realize that he must not let him become the enemy of the Soul Clan no matter what. At least before the success of the Millennium Cause, Chu Yang must not be offended. Otherwise, all the layouts and plans will fail. A moment later, the elder of the Soul Clan returned, and 2 Soul Clan warriors behind him were holding Hun Misheng, who was bound by chains. Emperor Chu, I will crush this man to dust. A ruthless look flashed in the eyes of Emperor Hun Shan. He originally planned to do some superficial work, secretly protect Hun Misheng's origin, and then find a way to help him revive. This kind of thing is what the Soul Clan is best at, but now Emperor Hun Shan has changed his mind. On the one hand, he was afraid that the Soul Clan's methods could not be concealed from Chu Yang, and on the other hand, he felt that if he could use Hun Misheng to calm Chu Yang's anger, it would definitely be a good deal. So why bother to make trouble? Then do it. Chu Yang looked leisurely and looked at Hun Misheng with a hint of mockery and pity. In the whole thing, he almost looked at the overall situation from a god's perspective. Whether it was Hun Misheng's psychological changes or the true attitude of the Soul Clan, he knew everything. Chu Yang did not intend to interfere with the Soul Clan's 1,000-year plan, and he never thought of destroying the Soul Clan in one fell swoop. Because only by keeping the Soul Clan can Zhao Yan be put under enough pressure to make him grow up at the fastest speed. Moreover, even if Emperor Hun Shan succeeds and breaks through to the Daodi level, Chu Yang is confident that he can destroy him. It is precisely because he knows that the Soul Clan is just acting that Chu Yang will reveal the secret of the Soul Clan and show the means to easily refine the soul-annihilating wind. With this deterrent, Emperor Hun Shan and the Soul Clan will definitely put away many of their little tricks. At least before he breaks through to the Daodi level, they will never trouble Chu Yang and the Yunlan sect again. At the same time, Chu Yang also forced Emperor Hun Shan into a dead end, forcing him to act out of his pretense and completely wipe out Hun Misheng, making it impossible for him to revive. But Hun Misheng obviously did not realize this. It was not until the moment before Emperor Hun Shan defeated his physical body and wiped out the last ray of his soul that Hun Misheng reacted, but it was too late. Watching the last wisp of Hun Misheng's soul dissipate, Chu Yang nodded with satisfaction and smiled. It seems that the Soul Clan is indeed very sincere. But now the whole continent knows that the Soul Palace has launched a large-scale attack on our Yunlan sect. Now I come to ask for an explanation in person. If the Soul Palace still exists on the continent, I'm afraid it will make me lose face. Chu Yang looked at Emperor Hunshan with a smile, but anyone could hear the threat in his words. Emperor Hunshan's eyelids twitched. The original intention of establishing the Soul Palace was actually to collect souls from all over the continent for the void-devouring flame to devour and refine, and help him forge an Emperor soul. Although this goal has been achieved now, the Soul Palace's influence is spread all over the continent, and it brings huge benefits to the Soul Clan every year. If they give up, the Soul Clan will naturally feel painful. But the situation is stronger than people. Under the shock of Chu Yang's absolute strength, the Soul Clan can only choose to bow their heads. Not to mention the disintegration of the Soul Palace. Even if Chu Yang makes more excessive demands, Emperor Hunshan will agree. The 1000-year plan is just one step away from completion, and there must be no mistakes at this critical juncture. When he breaks through to the Dowdy level, he can settle the old salary accounts, but before that, the Soul Clan can only retreat again and again. Thinking of this, Emperor Hunshan bowed and said, "Please rest assured, Emperor Chu, that Hun Misheng has made the Soul Palace a mess, and our Soul Clan will naturally not allow the subordinate forces that are beyond our control to continue to exist. After 3 days, the Soul Palace will no longer exist, but..." Emperor Hunshan paused, gritted his teeth and said, "The property of each hall of the Soul Palace will be confiscated by friends from the Yunlin sect." Chu Yang narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but admire Emperor Hunshan. This person's courage and scheming are both extraordinary, and this forbearance is beyond the reach of ordinary people. If it weren't for the variable Zhao Yan, I'm afraid Emperor Hunshan could really lead the Soul Clan to dominate the continent, or even into the Great Thousand Worlds. Putting away his thoughts, Chu Yang smiled and nodded, saying, "In this case, the grudge between the Yunlin sect and the Soul Clan will be written off. I hope that the Soul Clan can restrain the children of the clan in the future. After all, you don't want me to come to visit again, right?" Emperor Hunshan waved his hands repeatedly and said, "I dare not. The Emperor Chu's visit has brought glory to the Soul Realm, and it is an honor for our Soul Clan." Chu Yang waved his hands and said, "Forget the polite words, we will meet again." After speaking, the space beside him trembled, and then a space crack appeared, and Chu Yang stepped directly into it. This scene made Emperor Hunshan's eyelids jump again. This is the Soul Realm, which is protected by the formation, and the space is extremely solid. However, Chu Yang was able to tear the space apart and leave with just a wave of his hand, which means that the defense of the Soul Realm is useless in front of him. After leaving the Soul Realm, Chu Yang came directly to Dan Tower. Before leaving the Jama Empire, he asked Tang Hua to follow Lin Leogwei through the space transmission formation and come to Dan Tower first. In the Danta small world, Chu Yang spent 3 days to completely refine the soul obliterating wind and integrate it into the power of the wind spirit. So far, the upgrade of the 5 spirit powers has been completed by 2/5. After leaving the retreat, Chu Yang contacted Pan Gu in the Black Tower again, asking Nailin Yanran to send people to collect the property of the Soul Palace all over the mainland. Previously, although the Yunlin sect did not have much pressure on resources, due to continuous expansion, it could only be barely self-sufficient. After taking over the foundation of the Soul Palace, the Yunlin sect no longer needs to worry about resources. At the same time, in a true sense, it has accumulated the foundation of a super first-class power level. In the Danta small world, in an attic. This is the place where the elders of the small Danta discuss matters. At this time, Chu Yang is standing by the fence on the top floor of the attic, looking at the medicinal fields in the distance. Tang Hua came over with old monster Lin and said softly, "Teacher, Elder Lin is here." Chu Yang turned around and said with a smile, "Senior Lin, how do the 6 ancient tribes respond?" Old monster Lin laughed and said, "I heard that the Emperor of Chu is going to visit. How dare the 6 ancient tribes refuse to let you in? But now they are all worried, afraid that you are coming with bad intentions." Before the retreat, Chu Yang asked Danta to help send visiting cards to the 6 ancient tribes, the 3 tribes of monsters, and all the first-class forces in Zhongzhou. Chu Yang was going to visit these top forces on the continent one by one. After the news spread, it caused quite a stir in Zhongzhou. All the strong men were speculating whether this number 1 man on the continent wanted to reshuffle the top forces on the continent in one fell swoop. Because of this, all the major forces were worried, and on the one hand, they were making many arrangements in a hurry to prepare to welcome him with the highest standards. On the other hand, they each hid the best of the younger generation. In this way, even if Chu Yang came with bad intentions, they could at least retain some fresh blood and ensure the continuity of inheritance. What about the 3 tribes of Warcraft? Chu Yang asked again. Lin Leogui said with a strange expression, they seem to be looking forward to your visit, and they almost fought to see which tribe could get ahead. Chu Yang smiled and said, it seems that they have already known about Xiaoxiao. Lin Leogui nodded. In fact, the reaction of the 3 ancient tribes was not difficult to understand. Chu Yang was able to train a 6th level Warcraft to the Daosheng level in just a few years in the remote Jama Empire. This was a fatal temptation for the 3 tribes of Warcraft. They boasted of their noble bloodline, and felt that any random member of the tribe had a much stronger talent than Xiaoxiao. Therefore, in their opinion, as long as they held on to Chu Yang's thigh, wouldn't everyone in the tribe be able to become a saint in the future? In fact, Chu Yang could indeed do this, and it was almost not difficult for him to do this. As long as the upper limit of the blood of the magic beast is high enough, and can withstand the 4th generation of peak beast bodies, he can create Daosheng strongmen in batches. Which tribe do you plan to go to first? Lin Leogui was a little curious. Chu Yang thought about it, and then smiled and said, let's go to the 9 Nether-Earth Python tribe first. Lin Leogui was stunned for a moment, a little puzzled. After all, in terms of strength, the current Shan Yao Huang tribe is the strongest. Even if the Taixu ancient dragon tribe is in constant strife, it is still stronger than the 9 Nether-Earth Python tribe. He was a little puzzled. Why did Chu Yang choose the weakest one? However, he naturally would not question Chu Yang's decision, and immediately said, then I will send someone to notify them. Chu Yang waved his hand and said, no need to bother, I will set off now. Hua, let's go. Tang Hua was stunned. I will go too. Chu Yang smiled and said, I visited the major forces this time for you, so you naturally have to go. For me? Tang Hua was even more confused. Chu Yang said nothing more, and took the confused Tang Hua directly into the space wormhole. After the 2 left, Lin Leogui murmured thoughtfully, it seems that Zhongzhou is indeed going to change, but I don't know how many forces can survive on their own except our Danta. He suddenly felt a little fortunate. Fortunate that Danta and Chu Yang had established a good relationship, and even more fortunate that Zhu and Kangxi just went out for a walk, and was able to pick up a noble person for Danta. Beast Domain, Jiuai. This is one of the passages from the ground to the underground world. It has been occupied by the Jiuai Python clan since ancient times. Although the defense force of the Jiuai Python clan is useless to Chu Yang, he did not sneak in quietly, but took Tang Hua and swaggered to the entrance of the Jiuai. Stop. 2 Daozongs of the Jiuai Python clan who were guarding here stepped forward to stop them, looking quite alert. Chu Yang smiled softly and said, please inform them that Chu Yang is here to visit. When they heard that they were here to visit, their expressions eased a lot, and finally they felt that the name Chu Yang sounded familiar. After a while, one of them reacted first, and his whole body trembled violently, and then he knelt on the ground with a plop. Seeing him like this, his companions beside him were even more confused. The man kneeling on the ground gritted his teeth and said, idiot. Why don't you pay homage to the Emperor of Chu? The man suddenly came to his senses, his knees softened, and he knelt straight down, kowtowing like crazy. I didn't know that the Emperor of Chu was here. We too have offended you. Please don't hold it against us. Chu Yang's mouth twitched slightly. Although his name was very famous, looking at the reactions of these 2 people, why did he seem like a demon who killed people without blinking an eye? He naturally didn't know that in today's continent, whenever the name Emperor Chu was mentioned, the first thing that everyone thought of was the means of borrowing a corner of the world to forge a sword, wiping out nearly 10,000 strong men with a wave of his hand, and even repelling the heavenly calamity with a glance. Moreover, looking at the many deeds after Chu Yang's rise, he really killed people without blinking an eye. I'm here to visit, not to mess up the place. Why do you have to do this? Chu Yang smiled and said, just go and report. I'll wait here. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 338, Refining the Yellow Spring. Building a Dynasty. Turning the Clock. Although Chu Yang said so, how dare the two guards let him wait here? Not to mention them, even if the ancestor of the 9 Nether-Earth Python clan came, they would not dare to let Chu Yang, a half-emperor, wait at the door. So the two exchanged glances. One of them went to report, and the other said respectfully, Emperor Chu, the clan leader has already ordered that, as long as you come, you will be taken directly to see him. Please follow me. Chu Yang glanced at the guard, and was slightly surprised. This time he was a sudden visit, and the 9 Nether-Earth Python clan did not know about it in advance. Even if they sent a visiting card in advance, the major forces would never have thought that Chu Yang would suddenly come without any warning. So Chu Yang knew very well that the so-called clan leader's prior instructions were just an excuse, and it was completely the guard's clever mind. The guard took Chu Yang and Tang Hua into the 9 Nether-Earth Abyss. While walking on the road, he introduced the various wonders of the underground world, slowing down the pace without appearing deliberate. When they entered the depths of the underground world, a group of people came towards them in a hurry, led by a handsome middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was dressed in black, with a hint of coldness between his eyebrows, as if he was a vicious venomous snake. From a distance, the middle-aged man said respectfully, "The 9 Netherworld Python clan, welcome Emperor Chu." As soon as the voice fell, everyone stopped and bowed to Chu Yang under the leadership of the middle-aged man. The guard who had been leading Chu Yang was obviously relieved. Chu Yang waved his hand gently and said, "You don't have to be like this. I came here this time, and you just accompany my disciple for a walk. I heard that there is a 9 Nether Yellow Spring deep in the 9 Netherworld Abyss, so I came to see it by the way." As he spoke, Chu Yang pulled Tang Hua to his side. Tang Hua was confused, and didn't understand why he came to the 9 Netherworld Python clan. It was Chu Yang who wanted to come, so why did he come to accompany him? But she was not a fool, and she quickly realized that the teacher wanted to take this opportunity to push her to the front and build momentum for her. Thinking of this, Tang Hua said generously, "Junior Tang Hua, meet all the seniors." The faces of the people of the 9 Nether-Earth Python clan changed, vaguely understanding Chu Yang's intention, and hurriedly greeted Tang Hua politely, but did not dare to treat her as a junior. While chatting, everyone led Chu Yang to the direction of the 9 Nether Yellow Spring. However, the man in black, that is, the 9 Nether-Earth Python clan leader Yao Ocean, and the two elders kept their eyes flickering, and no one knew what they were thinking. It is worth mentioning that the Daozan guard who was led by Chu Yang before was not qualified to attend such an occasion, but was named by Chu Yang to stay. The Nether Snake Vein is located deep in the 9 Nether-Earth Abyss, and is the headquarters of the 9 Nether-Earth Python clan, and the Sulphur Spring is located in the core area of the Nether Snake Vein. Arriving at the edge of the 9 Netherworld, Chu Yang and Tang Hua could clearly feel the chilly air. The so-called 9 Netherworld was an extremely large lake, the water of which was dark yellow, and faintly mixed with a hint of scarlet, like blood. "Emperor Chu, this is the 9 Netherworld of our clan." Yao Ocean smiled and said, "But this place is only helpful to magical beasts with snake blood. There's nothing new about it. We have already prepared a banquet. Why don't Emperor Chu and Miss Tang?" But before he finished speaking, Chu Yang raised his hand to interrupt him and said, "I said, this time I just accompanied Hua here, and by the way, I want to explore the 9 Netherworld. You can just leave directly, don't worry about me. As for the affairs of your clan, I have no interest in intervening, and I won't care about the existence in the depths of the Yellow Spring." Yao Ocean's pupils shrank, and he looked at the Great Elder inconspicuously, then laughed dryly and said, "In that case, we won't disturb Emperor Chu. Don't worry, our clan will definitely not neglect Miss Tang." Chu Yang had said this much, how could Yao Ocean not understand that his little secret had been seen through? The previous clan leader, Yao Ming, was framed by him and the Great Elder, and locked in the 9 Netherworld. Yaoshi wanted to divert Chu Yang's attention just now because he was afraid that the matter would be exposed. Since Chu Yang made it clear and said that he would not interfere in this matter, he was relieved. Tang Hua looked at Chu Yang with a hint of help in her eyes. Although she had cultivated to the Daozan realm, she did not think that without Chu Yang, she could have an equal dialogue with Yaoshi at all levels. The most important thing was that she had always lived in seclusion in the Burning Flame Valley and was really not good at this kind of big power game. Chu Yang smiled at her and said, "It's time for you to take charge of your own affairs." Then he looked at Yaoshi and asked with a smile, "This Zhongzhou has always been full of forces, but no empire has ever established a dynasty here. Chief Yaoshi, do you think it's okay if there is another dynasty in Zhongzhou?" Yaoshi trembled all over, and there were stormy waves in his heart, but on the surface he pretended to be calm. "I think that, if you want to build a dynasty in Zhongzhou, only Emperor Chu can do it." Chu Yang shook his head and said, "I don't have the time to manage a dynasty, and I'm not interested in being an emperor, but what do you think of my disciple?" Hearing him say this, Yaoshi finally understood Chu Yang's intention to visit the major forces and push Tang Hua to the front. The rise of a dynasty in Zhongzhou is definitely a big deal that will break the sky. At the same time, this will also touch the core interests of the major top forces, and even the existence of the dynasty will weigh on the heads of the major forces. But since Chu Yang had proposed this, how could he dare to say no? So Yaoshi hurriedly said, "The first dynasty in Zhongzhou, and the disciple of Emperor Chu as the empress, can become a good story." Chu Yang smiled and nodded, then looked at Tang Hua. "Since Chief Yaoshi has said so, then you can take a look around this Nether Snake land vein, and by the way, discuss with the 9 Nether Earth Nether Python clan about the establishment of a dynasty in the future." Until she left, Tang Hua was still a little dizzy, and really didn't understand how she could become the future empress inexplicably. After everyone left, Chu Yang looked at the 9 Nether Yellow Spring, raised his hand and gently guided it, and a 9 Nether Yellow Spring's origin surged up from the bottom of the lake. Taking this Yellow Spring's origin into his body, and integrating it with the power of the water spirit, Chu Yang sat cross-legged by the lake, and began to refine it quickly. The main reason why he chose the 9 Nether Earth Nether Python clan as his first stop was for the 9 Nether Yellow Spring. Throughout the Dalki continent, the only water attributed treasure that can be at the same level as the 9 mysterious golden thunder and the soul annihilating wind is the origin of the 9 Nether Yellow Spring. Theoretically, the 5 absolutes of the chaos have an infinite upper limit, which depends entirely on the strength of the 5 spirits. The 5 spirits also have an infinite upper limit, but it requires the collection of treasures of the same attribute that match them. In the Dalki continent, except for the fire spirit, the other 4 spirits can be upgraded to the level of the 9 mysterious golden thunder, which is already the limit. It still took 3 days for Chu Yang to refine the 9 Nether Yellow Spring. In fact, the 9 Nether Yellow Spring is a little worse than the soul annihilating wind and the 9 mysterious golden thunder. After all, it is not the real Yellow Spring. But don't forget that Chu Yang's Fengdu can attract the real Yellow Spring. It's just that the Yellow Spring is not a physical object, but a power. But under the effect of Fengdu, the power of the 9 Nether Yellow Spring is still greatly increased. The 5 spirits have evolved into 3 spirits, and now only the last fire spirit and earth spirit are missing. During the refining period, Chu Yang felt that someone in the depths of Huangquan was constantly releasing soul power fluctuations, trying to attract his attention. He naturally knew that it was Yaoming, the previous patriarch of the 9 Nether Earth Python clan, but he ignored it. When Zhao Yan came here, he would naturally release it, and he did not intend to interfere. Moreover, he wanted Tang Hua to establish a new dynasty in Zhongzhou, so he needed the support of the top forces and transcendent forces. Before that, he needed to let all forces maintain the status quo to avoid unnecessary trouble. However, Chu Yang was not at ease with Yaoshi, a traitor, so after the refining was completed, he did not alarm anyone, and went directly to find the Daozan who had led the way for him. Seeing that Chu Yang found him personally, the guard was almost scared to faint, thinking that he had done something wrong, or said something wrong that day, which caused the dissatisfaction of this half-emperor. Chu Yang was a little amused when he saw him like this. He shook his head and laughed. "Why do you look at me as if I've seen an evil star? The man waved his hands repeatedly, forced out a smile that was uglier than crying and said, I dare not, I dare not. Chu Yang waved his hands and said, don't be nervous, I came to you because I want to give you an opportunity, but I don't know if you dare to take it. The man was stunned for a moment and a little confused, but subconsciously felt that this was his chance to change his destiny, so he gritted his teeth and said, as long as the Emperor of Chu orders, I will go through fire and water. Chu Yang nodded and asked, what's your name? Yao Feng. The man looked respectful. I can make your body holy and allow you to practice to the Daosheng realm without any obstacles. Chu Yang said straight to the point, but from now on, you should know what you should do. Even if Yao Feng tried his best to control himself, he couldn't hide the excitement on his face. He knelt down with a plop, and his head hit the ground heavily. He said in a trembling voice, from today on, my life belongs to Lord Chu Di. As long as the Emperor Chu gives an order, even if I die, I will never frown. Chu Yang smiled with satisfaction and said meaningfully, yes, but I don't need your life. Yao Feng's eyes flashed, and he asked tentatively, does the Emperor Chu want me to serve Miss Tang? Chu Yang did not answer, but the increasingly strong smile on his face said it all. Seeing that there was no sound for a long time, Yao Feng tentatively raised his head, but found that Chu Yang had disappeared, and there were two strangely shaped objects placed not far away. At this moment, Chu Yang's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Inject these two reagents, don't let me down. At the same time, the injection method of the reagents also appeared in his mind. Yao Feng took a deep breath, stood up tremblingly, picked up the two reagents, and a ruthless look flashed in his eyes. He directly inserted them into the artery. A moment later, waves of suppressed painful roars sounded in the room. Even Chu Yang did not expect that Yao Feng would be so cruel and directly inject the reagents into the artery. This will undoubtedly maximize the effect and shorten the evolution process, but it will also suffer greater pain. Entrance to the Nine Nether Abyss. The high-level members of the Nine Nether Underworld Python clan were all present, and everyone's face was full of smiles. Yao Zhaoshan looked at Chu Yang and Tang who were not far away, and said respectfully, I guess you two still have to visit the other two major magic beast families. Why don't I send a few people who are familiar with the beast domain to lead the way for you two? Chu Yang waved his hand and said, no need, everyone please go back. After that, he pulled Tang Hua into the space wormhole. In the void, Chu Yang took Tang Hua and flew towards the ancient dragon island. On the way, he asked softly, what do you think of the Nine Nether-Earth Python clan? Tang Hua thought for a moment, and then replied, it is no longer as glorious as it was in ancient times, and has already fallen. I always feel that Yao Zhaoshan cannot be a close friend. Chu Yang showed a trace of relief on his face, nodded and said, yes, in order to expand rapidly, the Nine Nether-Earth Python clan has given up maintaining the concentration of its bloodline for thousands of years, resulting in fewer and fewer top powerhouses. In addition, Yao Zhaoshan is not a good guy, and there is no need to be close friends with him. It won't be long before the Nine Nether-Earth Python clan will change. When that time comes, it will be worth your while. As for whether to conquer or appease, it's up to you to decide. Tang Hua said with a bitter face, teacher, are you really going to establish a dynasty? Chu Yang smiled and said, not me, but you. You will be the future empress, and you will make the entire Zhongzhou and all the forces in Zhongzhou submit to the imperial power. As a sect, Yunlin sect is more suitable for dominating a region and cultivating strong people. It is Chu Yang's stable rear and talent training base. If Yunlin sect is compared to a shield, then Chu Yang is still missing a spear. Zhongzhou dynasty will become an offensive spear in his hand. Even when entering the Great Thousand World, this spear will be invincible. But before that, it is necessary to integrate the local forces of Zhongzhou and Aoki continent. At least in Zhongzhou, there should be no second voice except the imperial power. The situation of the Taixu ancient dragon clan is more complicated, but you just need to remember that except for Danglong Island, you don't have to be polite to the other three dragon islands. A cold light flashed in Chu Yang's eyes. He has a close relationship with Kyu and Zhu Li, so his attitude towards the Taixu ancient dragon clan is naturally biased towards Danglong Island. This time when you go to the Takesu Ancient Dragon Clan, you need to help Danglang Island and solve the other 3 Dragon Islands. But before that, Chu Yang suddenly stopped and slowly raised his right hand, holding a bottle that should not exist in this world. At least Tenryūbito thought so, because she only took a look and felt that the bottle was incompatible with this world. Chu Yang smiled softly and said, "You still need to improve your strength, and then let this turbulent Dalki continent speed up the pace of time." As soon as the voice fell, Chu Yang's source energy surged out and poured all into the clean bottle in his hand. At this moment, this product from the high-dimensional world of the Super God universe quietly moved the time pointer of the Dalki continent. Chapter 339 The Powerful Clean Bottle. The world behind the space gap. Even though he released his Yuan Wu true body at the first moment, Chu Yang's face still turned pale at a speed visible to the naked eye. The clean bottle was shrouded in light, and a space-time channel slowly emerged. Chu Yang stepped into it, and the light of the clean bottle became brighter and brighter. In just a blink of an eye, he walked out of the space-time channel again. The clean bottle splashed out a silver light like a waterfall, pouring on Tenryūbito. At the same time, far away in the Dan domain, Zhao Yan, who had just won the Dan Conference Championship and was refining the 3000 flames in the Star domain, also appeared above his head. A silver waterfall enveloped his whole body. The Manghuang Ancient Domain is known as the oldest place on the Dalki continent. It is a vast area with many ancient species and towering ancient trees hundreds of feet high. In the depths of the Manghuang Ancient Domain, a brilliant galaxy fell down, covering an area of nearly 100 feet. When the silver light faded, everything seemed unchanged, as if nothing had happened. However, when those ancient alien species that were not far away looked at the area that was once covered by the silver light, they all showed a trace of fear and awe in their eyes, as well as the greed that could not be concealed. In the void space, looking at Chu Yang with a pale face, Tenryūbito looked anxious and worried, but found that she could not move at all. Then a lot of memories flooded into her mind, and her aura also rose steadily. Tenryūbito's expression first became dazed, and then it was incredible. The extra memories in her mind were actually many experiences that had never happened in reality, but the gains from these experiences were actually reflected in reality. For example, her cultivation. In her memory, she practiced for 5 years, and her cultivation jumped from the initial Daozen to the 4-star Daosheng. And her cultivation at this moment has actually reached the level of a 4-star Daosheng. This feeling is as if she had a dream, but the dream has become true. In a blink of an eye, the dream of 5 years. Not only her, Zhao Yan who was far away in the Star domain also had this feeling, but Zhao Yan didn't know what was going on at all, nor did he know why this happened. Chu Yang threw a few pills into his mouth, and the nearly dried up source energy in his body quickly recovered. Looking at the clean bottle in his hand, his eyes were slightly hot. Influencing time, or even controlling time, this clean bottle is really a bit abnormal. But at the same time, if you want to activate it, the consumption required is also ridiculously large. You know, in the original plot, even Rose, who was upgraded to the 4th generation of Divine Body and possessed the time and space gene, could only use the clean bottle to indirectly affect things in a certain timeline. But Chu Yang relied on his powerful strength and strong source energy foundation to directly change the timeline through the clean bottle. Although he took a shortcut in this process, he only accelerated the time flow of these 3 time nodes for Tenryūbito, Zhao Yan, and a certain area in the ancient domain of the wilderness, but it was enough to show the clean bottle's heaven-defying power. It's a bit complicated to say, but in short, Chu Yang messed up the timeline of 3 time nodes, so that Zhao Yan and Tenryūbito appeared on the main line of the timeline 5 years later. With your current strength, it shouldn't be difficult to solve the Takesu Ancient Dragon Clan's problem. Chu Yang said with a smile. I went with you to intimidate the major forces. Danglang Island has a close relationship with me, so there is naturally no need for such intimidation. As for the 3 major dragon islands, just destroy them. Tenryūbito hesitated and asked tentatively, Teacher, you want me to go alone? Chu Yang nodded and said, in addition to visiting the 3 tribes, I have other things to do in the beast domain. You solve the Takesu Ancient Dragon Clan's problem, and we will meet at the Shin'iao Phoenix Clan. 5 years in a dream. The many experiences in the dream made Tenryūbito grow a lot. After identifying the direction of Donglang Island, he flew away. Chu Yang stepped into the space wormhole and left the void space. Deep in the beast domain, there is a life restricted area. The reason why this place is called a life forbidden zone is that in ancient times, several beast emperors died here, but no trace was left. Later, someone wanted to investigate, but anyone who approached the secret truth would disappear quietly. As a result, this place became a forbidden zone for the top beasts. Even though there has been peace for nearly 1,000 years, no one is willing to go here and cause trouble. Walking in the forbidden zone, Chu Yang was looking for the exact location through the coordinates provided by Pandu while thinking about the clean bottle. At first, he planned to use the clean bottle to jump to the timeline 5 years later, but found that he was too presumptuous. Although doing so only changed his own timeline, in a fundamental sense, it was tantamount to speeding up the time process of the entire Dalki continent by 5 years. Such a large-scale impact on the timeline, let alone the current him, even if he reached the domination realm, he would never be able to do it. After all, no matter how independent the Dalki continent is, it is ultimately a lower plane included in the Great Thousand Worlds. Affecting the timeline of the Dalki continent is equivalent to affecting the time of the entire Great Migration. Although the power of the clean bottle is strong, it needs enough energy to support it in order to exert it. In the state of Yuan Wu's true body, Chu Yang's source energy foundation is even stronger than that of ordinary Daodi. Even so, just affecting 3 time nodes almost drained his source energy. And this is only 5 years. But if it is only an indirect influence on a timeline in the past or future, the required consumption will be greatly reduced. However, that doesn't mean much to Chu Yang, so in general, affecting time through the clean bottle is indeed a powerful ability, but it is not practical. The power of the clean bottle is far more than that. The team in the Soul Palace is still conducting further research and development. At present, it is only through the original plot that Kyanglu's use of the clean bottle has been inferred, that the function of affecting time has been inferred. Putting away his thoughts, Chu Yang stopped and looked at a barren mountain in front of him. This barren mountain doesn't seem to have anything special, but Chu Yang found a special space gap. This space gap is similar to the space gap in the northern desert, and it can be regarded as a loophole in the space structure of the Dalki continent. Sun Wukong is in it. No wonder I can't contact the Black Tower. Chu Yang frowned. When he couldn't directly lock the exact location through the coordinates, he felt something was wrong. Now that Sun Wukong is found in the space gap, everything makes sense. The other side of the space gap may be the Great Thousand Worlds, or it may be other planes. After all, the Black Tower is just a derivative version of Pangu. Its computing power is far less powerful than Pangu, so it naturally cannot communicate across planes. Along the way, Chu Yang almost ate the 9th grade elixir as candy beans, and the consumption of source energy has long been completely restored. He waved his hand gently, and the space around the barren mountain began to tremble violently. After a while, an extremely unstable space channel emerged. Even if you just look from a distance, you can see the space storm raging in the channel. To visualize the space gap and forcibly open a channel connecting to the outside of Dalki continent, I'm afraid that only Chu Yang can do it in the entire continent. Otherwise, why would Dalki continent be closed for thousands of years? In Chu Yang's opinion, there are many doubts in the history of Dalki continent. These doubts were just passed over by the predecessors and there is no record in the history books. First of all Daodi disappeared overnight. It is obvious that these people must have left Dalki continent. But since then, the spiritual power from the upper plane in Dalki continent has gradually dried up, which means that from then on, Dalki continent has been completely isolated from the Great Thousand Worlds. But who did this? You know, the Great Thousand Worlds has always been facing the invasion of the evil tribes outside the domain. The evil tribes outside the domain can't do anything about the Great Thousand Worlds, so they have set their sights on the various lower planes. But for so many years, Dalki continent has always been safe and sound, and even the shadow of the evil tribes outside the domain has not been seen. Even in ancient times, there was only the soul devouring clan, which may have some connection with the evil tribes outside the domain. This means that either there was a powerful existence among the Daodi in the ancient times of Daoki continent who set up a ban that even the evil tribes outside the domain could not break, or the evil tribes outside the domain were unwilling to pay too much to break the ban and invade the small Daoki continent. Another possibility is that those Daodi did not go to the Great Thousand Worlds, but died in battle to stop the evil race from outside the domain, and before they fell, they jointly set up restrictions. But no matter which possibility it is, it shows that the ancient times of Daoki continent were extremely glorious, and there were top geniuses. But why is there no record of this in the Great Thousand Worlds and the evil race from outside the domain? These things are quite intriguing. Just like the Super God world, Daoki continent has a historical fault, which makes it difficult for future generations to speculate. Chu Yang always felt that the truth might be related to the space gap. After all, with the space structure of Daoki continent, which is more stable than the Super God universe, there should not be space gaps. However, if you want to find out what is going on, you have to wait for this matter and go to the ancient domain of Mangliang. I'm afraid that only the ancient body tree will know some of the things that happened back then. When the entrance to the space channel gradually stabilized, Chu Yang no longer hesitated and flew into it. The storm was raging in the space gap, and there were even countless space fragments sweeping in. Even if a Daosheng peak powerhouse entered it, he would be skinned alive. However, for Chu Yang, neither the space storm nor the space fragments posed a threat to him. Since the discovery of the black crystal, Chu Yang has been filling Panga's database. The database for Daoki continent has been perfected, and the space structure of Daoki continent has been fully analyzed. To put it bluntly, Chu Yang is now the master of the space level in Daoki continent. Even the rebirth of the ancient Dao Emperor of the Taixu ancient dragon clan cannot compare with him. However, the space gap is full of randomness. As a loophole in the space structure of Daoki continent, any space gap may connect multiple planes. Chu Yang can only rely on Panga's lock on Sun Wukong's coordinates to identify the general direction. After wandering in the space gap for several days, Chu Yang finally found the exit of a space gap, and Sun Wukong is likely there. Forcibly tearing open the tiny space gap exit, Chu Yang ignored the purgatory-like scene behind him and stepped into it. When he was bathed in the sun again, Chu Yang felt the extremely rich energy for a moment. Compared with the Daoki continent, the energy here is at least 10 times richer. Chu Yang found himself standing on a mountain peak. Looking far into the distance, he could see towering ancient trees everywhere. The whole world was full of ancient charm. But under this antiquity, there was a dead silence that made people panic. There was no breath of life. Even the grass and vegetation were full of death, not like living things. Chu Yang narrowed his eyes and locked a direction. Just when he was about to jump through space, he found that the space structure of this world was far more stable than that of the Daoki continent. Slightly surprised, Chu Yang gave up the plan of jumping through space, and his body turned into a stream of light and flew away. In an ancient and dilapidated hall, Sun Wukong was bathed in golden light, with a solemn appearance, sitting cross-legged, and seemed out of tune with the whole world. When Chu Yang arrived here, he was relieved to see that Sun Wukong was unharmed. Although Sun Wukong was just a clone, the two had been together for a long time, so naturally they had developed a friendship. Moreover, the clone was not very strong, but its strength lay in its potential. If Chu Yang wanted to train another clone, it would undoubtedly take a long time. Sun Wukong did not seem to notice Chu Yang's arrival, and his eyes were still closed, like an old monk sitting in silence. He is becoming more and more like the fighting Buddha. Chu Yang smiled, but then frowned, because he found that, although Sun Wukong was covered by the Buddha's light on the surface, under the Buddha's light, there was a murderous intent that even he was a little afraid of. On the way here, Chu Yang found that, although this world did not have any breath of life, it had many traces left by intelligent life. For example, the hall where Sun Wukong was now. In other words, this world was not like this before, but had experienced some kind of change, leading to the extinction of life. Thinking of this, Chu Yang could not help but have a somewhat absurd idea. This clone of Sun Wukong was originally full of murderous intent. Could it be that he wanted to prove his truth by killing all the creatures in this world? Just as he was wandering in his heart, the golden light on Sun Wukong's body suddenly surged, and a shadow appeared above his head. Chu Yang recognized at a glance that the shadow was the real Sun Wukong from the Super God world, because the aura was exactly the same. Then the golden light quickly converged, leaving a pattern similar to a golden hoop on Sun Wukong's forehead. Everything returned to calm, and Sun Wukong slowly opened his eyes, with a pair of scarlet blood eyes, looking at Chu Yang, who was standing not far away. He opened his mouth and made a hoarse sound, but he couldn't speak. After adjusting for a while, Sun Wukong said in a hoarse voice, how did you find me?" Chu Yang frowned and said, "If I don't come again, I'm afraid you will be controlled by the killing thoughts." Chapter 340, Sun Wukong's experience, using killing to prove his truth. Abnormal Yun Yun. Tell me, what happened? Chu Yang sat down beside Sun Wukong and raised his hand to take out the Heavenly Palace. Heavenly Palace was suspended above Sun Wukong's head, and strands of white light fell, firmly suppressing the blood red light faintly emanating from Sun Wukong's body. Then, the blood red color in Sun Wukong's eyes gradually faded, and finally turned into light red, and his tense body relaxed a lot. Sighing, Sun Wukong smiled bitterly and said, "After we separated in Zhongzhou, I went to the beast domain. I was ambushed while fighting for a treasure in a relic, and almost lost my life. But I finally got the treasure. After I recovered from my injuries and digested what I had gained, I went to seek revenge on the beast tribe that had ambushed me." At this point, Sun Wukong paused, with a hint of regret in his tone, and then said, "I destroyed that beast tribe, but I also accumulated too much murderous aura, and my rationality was almost destroyed. In a daze, I was led by murderous intent, and came here inexplicably. If I had known this, I would never have killed so many people that day." Although he had a strong desire to kill, it was only because the clone infinitely magnified a certain character of Sun Wukong, not because he was bloodthirsty for no reason. To give a simple example, he was like a killing god on the battlefield, but outside the battlefield, he would not kill innocent people indiscriminately. So Sun Wukong regretted being controlled by murderous intent. Chu Yang narrowed his eyes and asked, "I see this world as dead and gloomy. You wouldn't have killed all the living creatures in the world, would you?" Sun Wukong was stunned for a moment, then shook his head, pointed to the golden hoop pattern on his forehead, and said, "Although I was affected by the murderous thoughts at that time, I did not completely lose my mind, not to mention I still have the Buddha nature in my blood." Chu Yang did not say anything more, but waited for the next words. Since Sun Wukong was not completely controlled by the murderous thoughts, there must be other reasons for his current state. Sun Wukong glanced at a stone sculpture in the hall, and sighed again. "After coming here, I suppressed my killing thoughts, and looked for a way to go back. Finally, I accidentally discovered an extremely special inheritance here, and learned the history of this world. This world was once full of powerful people, but was invaded by the demons. In order to expel the demons, 90% of the creatures in this world volunteered to sacrifice themselves, just to use the blood sacrifice method to create an unparalleled killing god. They succeeded, but they also failed." Sun Wukong did not continue to speak, but Chu Yang had already guessed what happened next. Success, of course, refers to the expulsion of the demons, and the so-called demons are probably the evil race from outside the domain. As for failure, it is probably because the killing god completely lost his mind and eventually killed all the creatures in the world. Sun Wukong took a deep breath and said, "When he fell, the god of killing regained his sanity and left his legacy here, hoping that the people who inherited his legacy would be able to find the source of the demonic chaos and wipe out the demons." Sun Wukong looked helpless, and only by inheriting his legacy can we leave this world. So I accepted the legacy, but I couldn't bear the influence of the killing thoughts, and could only rely on the Buddha nature in my blood to barely suppress it. Chu Yang nodded. Sun Wukong was still Sun Wukong after all. No matter how much his killing thoughts were magnified, it could not cover up his human nature, or the other rays of his divinity. However, Sun Wukong's current state was obviously very bad. Although the golden hoop pattern temporarily suppressed the killing thoughts, once he fought with others, he would inevitably be controlled by the killing thoughts again. Chu Yang couldn't always use Heavenly Palace, to help him suppress it, so he had to find a solution. For a moment, even Chu Yang felt a headache. After thinking for a long time, he suddenly said, "Can we turn bad times into good times, combine Buddha nature, and prove the truth by killing?" Sun Wukong's eyes condensed and nodded. In theory, this method is indeed feasible. But as long as you make a mistake, you will be doomed. Once I always lose control, it is likely to cause irreversible consequences. Chu Yang waved his hand and said, "It doesn't matter, just give it a try. If it's impossible, I will kill you myself. But don't worry, I have a way to save all your data and let you be reborn in an alternative way. The so-called rebirth is to create another clone and implant the missing data. In this way, the new clone will be no different from the current Sun Wukong except for strength and cultivation. But I only kill those who should be killed. Where can I find so many people who should be killed for me to kill?" Sun Wukong hesitated. Chu Yang chuckled, looked outside the palace, and whispered, "Since the evil tribe from outside the domain has been here, even if this world has been completely sealed, it can find a space gap leading to the outside world. I can send you in. There are no innocent people in the evil tribe from outside the domain. But the next time we meet, if you have completely lost control, I will not hesitate to take action." Sun Wukong took a deep breath and gritted his teeth and said, "No problem. Why should I fear death? Then wait for my news here." Chu Yang stood up and walked out of the palace. Searching for space gaps is not a difficult task for Chu Yang. As long as he passes by, if there is a space gap, he will definitely find it in the first time. And with his speed, it will only take a few days at most to search this world thoroughly. The reason why Chu Yang is so sure that he can find the space gap leading to the outside world is because he and Sun Wukong both came here through the space gap of Dalki continent. Since there is a space gap that can connect Dalki continent and this world, there must also be a space gap that connects to the outside world. In 5 days, Chu Yang traveled through most of the rivers and mountains in this world, and finally found his goal. In the space storm, looking at the space turbulence in front of him, Chu Yang whispered, "There will be no turning back from this trip. Either you sink completely, or break out of the cocoon, and become a butterfly. You have another choice now, that is to give up the inheritance. I can help you peel it off." Sun Wukong shook his head calmly and said, "Since you have inherited the love of a world, how can you give up halfway? The evil tribe outside the domain regards human life as worthless. Even if I'm devoured by the killing thoughts, I will definitely turn the world upside down." Chu Yang smiled and nodded. Just as he thought, Sun Wukong is still the same Sun Wukong. Even if he is a clone, he still can't hide his hatred of evil in his bones. I'm afraid that this guy chose to prove his truth by killing, not for himself, but to slaughter the evil tribe outside the domain. Putting away his thoughts, Chu Yang raised his hand and clenched it. In the turbulent space, a tiny space gap was torn open by him. The gap became larger and larger, until it was large enough for one person to pass through. Chu Yang looked at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong did not hesitate, and jumped into it directly, his voice coming intermittently in the space storm. "See you later." These 4 simple words were filled with murderous intent and confidence. Chu Yang stared at the space gap until it slowly closed, then turned and left. Dalki continent, the outer edge of the beast domain. Chu Yang took Tenryūbito and flew towards the center of Zhongzhou, while asking with a smile, "What is your impression of the Sky Demon Phoenix clan?" Tenryūbito replied softly, "They are very arrogant, but also very smart. They are ambitious, but they know how to judge the situation. This is a double-edged sword. If used well, it can be invincible, but if used poorly, it will backfire on itself." Chu Yang nodded and said, "Yes, the Sky Demon Phoenix clan is worth spending some time on. Their main clan is a force that cannot be underestimated." Main clan. Tenryūbito was stunned, a little confused. Chu Yang smiled and said, "Whether it is the Taixu Ancient Dragon, the Heavenly Demon Phoenix, or the Ancient Dragon and Phoenix, in the final analysis, they are all just the derivative bloodline of the true dragon and the true phoenix." Tenryūbito was shocked. "Teacher, is it true that there are true dragons and true phoenixes in this world?" Chu Yang said meaningfully, "Although the Dalki continent is very large, it is just a tiny speck of dust in the universe." This was the first time Tenryūbito heard the concept of the universe. She didn't quite understand some things and felt that it was a bit incredible. In the next half month, the master and disciple visited Xianming Sect, Glacier Valley, Xingyan Pavilion, Fenglai Pavilion, Wanjian Pavilion, and Huangquan Pavilion. Among the open forces in Zhongzhou, the most powerful ones are 1 hall, 1 tower, 2 sects, 3 valleys, and 4 square pavilions. Among them, Dan Tower and Fenian Valley are all our own people, so there is no need to go to the trouble of visiting them. In addition, only Hua Sect and Yin Valley are left. The former was deliberately left by Chu Yang at the end, and the latter is the most mysterious force in Zhongzhou, and will not participate in the power disputes in the future. Even in the original plot, when Zhongzhou was in such a mess, Yinggu remained out of it. So even Chu Yang was somewhat curious about Yinggu. On the one hand, he was curious about the overall strength of this force and its inheritance. On the other hand, he was curious about the source of this force. The ancestors of the top forces were all powerful people in the famous continent in a certain era, but people knew nothing about the ancestor of Yinggu. Teacher, where are we going next? After 5 years in a dream, and visiting various forces, and playing games with the big guys, Tang Hua had already transformed. Now he is no longer, like he did before, trying to hide behind Chu Yang in everything, but he really has the confidence to be independent. Hua Zhang. Chu Yang did not hesitate at all. So, the master and apprentice went straight to Hua Zhang. The news that Chu Yang and his apprentice visited various forces had already spread widely in Zhongzhou. In addition, they did not deliberately hide their whereabouts, so the route of the visit was also known to everyone. Now, apart from the 7 ancient tribes, Hua Zhang and Yinggu are the only forces left in Zhongzhou. I don't know what the attitude of Yinggu is, at least Hua Zhang has already given the highest standard posture, ready to welcome Chu Yang's arrival at any time. Hua Zhang is located in a continuous mountain, and the mountain gate is covered by a sea of flowers. That is the Hua Zhang's protective formation. When Chu Yang and Tang Hua arrived here, Hua Zhang had obviously learned the news in advance. A group of high-level officials had been waiting for a long time, and even King Hiruksen, who had been in seclusion for many years, was invited out. There was no way. The strongest person in Hua Zhang was only Dao Zun, and he really didn't have the confidence to face Chu Yang. Welcome Emperor Chu. Seeing Chu Yang coming, all the high-level officials of Hua Zhang, led by King Hiruksen, bowed down and saluted. Chu Yang waved his hand, but did not look at them, but looked into the depths of Hua Zhang, narrowing his eyes slightly. The high-level officials of Hua Zhang also knew that, although Chu Yang personally visited the major forces, it was only to build momentum for his disciples. The person who really talked to them would be the very young girl. At this moment, Chu Yang suddenly asked, "Who is the current leader of Hua Sect?" Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then a mature and beautiful woman in a graceful brocade robe came out and said respectfully, "Emperor Chu, I'm the current leader of Hua Sect, Hua Jin." Chu Yang stared at Hua Jin for a long time, shook his head and said, "You are not the leader. Do you really think that I can fool you?" As soon as these words came out, the faces of the Hua Sect's strong men suddenly changed. Even the 2 King Hua mortals had cold sweat on their foreheads, but they were a little confused. Hua Jin said with a stiff face, "Emperor Chu, since the old leader disappeared, it is indeed me who has taken over the position of leader. All the elders and seniors present can testify." Chu Yang said lightly, "But as far as I know, Senior Hua Yu transferred the position of leader to another person. I wonder where that person is?" Everyone was confused again. Although the leader token disappeared after Hua Yu disappeared, they had never heard that Hua Yu had designated a successor. Lord Chu Di, I'm afraid there are some misunderstandings. Kingson, one of the 2 King Hua mortals, stepped forward with an awkward expression. Chu Yang frowned. Whether these people's reactions were true or not, he could not hide them from his eyes. Now it seems that the Hua Zhang leaders really don't know about Hua Yu, and Pangu locked Yun Yun's coordinates, and she is indeed in Hua Zhang. But if Yun Yun was just to send Hua Yu to her death, why couldn't she contact him and Melon Yanran? Chu Yang thought that Yun Yun was tricked by Hua Zhang and was assassinated. But now it seems that this is not the case. Thinking of this, Chu Yang looked at the Hua Zhang leaders and said with a smile, "It seems that it is indeed a misunderstanding. I plan to walk around. I wonder if you mind. Facing Chu Yang, how dare the Huazang masters say no? So Chu Yang left alone, and the Huazang masters politely welcomed Tang Hua into the mountain gate. Chu Yang stood in front of a mountain deep in Huazang for a long time, and his eyes finally locked on a cave halfway up the mountain. With a flash of his figure, Chu Yang entered it, and walked slowly towards the depths of the cave. The passage of the cave was narrow, but when he reached the end, it suddenly became clear, and a stone room appeared before his eyes. Looking at Yun Yun sitting cross-legged in the center of the stone room, Chu Yang frowned. Yun Yun looked normal, but the biggest problem was, she was a little too normal. Her breathing was even, her face was ruddy, but she was not in a state of cultivation, as if she was asleep. But Chu Yang clearly did not hide his breath, and the sound of his footsteps when he walked was even more echoing in the cave. But Yun Yun did not react at all. At this moment, Yun Yun suddenly reminded Chu Yang of a vegetative person. Or, a living dead person whose body was intact, but whose soul was annihilated. Chapter 341, Yun Yun's Inner Demon. The Emperor's Soul. The mysterious ancestor of Yin Valley. Chu Yang took his eyes away from Yun Yun, and then looked around the cave, and found a tomb in the corner. It was called a tomb, but in fact, it was just a cave dug downwards, and then the bones were buried in it, and finally buried again, and a monument was erected. There was a line of small characters carved on the stone monument. The tomb of Hua Yu, the leader of the Hua sect. The proud daughter of heaven who had been making waves in Zhongzhou recently, finally could not escape the fate of turning into a handful of dust. Chu Yang raised his eyebrows. Since Hua Yu was dead, it meant that Yun Yun had inherited her fighting spirit. But Yun Yun's current situation was obviously very wrong. There was nothing wrong with her body functions, and her fighting spirit was abundant, but her soul was weak. After thinking for a moment, Chu Yang gently raised his hand, combined with the power of Heavenly Palace, with the transformation of inaction, to help Yun Yun correct her soul. After about half an hour, Yun Yun's eyes slowly opened, with a sense of vicissitudes in her eyes like an old man in his twilight years, and then a look of confusion appeared on her face. When she saw Chu Yang, she did not feel the joy of reunion after a long separation. Instead, she smiled bitterly with a numb expression. I didn't expect that this dream would still be about you. Chu Yang was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and smiled. This is not a dream. Yun Yun said calmly, every time you say this, I really can't figure out why you have become my inner demon. Chu Yang frowned, knowing that many things must have happened to Yun Yun, which caused her to be unable to distinguish between reality and dreams. After staring at Yun Yun for a long time, Chu Yang suddenly smiled and said, feel the strength of your soul now. Yun Yun looked suspicious, and then her pupils suddenly shrank, and even her body couldn't help shaking. Emperor Realm Soul. And Yun Yun had seen the Emperor Realm Soul in her dreams, and she found that her soul power was even stronger than that of an ordinary Emperor Realm. This had never happened in any of her dreams before. Because every time she was about to step into the threshold, Chu Yang would be like a demon in her heart, blocking her way to the top. This. Yun Yun widened her eyes, looked at Chu Yang, and asked tentatively, is it really not a dream? Chu Yang shrugged and said, although I don't know what you have been through, the strength of your soul today must be related to the dream you mentioned. After a long time, Yun Yun calmed down, and confirmed that she had returned to reality. She couldn't help but sighed and told her experiences during this period. After parting with Chu Yang and Sun Wukong, Yun Yun traveled in Zhongzhou and finally joined the Hua sect, which only recruited female disciples. Because of her outstanding strength, she became the elder of the Hua sect directly. The Hua sect did not restrict her too much. She would only ask her to take action when something major happened in the sect. Yun Yun lived a free and easy life in the flowers until a year ago, when she accidentally discovered this cave, and met Hua Yu. Because she was delayed for a year in the Jayamar Empire, Yun Yun did not come here 2 years before Hua Yu's death as in the original plot. This led to the fact that, when Yun Yun found Hua Yu, the latter was already dying without anyone to take care of her. Yun Yun took care of Hua Yu until her death. Hua Yu also showed her peak Daozen cultivation at the moment of her death, and passed on her lifelong Dao Qi. Yun Yun practiced the Yuanju, which was even inferior to the ordinary imperial level techniques. Therefore, Yu did not need to seal the Daoki she passed on to Yun Yun after passing on the skills. Instead, Yu directly refined it. However, it was during this refining process that Yun Yun realized her own Dao, based on the uniqueness of the Yuanju with infinite growth potential. Soul. Her easygoing personality, like the clouds rolling and the clouds relaxing, made her accidentally comprehend the soul realm. But her soul power was not enough to withstand the powerful realm, so she passively entered the infinite dream again and again. But in Chu Yang's view, it is better to say that it is reincarnation again and again than a dream. Every time she goes through reincarnation, Yun Yun's soul will become stronger. After thousands of reincarnations, her soul power has long crossed the threshold of the Emperor realm. It should have been a natural process to complete the transformation of the soul, merge with the artistic conception, and emerge as a butterfly. However, because Chu Yang became her inner demon in every reincarnation, Yun Yun was trapped in the reincarnation and could not escape. Chu Yang was speechless for a moment and said puzzledly, "Why did I become your inner demon?" Before his rise, Yun Yun had always treated him well. There was no feud between the two of them, and there was even a sense of gratitude. After Chu Yang's rise, with his repeated help to the Yunlin sect, this friendship became deeper and deeper. Why did he become Yun Yun's inner demon? Yun Yun's expression was also a little embarrassed. Her pretty face flushed slightly, and she said embarrassedly, "At first I didn't understand, but then I figured it out. Maybe it's because your disciple is too powerful, making me, the sect master, seem dispensable." Chu Yang suddenly realized. It turned out that this was because of Yun Yun's self-esteem. His strong rise made her, the sect master, less and less sense of existence. Even though she had left Yunlan sect and relieved herself of the burden of being the sect master, she still felt a bit upset about this matter. After all, the two of them were not master and disciple, and apart from the identities of sect master and sect disciple, they did not even have much connection. So after the great catastrophe of Yunlan sect, whether it was Chu Yang's strong rise or his many plans for Yunlan sect, Yun Yun felt a little guilty while being grateful to Chu Yang, and felt a little uncomfortable. "Aunt Yun, when I joined the Yunlan sect, but was unwilling to become a disciple, it was you who, against all odds, kept me." Chu Yang said indifferently, "So, both the protection and inheritance for the next 10 years were due to this. Otherwise, I would have died in some corner of the continent." Chu Yang thought for a moment, then said, "If you still can't get over this, then make yourself as strong as possible, so that you can be my helper when I need you in the future." Yun Yun was stunned. "With your strength, there is almost nothing you can't solve on the continent. Do you still need help from others?" Chu Yang said meaningfully, "There is always someone better. The Daoki continent is just a small part of the world. There is always someone better." Yun Yun chewed on Chu Yang's words, seeming to be thinking about something. Chu Yang continued, "While your soul was sleeping, the source art was always running on its own. Now your cultivation realm is different from before. Take advantage of the time to adapt to the improvement of your strength and stabilize your soul realm, and then prepare to take over the Hua sect." Yun Yun frowned. "I didn't intend to be the sect master. The right and wrong of the Yunlan sect in the past had already made her exhausted. If it weren't for Chu Yang's sudden appearance, I'm afraid the Yunlan sect would have ceased to exist long ago." Yun Yun originally planned to be a free and easy person, but she didn't want to take on the responsibility of the Hua sect just after unloading the burden of the Yunlan sect. "I plan to establish an empire in Zhongzhou, and I need the support of the Hua sect." Chu Yang's voice was gentle. Yun Yun was silent for a moment, smoothed the hair on her forehead, pursed her lips and said, "I promise that there will be no opposition in the Hua sect." This sentence undoubtedly showed her intention. For Yun Yun, no matter how much she resisted something, as long as Chu Yang needed it, she would do it without hesitation. After leaving the cave, Chu Yang did not exchange too many polite words with the people of Huazhang, and left directly with Tang Hua. King Huarexan had been in seclusion for many years, and the current leader of Huazhang was Huajin. That woman was not a good person, and Chu Yang was too lazy to let Tang Hua waste his thoughts on her. After all, it would not be long before Yun Yun would take over the power of Huazhang. Chu Yang had a great interest in Yunbu, but in the end, he was inevitably disappointed. Regarding the affairs of the dynasty, Yungu's attitude was very clear. That is, they would still be like before, not asking about the outside world and living their own lives behind closed doors. When Chu Yang asked about the ancestor of Yungu, the leader of Yungu could not give a clear answer. He only knew that the ancestor was once a Dao emperor, but he did not leave behind any inheritance and bloodline. Yungu was just a force established for him by Yundi's followers. Although Chu Yang still felt that Yundi was not simple, he could not get any valuable information in Yungu, so he did not stay too long. Compared with the first-class forces on the surface, the 7 ancient tribes attached more importance to Chu Yang's visit, because only they understand how powerful Chu Yang is. He entered the Soul Realm alone, and the entire Soul Clan was so overwhelmed that they had to retreat again and again, and even abandoned the car to save the general, and use the disintegration of the Soul Palace to settle the matter, which made Chu Yang leave with satisfaction. This matter has long been spread among the other 6 ancient clans. No one knows the power of the Soul Clan better than them. After all, the Zio clan was the most powerful clan among the 8 ancient clans, but it was still defeated by the Soul Clan. Although on the surface, the ancient clan is the leader of the 7 ancient clans today, the rulers of each clan know that the foundation of the Soul Clan and their hidden strength will never be weaker than the ancient clan. The fact that the Soul Clan can make a huge retreat and dare not even fart is enough to show how powerful Chu Yang is. Therefore, during Chu Yang's visit to various clans, no matter what request he made, the clan leaders of each clan did not dare to have any objection. And even the Stone Clan gave Chu Yang the clan treasure Heart of the Earth. Of course, Chu Yang did not take it by force, but left behind a 9th grade golden elixir. As for the matter of establishing a dynasty, the various tribes had heard the news long ago. Although they knew that this would change the whole Zhangzhou, they did not dare to be a stumbling block to Chu Yang. When we leave the ancient tribe, the matter of establishing a dynasty will be put on the agenda. Do you have any plans in mind? In a quiet courtyard, Chu Yang sipped his tea and looked at Tang Hua in front of him. Tang Hua nodded and said, I have a preliminary plan. I will not let you down. Chu Yang put down the teacup and said with a smile, in that case, let's do it. Tang Hua was stunned. Teacher, you won't leave with me? Chu Yang shook his head and said, I still have some things to do in the ancient tribe. Before you left, Gu Yuan brought his daughter to see me. Tang Hua didn't think much about it and walked out of the courtyard with heavy steps. Although Chu Yang had paved the way for her, the impact of establishing a dynasty was too great and needed to be treated with caution. If the relationship between the dynasty and the major forces, as well as the attitude towards the strong and the cultivators, is not handled well, even with the support of Chu Yang, the half-emperor, it is likely to become the target of public criticism. Even if no one dares to resist openly, problems will arise sooner or later. Not long after Tang Hua left, Gu Yuan brought Xiao Zuna to the courtyard. Is Emperor Chu satisfied with the environment of my ancient world? Gu Yuan smiled and was polite. He was not too servile, but he also retained enough respect. Chu Yang nodded and said, among the 7 clans, the space of the ancient world is the most stable, the environment is no different from the outside world, and the energy is even more intense. Even though what Chu Yang said was true, Gu Yuan still couldn't help but smile when he got the recognition of the half-emperor. After taking a look at Xiao Zuna, Gu Yuan's eyes moved, and he asked Chu Yang tentatively, I wonder if the Emperor of Chu asked my father and I to come here today, but what is his order? It's not an order, but there are indeed some things. Chu Yang thought for a moment, and then said, on the one hand, it is for Lin Qianjin's lifelong event, and on the other hand, I want to exchange something with the Gu clan. Hearing Chu Yang's words, Gu Yuan's eyes lit up, and he smiled and said, thanks to the kindness of the Emperor of Chu, my Gu clan is willing to become a family with the Emperor of Chu. As for the exchange, since we are a family, if the Emperor of Chu needs anything, just take it. Why do we need to exchange? Xiao Zuna frowned. Her expression was a little unnatural, but she didn't dare to say anything more. She knew that Chu Yang, as the number 1 person on the continent, held the absolute power of life and death in his hands. If she made him unhappy, the entire Gu clan would be in trouble. Chu Yang was also stunned for a moment, then shook his head and laughed. Patriarch Gu Yuan has misunderstood. Last time I heard someone mention that Link Aizen and Xiao Yan were childhood sweethearts, and they were in love with each other. But recently in the ancient world, I found that many people are against what is going on between them. I don't know why. Gu Yuan's face rose. He thought it was a good thing that was delivered to his door, but he never thought that Chu Yang's words about Xiaozuna's lifelong event were actually referring to Xiao Yan. The most important thing is that it was him, the patriarch of the ancient clan, who said that Xiao Yan and Xiaozuna were childhood sweethearts, and that they had a deep relationship. At that time, Gu Yuan had to bring up Xiao Yan in order to calm things down and calm Chu Yang's anger. But now he has shot himself in the foot. Most of the people in the ancient world are against what is going on between Xiaozuna and Xiao Yan. If Gu Yuan admits now that the ancient clan opposes Xiaozuna and Xiao Yan being together, it is equivalent to saying that he deceived Chu Yang at the beginning. Gu Yuan was a little embarrassed for a while. However, Xiaozuna took the initiative to say at this time, Emperor Chu has misunderstood. Brother Xiao Yan and I are indeed in love with each other, but the clan regards me as the hope of the future. As for my other half, it is inevitable that they will be a little harsh. Chu Yang glanced at her, then nodded and said, in this case, it is not easy for me to interfere in your relationship. But I believe that you, clan leader Gu Yuan, should know that children and grandchildren have their own blessings. Some things should be decided by your daughter herself, lest outsiders say that your Gu clan is using its power to oppress others. Having said this, Chu Yang paused and then said, as for what I want to exchange, it is the Golden Emperor's burning sky flame. Chapter 340 To the Secret of the Black Crystal. Gu Yuan's amazing move. Chu Yang's words once again stirred up a storm in Gu Yuan's heart. Chu Yang's meaning was very clear, that is, he wanted to support Xiao Yan, let the ancient clan treat Xiao Yan equally, and only consider the feelings between Xiaozuna and Xiao Yan, and not involve the power background behind each other. To put it bluntly, it is to put aside the sectarian prejudice. But for the ancient clan, whether it is to maintain the purity of the Dao Emperor's bloodline, or for the benefit of the whole clan, it is almost impossible to marry Xiaozuna to Xiao Yan. Unless Xiao Yan grows up to a level that even the ancient clan has to face up to. But at least now it seems that Xiao Yan is not that important. And Chu Yang's last sentence made Gu Yuan's heart sink to the bottom of the valley. Golden Emperor burning sky flame. The 4th ranked strange fire on the strange fire list can be regarded as one of the treasures of the ancient clan. The most important thing is that when Xiaozuna was very young, Gu Yuan used a special secret method to make the Golden Emperor burning sky flame merge with it. If it is forcibly separated, it will undoubtedly have a great impact on Xiaozuna and even damage the foundation. Whether from the perspective of a clan leader or a father, Gu Yuan never wanted such a thing to happen. Emperor Chu, this. Gu Yuan was embarrassed. What should I say? At this moment, Xiaozuna said first, if Emperor Chu needs it, just take it. Chu Yang glanced at her, nodded and said, I just need a wisp of the original fire, and I don't need you to completely remove the Golden Emperor burning sky flame. In addition, I will help you protect your foundation. Of course, since it is an exchange, I will not take advantage of the ancient clan. I will leave a 9th grade golden elixir. Gu Yuan's expression instantly became extremely wonderful. He thought that Xiaozuna would suffer from this, but he didn't expect that they would take advantage of it. After all, compared to a 9th grade golden elixir, a wisp of the original fire of the Golden Emperor burning sky flame is really nothing. Clan leader Gu Yuan, what do you think of my proposal? Chu Yang looked at him with a smile. Gu Yuan quickly bowed and said, thank you, Emperor Chu. Chu Yang smiled and said, the proposal I mentioned refers to the matter between Xiao Yan and Link Aizen. Gu Yuan was silent for a moment, then nodded and said, please rest assured, Emperor Chu, my Gu clan will never interfere in the affairs of Zuna and Xiao Yan again. After Gu Yuan left, Chu Yang took Xiaozuna into the room, absorbed the original fire of the Golden Emperor burning sky flame, and protected Xiaozuna's foundation. It was not difficult for him. After only half an hour, Chu Yang refined the original fire of the Golden Emperor burning sky flame into the power of the fire spirit. In addition to the earth spirit power that had evolved through the heart of the earth, the 5 spirit powers had been fully upgraded. Pushing the door open, Fu Yang looked at Xiaozuna, who was still standing in the courtyard, took out a jade bottle and handed it to her, teasing, "Are you afraid that I will default on my debt?" Xiaozuna quickly shook her head and said, "Zuna, dare not, but I have a question that I want to ask Emperor Chu to solve." Chu Yang raised his eyebrows. "Ask." Xiaozuna hesitated, then asked, "I know that brother Xiaoyan and Yunlin sect have made peace, but the relationship between Emperor Chu and him seems to be far from that of friends. In that case, I wonder why Emperor Chu wants to help him?" Chu Yang narrowed his eyes and instantly saw through Xiaozuna's thoughts. This girl clearly did not believe him and was afraid that he had other plans for Xiaoyan, so she took the risk of causing his dissatisfaction and still asked this question. "Don't worry. I just need Xiaoyan to grow up as quickly as possible and help me do something." Chu Yang said softly, "If I really have any plans for him or want to harm him, do you think it is necessary to go to such great lengths?" Xiaozuna pursed her lips, then bowed and said, "Zuna thanks Emperor Chu on behalf of brother Xiaoyan." Chu Yang waved his hand without saying anything more. Xiaozuna also said goodbye and left. Soul Palace. Daoki. As soon as Chu Yang came in, he saw everyone sitting around a table with black crystals on it. His eyes lit up slightly, and he walked over quickly. After everyone finished sharing, they said with surprise, This thing is actually the spirit of the plane." Magic. Chu Yang spread his hands and said, "I also find it a little incredible that the spirit of the plane can actually be materialized." Immortal Chu Yang sighed and said, "To be precise, this is just Theramane's apostrophe of the spirit of the plane. Some major change must have happened in the ancient times of the Daoki continent, which caused the spirit of the plane to disappear. The reason why someone isolated the Daoki continent from the Great Thousand Worlds is probably because of this." Daoki. Chu Yang nodded and asked again, "This thing is just the stillborn of the spirit of the plane. Perhaps after tens of millions of years of gestation in the Daoki world, the spirit of the plane can be reborn. But right now, it seems to have no effect." Marvel. Chu Yang shrugged and said, "It seems to be true now. Except for being able to affect the Daoki world to a certain extent, this thing has no other effect. But I have some expectations about it, but I need you to put it into practice." "Oh." Daoki. Chu Yang raised his eyebrows. The sharing had been completed before, but he didn't know about it. It was obviously something that Marvel Chu Yang had just thought of. Marvel Chu Yang stroked his chin and said, "Maybe we can try to use this black crystal as the core of the Supreme Sea, or integrate it into the Supreme Dharmakaya. In this way, maybe the Supreme Sea or the Supreme Dharmakaya can get the energy support of the entire Daoki plane to a certain extent." Hearing his words, everyone's eyes lit up, and damning Chu Yang clapped his hands and said, "Good idea. Now it is certain that this thing is not harmful to us. So integrating it into the Supreme Sea or the Supreme Dharmakaya will not have any negative impact, whether it works or not." Daoki. Chu Yang nodded and said, "I will give it a try then. It just so happens that I have some ideas about the Supreme Dharmakaya, but there is still a key problem. Maybe this black crystal can solve it." Naruto. Chu Yang pondered and said, "Do you want to materialize the source martial true body into the Supreme Dharmakaya?" Daoki. Chu Yang smiled and said, "Indeed, if it succeeds, even the 5 original Dharmakayas combined will not be able to compare with our Supreme Dharmakaya. But the biggest problem is that the source energy is special and is fundamentally different from spiritual power. So I guess that the source energy may not be able to condense into the Supreme Sea, and naturally it cannot have the Supreme Dharmakaya." Hearing this, everyone understood what Daoki. Chu Yang meant. If the black crystal can be used as a medium to condense the source energy into the Supreme Sea, then the source martial true body can be materialized into the Supreme Dharmakaya through the Supreme Sea. In fact, when it comes down to it, when you reach the realm of Heavenly Supreme, the Supreme Dharmakaya will eventually have to be integrated into the flesh, which is the so-called unity of man and law. And the source martial life is originally acting on Chu Yang's body, and then separating it, materializing it into the Supreme Dharmakaya, and finally returning to the flesh as the unity of man and law. It seems a bit redundant, but everyone's mind is connected, and they instantly understand Daoki. Chu Yang's intention. let the source martial true body go out for a turn, and then return to the flesh through the unity of man and law, then the power of the source martial true body will inevitably increase exponentially. To give a simple example, this process is like gilding. After gilding, Yuan Wu's true body will be much better than it is now. This is a good idea, but everything is based on the condition that the black crystal can work. Super God Chu Yang picked up the black crystal, played with it for a while, and then threw it to Daoki Chu Yang, and then said, if the black crystal doesn't work, maybe I can try to help you find other ways in the void. Daoki Chu Yang raised his eyebrows. Has Cal connected to the void? Super God Chu Yang shook his head and said, not yet, but it must be soon. Unfortunately, the secret of ascension has not been completely figured out yet. Otherwise, with your influence in Daoki continent, it should not be difficult to quickly gather the power of faith. In fact, Super God Chu Yang has obtained some data of the ascension system through Heezy. With this data, he will be able to create genes that can withstand the power of faith. Of course, in the absence of a place for ascension, how to gather and absorb the power of faith can only rely on their own research. But when the scientific research team of the Soul Palace analyzed the data, they found that the genes finally obtained were not suitable for them. Or to be more precise, it is not applicable to the Yuan Wu true body. Conflict with the Yuan Wu true body means that the value of the ascension system will be greatly reduced. Unless the power of faith is gathered to a terrifying degree, it cannot compare to the direct improvement of combat power brought by the Yuan Wu true body. Therefore, the scientific research team of the Soul Palace has been trying to solve this problem. Now there are some signs, but it will take some time, and some of the key points are difficult to overcome, so the pressure finally fell on the Super God Chu Yang. Because no matter from any angle, it is necessary to find the place of ascension and thoroughly understand the secrets of the ascension system before it can be further improved. Daoki Chu Yang smiled and said, this matter is actually not urgent. After all, it will take some time to establish a dynasty in Zhongzhou and let the influence of the dynasty spread to the entire continent. Why did he let Tang Hua establish a dynasty in Zhongzhou? Gathering the power of the entire Daoki continent, complementing the Yunlin sect, and preparing for the entry into the Great Thousand Worlds is just one of the purposes. Another more important reason is to gather the power of faith. It was precisely to make the rise of the dynasty smoother, and not encounter obstacles in the process of gathering the power of faith, that he personally took Tang Hua to visit various major forces. Let's not talk about this for now. The blood of the Soul Devouring clan has great research value, and we speculate that the Soul Devouring clan is probably not a pure foreign evil clan. Fengyun Chuang said with shining eyes, this seems more like a race born from some genetic mutation after the combination of humans from the Great Thousand Worlds and the foreign evil clan. If we can obtain the innate abilities of the Soul Devouring clan, coupled with the effects of extreme substances, the source martial true body and source breathing, even the soul ascension technique and the treasure refining technique will be further improved. Daoki Chuang nodded. He also knew the importance of the Soul Devouring clan's bloodline. After all, the Soul Devouring clan's swallowing ability is simply tailor-made for them. In a sense, the treasure refining technique and the soul ascension technique are to improve the physical body or the Four Saints' true spirits through refining and swallowing. This alone is enough to show the fit between the two and the Soul Devouring clan's bloodline. If the infinite growth of the source breathing is superimposed with the swallowing effect, it is simply unimaginable. The issue of the clean bottle also needs to be put on the agenda. I will be mainly responsible for researching this aspect. Marvel Chu Yang said in a deep voice, if the clean bottle cannot work on ourselves, then its value will be greatly reduced. As the only person who has used the power of the clean bottle at the beginning, Daoki Chu Yang shook his head and smiled bitterly. How can it be so easy? We are traversers. If we want to jump out of the timeline, it is equivalent to taking the entire world as a reference. In this way, affecting our own time is tantamount to changing the time process of one world. Marvel Chu Yang smiled indifferently and said, even if this problem cannot be solved in a short time, maybe we can find some other uses of the clean bottle. Daoki continent ancient realm. Still in that small courtyard, Chu Yang fiddled with the power of the five spirits in his hands. Even if it was only a slight power, it could still emit bursts of destructive aura when it evolved into the five wonders of chaos in his hands. Now the power of the 5 wonders of chaos has approached the extreme swordsmanship, but the consumption required is far less terrifying than that of the extreme swordsmanship. In addition, Chu Yang has already reached the initial stage of the 6-star Daosheng. His current strength is no less than that of the ancient Dao Emperor. It is worth mentioning that during the visit to the major forces, Chu Yang did not slack off in refining medicine, but only mixed the medicinal materials and refined pills. In this way, it will not cause strange phenomena in the world, like refining elixirs of grade 8 or above, and it can continuously improve the 4 holy spirits. Today, Aoting, that is, the Shenlong true spirit, has reached 70% of the progress bar. The other 3 true spirits are 40%. According to this trend, as long as there is enough supply of medicinal materials, Chu Yang will soon be able to use the soul ascension technique to make the 4 holy spirits fully transformed. After the upgrade, any one of the 4 holy spirits will be comparable to the Dao Emperor. Lord Chu Emperor, the clan leader wants to see you. A beautiful young girl with a slim figure and full of vitality walked into the courtyard and reported to Chu Yang respectfully. Looking at the thin clothes on the girl, Chu Yang was speechless for a moment and waved his hand and said, "Let him in." He naturally knew what Gu Yuan was thinking. It was clear that he wanted to take advantage of the time when he lived in the ancient world to do everything he could to establish some connection between him and the ancient clan. This included but was not limited to seducing him with beauty or letting some people with insufficient talent come here from time to time to show their faces, trying to get Chu Yang to accept them as disciples. Even a few days ago, Gu Yuan found some furnace cauldron physiques suitable for dual cultivation, as well as some enchanting beast girls with ancient alien blood. Such operations are everywhere, and even Chu Yang has to admire them a little. Chapter 343, The Abnormality of the Wild Ancient Domain. The Ancient Domain Platform. Xiao Yan speculation. After Gu Yuan entered the courtyard, he found that Chu Yang looked at him with a strange look. He glanced at the young girl from the corner of his eye, then cleared his throat and said, Emperor Chu, there is news from the Wild Ancient Domain. Oh. Chu Yang raised his eyebrows. He had been asking the Gu clan to help keep an eye on the situation in the Wild Ancient Domain. After all, although he had accelerated the process for a time node deep in the Wild Ancient Domain, he still could not confirm the specific time when the ancient Bodhi tree appeared. Gu Yuan continued, the ancient Bodhi tree is about to appear. According to records, every time the ancient Bodhi tree appears, it will cause strange phenomena in the world 1 month before it appears. The image of the Wild Ancient Domain has appeared, and it has locked the area where the ancient Bodhi tree appears. At this point, Gu Yuan showed a hint of doubt on his face, and tentatively asked, does Emperor Chu want to seize the Bodhi heart and Bodhi seed for the Yunlin sect? Although the ancient Bodhi tree can be ranked as the top treasure on the Dalki continent, its greatest function is nothing more than to make people become saints on the spot. In Gu Yuan's view, for Chu Yang, the ancient Bodhi tree has no value at all. So he guessed that Chu Yang was interested in the ancient Bodhi tree because he wanted to train strong men for Yunlin sect. Chu Yang smiled without commenting and then asked, is the Gu clan interested in the ancient Bodhi tree? Gu Yuan hurriedly said, with Emperor Chu here, I'm afraid all the forces on the continent will return in disappointment, and our Gu clan will naturally not let ourselves down. After thinking for a moment, Chu Yang said softly, spread the news, and say that I will go to the Manghuang ancient domain in person, but I will not interfere in the competition for the opportunity of the ancient Bodhi tree. Whether it is the Bodhi seed or the Bodhi mind, or the opportunity to comprehend under the Bodhi tree, as long as you are a strong man below the Daosheng, you can fight for it by your own ability. Gu Yuan was stunned. Although he was more confused in his heart, he didn't ask any more questions, and said goodbye and left. Gu Yuan naturally had some thoughts. He originally thought that Chu Yang wanted to seize the opportunity of the ancient Bodhi tree, but now it seems that this is not the case. In this case, the Gu clan will naturally fight for it. After Gu Yuan left, Chu Yang established communication with Pan Gu and Black Tower and told Nalan Yanran the news about the Bodhi tree. Nalan was still very excited about this. Because she was close to the peak of Daozun, if she could win the Bodhi heart, she would definitely be able to break through Daosheng in one fell swoop. Although no bottleneck could stop her from advancing in the cultivation of the source art, she could greatly shorten the time it took her to break through Daosheng through the body heart. Moreover, Yunlin sect also needed this opportunity to further enhance its overall strength. After Gu Yuan released the news, the entire Zhongzhou became restless. Chu Yang spoke personally and went to the Manghuang ancient domain to take charge. He also issued a ban that the strong men above Daosheng could not intervene. In this way, many Daozun strong men who did not have the support of major forces also had the confidence to compete for opportunities. Anyway, everyone relied on their own abilities, and it was unknown who would win. As a result, a large number of Daozun strong men gathered, and even the strong men outside Zhongzhou came. For 99% of Daozun, the hope of breaking through to Daosheng is extremely slim, and there is even a possibility that they will never reach the Saint Realm in their lifetime. However, once they have body heart or body seed, if they can ask an alchemist to refine body Daohuandan, they can infinitely magnify that slim hope. The gap between Daozun and Daosheng is like a natural moat. If they can take this step, not only themselves, but also the sects behind them will rise to the sky. After all, even the first class forces in Zhongzhou are mostly only 1 or 2 Daoshengs. Wild ancient domain. This place is usually considered a human restricted area, and one of the oldest places on the continent. The environment of the wild ancient domain is extremely harsh, with poisonous gas everywhere, and fierce beasts everywhere, including many ancient species. Even if the top bloodline of magic beasts like Shan Yao Huang or Taksu ancient dragon is thrown in, the bloodline advantage will be gone. However, the fierce beasts and ancient beasts in the wild ancient domain are very special. Unlike the demon beasts, they are generally low in intelligence, but bloodthirsty and violent. In this case, even if a Daozun peak strongman goes deep alone, he may not be able to come out alive. After all, there have been bloody precedents. Chu Yang strolled in the wild ancient domain, without performing space jumps, or even flying in the air, as if he was walking in his own garden. Wherever he passed, no fierce beast dared to provoke him. Although these fierce beasts were not very intelligent, they all knew how to seek benefits and avoid harm, and felt threatened by Chu Yang. The deeper Chu Yang went, the tighter his brows frowned. This was his first time in the wild ancient domain. Although his soul power had swept through it when he used the clean bottle to change the time node before, at that time, because the clean bottle was constantly consuming his source energy, Chu Yang only took a quick glance and did not waste time. This time, he walked and looked all the way, but found that something was wrong with the wild ancient domain. The beasts here don't seem to be born bloodthirsty and brutal, nor are they born with low intelligence. It seems that they are affected by something. In other words, even if humans are born here, they will be affected in the process of growing up. Being able to cover such a large area and have such a great influence, its source must be very complicated, even comparable to the black crystal. But the black crystal is a stillborn of the plane spirit. It is impossible that there is a second stillborn of the plane spirit in the wild ancient domain. Chu Yang felt that the secret of the wild ancient domain might be related to the historical fault of the Daoqi continent. With the information he has now, the clues that can point to the historical fault, in addition to the ancestor of the Sound Valley, the black crystal and the ancient Bodhi tree. The ancient Bodhi tree is not very intelligent and cannot communicate normally, but it contains the negative emotions of the Daodi. If the negative emotions of the Daodi and the intelligence of the ancient Bodhi tree can be combined and visualized, perhaps some answers can be obtained. How much information can be obtained is still unknown. However, Chu Yang did not intend to explore the secrets of the wild ancient domain right now. The ancient Bodhi tree was about to come out, and the situation here was very interesting, attracting countless attention from the continent. If Chu Yang made too much noise at this critical moment, it would inevitably cause some trouble. If he accidentally killed all the strong men from all sides, it would be a big deal. Chu Yang did not want to become the target of public criticism. At that time, although the strong men and forces on the continent would dare not speak out, it would be even more difficult for him to gather the power of faith. After catching a beast at random, taking the infiltration factor from its body, and sending it to the Soul Palace, Chu Yang did not delay any further, and jumped directly into the space wormhole. Ancient Domain Platform. This is the junction of the middle and deep parts of the wild ancient domain. It is said to be a battlefield in ancient times where countless strong men died, so there is always a sense of oppression. It is because of the existence of oppression that even the ancient alien species in the wild ancient domain dare not approach easily. When Chu Yang arrived here, a battle was breaking out in front of the ancient domain stage. The two sides of the battle were the younger generation of the Sky Demon Phoenix clan headed by Fengkinga and Zhao Yan's team. It is worth mentioning that the younger generation of the ancient clan headed by Zhao Zuna stood on Zhao Yan's side. Appearing silently on the ancient domain stage, Chu Yang just glanced at it and then retracted his gaze. He naturally had no interest in the small fights of the Daozun realm, and he also knew the outcome of this battle. Chu Yang looked down at the ancient domain stage under his feet and narrowed his eyes slightly. After hesitating for a moment, he took out the clean bottle, injected a ray of soul power into it, and then activated it with source energy. In an instant, Chu Yang saw countless scenes through that ray of soul power, and it was played in his mind like a slideshow. At the same time, the light of the clean bottle also attracted all the attention of the world here. Zhao Yan slapped Fengkinga away with a slap, and the latter fainted on the spot due to anger. Looking at the strange light on the ancient domain stage, many people flashed a greedy look in their eyes. Some people who have seen Chu Yang, their faces changed slightly. Zhao Zuna said nothing, and led people to fly up and protect Chu Yang, with a posture of fighting with anyone who dared to disturb him. Those strong men who didn't know the reason subconsciously thought that Chu Yang was from the ancient clan, and they were still a little restless. After all, although Chu Yang was famous, not many people had seen him. Or many people wanted to see him, but they didn't have the opportunity. At this time, those strong men from the top forces and transcendent forces, and even the young generation of the Shinyaohuan clan who almost fought with Zhao Zuna and others just now, all stepped forward to help protect the law. Seeing this scene, countless people were stunned and speculated about Chu Yang's origins. Zhao Yan frowned slightly. Although he had been to the ancient clan a while ago, he and Zhao Zuna were reunited after a long time. But before he had time to say hello, Zhao Zuna saw Chu Yang and hurried forward to protect the law, which made Zhao Yan feel a little uncomfortable. Chu Yang sorted out the scenes in his mind, and after a moment, he withdrew his soul power and put away the clean bottle. Looking at the people guarding around him, Chu Yang couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. Although his consciousness had just sunk into the clean bottle, no one here could hurt him, even if he didn't resist. However, since they showed their kindness, Chu Yang smiled and said, "You are thoughtful, but don't be too nervous. Just treat me as if I don't exist. Since I said that anyone below the Daoshen can compete for opportunities, I will naturally not interfere." Seeing that Chu Yang was fine, everyone saluted and then stepped aside. When they heard the word Emperor Chu, the entire area where the ancient domain terrace was located suddenly fell silent. Countless people were stunned. They didn't expect to see the face of Emperor Chu under such circumstances. Some people were also surprised. Although they had heard that Emperor Chu became famous at a young age, they didn't expect him to be so young. When everyone came to their senses, they bowed and saluted, praising the name of Emperor Chu. Seeing this, Chu Yang knew that his presence would definitely affect these people, so he left without any help. After he left, many people found that their clothes were soaked with cold sweat. Without exception, these people had all had evil thoughts because of the strange light of the clean bottle. They were even somewhat grateful to Zhao Zuna and other young people from various forces, because if it weren't for these people protecting Chu Yang, they might have taken risks and wanted to kill people and seize treasures. If that were the case, I'm afraid they would have been beheaded by now. Whoever dared to attack Emperor Chu, even if the ancient Dao Emperor was resurrected, he might not be able to protect him. After Chu Yang left, Zhao Zuna brought everyone from the ancient clan to Zhao Yan. This was her first time meeting Kaylin. Although the two had heard of each other a long time ago, the meeting between the main queen and the favored concubine was still somewhat awkward. But Zhao Zuna avoided the important issues and cleverly resolved the embarrassment. Coming to Zhao Yan, Zhao Zuna whispered, "Brother Zhao Yan, no one in the clan is against us anymore." Zhao Yan was stunned for a moment. Although he had visited the ancient clan a while ago and was recognized by some people, he was also very clear that there were still many opposing voices in the ancient clan. However, he knew that as his strength improved, these opposing voices would become fewer and fewer, but he never expected that he would be recognized by the entire ancient clan so quickly. Zio Yan subconsciously thought that Ziozuna had made a great concession for this, and a hint of heartache appeared in his eyes. Ziozuna saw through his thoughts, covered her mouth and chuckled. "What are you thinking? I don't have that much ability. At least now, I can't influence the entire ancient clan. But someone is backing you up, and those old guys in the upper clan have to recognize you. Guess who that person is?" Seeing the cunning in Ziozuna's eyes, Zio Yan's heart moved. Could it be Chu Yang? Ziozuna stuck out her tongue and said, "You are the only one who dares to call the Emperor Chu by his name. But it is indeed him, and for this, he also gave my clan a 9th grade golden elixir." In fact, both Gu Yuan and Ziozuna knew very well that the reason why Chu Yang took out a 9th grade golden elixir in exchange for a strand of the original fire of the Golden Emperor burning sky flame, a large part of the reason was to make Zio Yan recognized by the entire ancient clan. Otherwise, let alone the 9th grade golden elixir, even if it was just a 9th grade precious elixir, it would be more than enough to exchange for a strand of the original fire of the Golden Emperor burning sky flame. Zio Yan was confused, and while he was confused, he was slightly embarrassed. He was just feeling jealous, but he didn't expect Chu Yang to secretly help him and clear many obstacles for him. "Actually, I was also surprised. I thought he had some plans for you, and I even asked him about it." Ziozuna spread her hands and said, "But he said that he just wanted you to help him do something after you become stronger." Zio Yan fell silent. Getting the approval of the ancient clan in advance would indeed allow him to completely focus all his energy on cultivation and speed up his growth. But he really couldn't figure out what Chu Yang needed his help with. Zio Yan suddenly thought of the burning technique, and his eyes condensed slightly. Could he want to gather all the strange fires in the world? This guess scared Zio Yan, because even if he practiced the burning technique, he had never thought about gathering all the strange fires in one body. After all, this was too crazy, and he would even become the target of all alchemists. But if it was Chu Yang, it seemed that there was no need to worry about this. Chapter 344, Emperor of Sound. Followers of the Earth's Supreme Realm. Ancient Body Tree. Zio Yan was a little worried for a while, because his biggest reliance was to refine the strange fire through the burning method, and the Buddha's angry fire lotus, that was a fusion of multiple strange fires. If Chu Yang was planning to take the strange fire, then he would not answer anyway, because once he lost the strange fire, his strength would plummet. But if Chu Yang wanted him to help collect all the strange fires, when he had his own strange fires, his strength would be much stronger than now. Even if he didn't break through to the Daodi at that time, he could at least reach the half-emperor and stand on the same level as Chu Yang. Thinking of this, Zio Yan was relieved a little. At worst, he would repay Chu Yang in other ways. After all, as long as he had enough strength, he would have the confidence to bargain. After leaving the ancient domain platform, Chu Yang went directly to the depths of the wild ancient domain, sat cross-legged on the top of a mountain, and sorted out the many pieces of information in his mind. This information came from the pictures he had just seen through Clay's audio, but those pictures could not be connected, and he only got some fragmented information. Chu Yang could only arrange this information reluctantly, and then get a general idea. The final result points to a war that took place in the ancient domain of the wild. Chu Yang was unable to learn the cause of the war from the information, but judging from some of the pictures, the two sides of the war were most likely the local masters of Daoki continent and the evil race from outside the domain. The ancient domain platform was not the center of the battlefield, but even so, judging from the content of the pictures, the weakest of all the strong men participating in the war was at the Daosheng realm. Even the number of Daodi strong men participating in the war reached double digits. Through this, Chu Yang was more certain that the secret of the ancient domain must be related to the historical fault of Daoki continent. But the information was too one-sided, and there was not much valuable content other than that. It is worth mentioning that Chu Yang found a person in those pictures who was most likely the Emperor of Sound. This person was extremely powerful, and it was precisely because of his arrival that the originally difficult battle of the ancient domain platform became a one-sided trend, and the Dalki continent won a comprehensive victory. The weapon used by the Emperor of Sound is a bamboo flute, which kills people with music. Even a Dowdy level warrior from the outer domain evil clan will be strangled by the sound waves once he approaches within 100 feet of him. Judging from this point, the Emperor of Sound must be stronger than the Dowdy level. If we measure it by the realm of the Great Thousand Worlds, the Dowdy is equivalent to the Supreme Realm, so the Emperor of Sound is probably at least a strong man in the Earth Supreme Realm. The ancient Bodhi tree appears every 1,000 years, but since the ancient times, it has been more than 10,000 years, and the ancient Bodhi tree has never appeared. Now it has appeared again, but in the wild ancient domain. In addition to the information obtained from the ancient domain station, it is very likely that the Emperor of Sound, who is related to the historical fault, has also participated in the war that took place in the wild ancient domain. All the clues point to the wild ancient domain, and the abnormality here makes Chu Yang feel that he is getting closer and closer to the truth. The reason why he wants to understand the historical fault of the Dalki continent is not simply a desire for knowledge, but he always feels that the Dalki continent hides some secrets. Once this secret can be unearthed, it is likely to bring him unexpected surprises. Putting away his thoughts, Chu Yang stretched out his hand to tear open the space in front of him, and then built a relatively stable small world, and then stood up and walked into it. In the next month, Chu Yang has been in seclusion in the small world, practicing while distracting himself to refine pills. He got a lot of natural treasures from various tribes in the Jayamar Empire. Later, when he visited various major forces, he exchanged pills for many medicinal materials. Since Chu Yang often took out the 9th grade elixir, the major forces were naturally happy to exchange with him. After all, those natural treasures in the hands of major forces are difficult to play the greatest effect, and even if they ask high quality alchemists to help make medicine, there will be a high failure rate. Instead of doing this, it is better to take them out and exchange with Chu Yang. They don't even mind taking some losses to make a good relationship with the strongest man on the continent. Therefore, Chu Yang's reserve of medicinal materials is sufficient, at least enough to support him, until he completes the evolution of all the 4 holy true spirits. However, he also found a drawback. Although swallowing pills through the soul ascension technique can speed up the evolution of the 4 beasts true spirits, it is far less effective than the Shenlong true spirit, which directly swallows special treasures. After the Shenlong true spirit swallowed the void thunder pool, the thunder attribute power increased significantly, and the subsequent evolution will continue to increase the strength of the thunder attribute. This is like swallowing special treasures to sublimate the essence of a certain true spirit, while swallowing medicinal materials or pills can only accumulate the energy needed for evolution. One is qualitative change, and the other is quantitative change. Under the same degree of evolution, the power of the Shenlong divine spirit is now stronger than the other 3 true spirits. But at the moment, Chu Yang can't do everything. There must be a priority in everything. The priority of perfecting the refining treasure technique is naturally much higher than the improvement of the 4 holy true spirits. Even with Chu Yang's efficiency in refining medicine, it will take a certain amount of time to refine all the stored medicinal materials into pills. After all, the number of pills required for the evolution of the 4 holy true spirits is huge. It is not an easy task to fill the appetite of these 4 gold-eating beasts. When Chu Yang left the small world, the progress bar of the evolution of the 4 saints true spirits rose again. However, during this period, he had been feeding the Phoenix true spirit, the Divine Turtle true spirit, and the Kirin true spirit. The evolution progress bars of these 3 true spirits have all reached 70%, while the Divine Dragon true spirit has only increased by 5%, reaching 75%. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Chu Yang plans to upgrade the 4 true spirits at the same time. After all, the 4 saints true spirits will undergo a qualitative change after the upgrade. Who knows if Aoting can still suppress the power of the Divine Dragon true spirit and achieve a balance with the other 3 true spirits. If the balance is broken and a conflict occurs between the 4 saints true spirits, it will be a big joke. Another reason is that Chu Yang vaguely feels that this is probably just the first stage of the evolution of the Four Saints' true spirits, or the first level of the soul ascension technique. After all, this is a technique contained in the fruit of the divine tree. If it can only raise the upper limit of the Four Saints' true spirits to the Tao Emperor level, it is really inconsistent with the style of the divine tree. Moreover, both the refining treasure art and the dragon elephant king art have extremely high growth ceilings, so the spiritual ascension art will not be any worse. Chu Yang has been putting the improvement of the dragon elephant king art on hold, not because he has ignored this technique, but because there is really no suitable opportunity to improve it. If the power of the true dragon and the true elephant can be drawn into the body, the level of this body refining technique will surely be improved again. Calculate the time. Xian should have almost digested the power of the dragon phoenix origin fruit, right? Chu Yang narrowed his eyes and was thinking, when he suddenly felt a surge of energy in the deepest part of the wild ancient domain, and he was refreshed. Body ancient tree. In the depths of the wild ancient domain, a towering ancient tree stood on the vast plain, looking a little abrupt. The ancient tree exuded bursts of clear air, which gathered in the sky and constantly transformed into various shapes, looking extremely strange. The ancient breath emanated from the ancient tree, as if the ancient tree had crossed the long river of time and space, and traveled from the beginning of distant time. A dazzling light slowly sank in front of the ancient tree. Through the light, one could vaguely see a heart-like outline, beating in a very rhythmic manner. Body tree. Body heart. Chu Yang stood alone in the sky 100 feet away from the ancient Bodhi tree, looking down. At this time, countless figures had already gathered in front of the ancient Bodhi tree. These people were almost all at the Daozun level, but there was no strong man at the semi-saint level. Although Chu Yang only said that the strong men below the Daosheng level could compete for the opportunity, no one knew whether the so-called below the Daosheng level included the semi-saint. Therefore, no force or semi-saint strongman dared to test the rules at the risk of causing his dissatisfaction. The Daozun peak level strongmen, led by Xiao Yan and the outstanding young people of each clan, were using various means to fight against the 5 semi-saint puppets guarding the ancient Bodhi tree. Seeing that all 5 semi-saint puppets were killed, Xiao Yan and others rushed directly towards the ancient Bodhi tree. Then the ancient Bodhi tree suddenly burst into a dazzling light, trying to cover everyone. Chu Yang's eyes flashed, and his figure disappeared instantly. When he reappeared, he was already standing in front of everyone. The dazzling light fell, and Chu Yang was the first to be enveloped. Then the scene in front of him changed rapidly. It was still the wild ancient domain, but there was no trace of the ancient Bodhi tree. The surroundings were quiet and there was no one on the plain. After waiting for a moment, Chu Yang shook his head and said, "Where is your illusion? Why don't you come out? Or is it that the illusion that can communicate people's negative emotions and desires has no effect on me?" He seemed to be talking to the air, but as soon as the voice fell, a miniature version of the ancient Bodhi tree appeared not far away. The trunk swayed slightly, and the branches and leaves made bursts of rustling sounds, as if responding to Chu Yang. "I can help you get rid of the negative emotions of the Tao Emperor, but I want to know the truth of the year. Don't use those modified pictures to fool me." Chu Yang's expression was calm, and there was even a hint of oppression in his tone. The miniature Bodhi tree, or more precisely, the tree spirit of the Bodhi tree, shook, and then emitted bursts of light. A moment later, 2 tall figures suddenly appeared on the plain, exuding a terrifying aura. Chu Yang judged at a glance that the realm of the 2 people was not just Daodi, but Earth Supreme. One of them was holding a bamboo flute, and it was the strong man who was suspected to be the Emperor of Sound in the picture that Chu Yang saw through the clean bottle on the ancient domain platform before. The other was dressed in black, with a cold face, and grey-black mist lingering around his body. The 2 fought together, and the methods of the black-clothed Earth Supreme were mysterious and unpredictable, and his power was not Daoki, but different from the spiritual power of the bamboo flute strongman. The evil tribe outside the domain. If it was just a guess before, Chu Yang can now be completely sure that the strong men of the Daoki continent gathered in the ancient wilderness to resist the evil tribe outside the domain. In the end, the black-clothed Earth Supreme was defeated and tried to escape. Then the scene changed, and he encountered the ancient Bodhi tree. He tried to forcibly extract the power and tree spirit of the ancient Bodhi tree to recover from his injuries, but was killed by the ancient Bodhi tree and the bamboo flute master. However, at the moment of his death, a trace of negative emotions from the black-clothed supreme merged into the ancient Bodhi tree, and after a long time, invaded the tree spirit of the ancient Bodhi tree. The scene stopped abruptly. Chu Yang narrowed his eyes and suddenly asked, "Is that person the Emperor of Sound?" The ancient Bodhi tree shook gently a few times, releasing a wave of soul power. After understanding the meaning, Chu Yang frowned. Because the ancient Bodhi tree told him that the strong man holding the bamboo flute was not the Emperor of Sound, but the strongest among the many followers of the Emperor of Sound. Recalling the information he got in the Sound Valley, the founder of the Sound Valley was also a follower of the Emperor of Sound, but because of his lack of strength, he was unable to follow the Emperor of Sound all the time. Later, there was no news from the Emperor of Sound, so he founded the Sound Valley, not participating in the disputes outside, just to wait for the Emperor of Sound to return. Now it seems that the followers of the Emperor of Sound are really many, and among them there are even Earth Supremes like the Bamboo Flute Master. If even his followers are so strong, what realm will the Emperor of Sound be? Heaven Supreme? But if he is really Heaven Supreme, how can he be unknown in the world? Have you ever seen the Emperor of Sound? Chu Yang asked again. The ancient Bodhi tree emitted a burst of light, and finally transformed into a human form in front of Chu Yang. Looking at this figure, Chu Yang couldn't help but be slightly stunned. It was a woman with delicate appearance and tall figure. She didn't look stunning, and her temperament was not outstanding, but at first glance, she gave people a sense of peerless elegance. He really didn't expect that the mysterious Emperor of Sound would be a woman. What realm is this person? Chu Yang retracted his gaze and looked at the ancient Bodhi tree. This time the ancient Bodhi tree did not give a response. Chu Yang thought for a while and asked again, "Is she still alive?" The ancient Bodhi tree trembled slightly, but still did not give a response. "You don't know either." Chu Yang frowned. After a moment, he waved his hand and said, "Forget it. I will help you get rid of the negative emotions of the foreign dowdy first." After the voice fell, Chu Yang gently waved his hand, and the strong soul power swept out, directly wrapping the tree spirit of the ancient Bodhi tree. Wisps of grey-black airflow emanated from the tree spirit of the ancient Bodhi tree. In just a few breaths, Chu Yang withdrew his soul power, and the tree spirit of the ancient Bodhi tree, which was originally a little excited, suddenly shook violently, transmitting waves of soul fluctuations. The meaning contained in it was as if to say, "It's not over yet, why did you stop?" Chu Yang smiled and said, "Don't you have another candidate? Leave the rest to him. Also give him an opportunity, and come to me after it's over. I have a lot of things I want to talk to you about." The ancient Bodhi tree was a little dissatisfied, and a soul wave of protest was transmitted, which gradually faded, and finally disappeared completely. "Do you fear me so much?" Chu Yang was a little surprised. The spirit of the ancient Bodhi tree had clearly expressed dissatisfaction, but it left in anger, as if it dared not speak. It was said that the ancient Bodhi tree dared to confront the Earth Supreme head-on, so why would it be so afraid of a 6-star Dao Sheng? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 345, Sorting Out Clues. Chu Yang's speculation. The tree spirit enters the forehead bone. Although the Bodhi tree can see through memories, Chu Yang is not an ordinary person. His soul is connected to the soul palace, so the Bodhi tree naturally cannot see through his memories. In this way, the Bodhi tree cannot know that, although he is only a 6-star Dao Sheng, he has the strength that is infinitely close to that of a Dao Emperor. Or, did the Bodhi tree learn about himself from other people's memories? But even so, since the Bodhi tree can unite with the followers of the Emperor of Sound to kill a supreme Earth, even if it is a severely injured emperor, a lean camel is bigger than a horse, and its strength is far stronger than that of an ordinary Dao Emperor. This shows that the power of the Bodhi tree is at least at the level of a Dao Emperor, so why should he be afraid of himself, a half emperor? Wait. Chu Yang's eyes condensed, and he suddenly thought of another possibility. Soul Palace. Since the body tree can pull him into this spiritual space, it means that it has tried to read his memory, but it has undoubtedly failed. In other words, the body tree may have discovered the existence of the Soul Palace, or felt the breath of the Soul Palace. In this way, everything makes sense. After all, let alone the Supreme Earth, even the Supreme Heaven, or even the Master Realm strongman who can leave his name on the skylist of the Great Immortal Realm, is nothing compared to the Soul Palace. Not long after, the tree spirit of the ancient body tree reappeared, and then presented a picture in front of Chu Yang. In the picture, Zhao Yan helped the tree spirit to expel the negative emotions of the Supreme Earth, and then the ancient body tree pulled him into the tree body, and Zhao Yan also entered the state of enlightenment. Chu Yang smiled with satisfaction and said, "Since you have gotten rid of the negative emotions, can you communicate normally now?" The ancient body tree shook its trunk, conveying a helpless emotion. Obviously, its simple spiritual intelligence is not enough to communicate with people without obstacles. Aoting's body is the 9 mysterious golden thunder after qualitative change, which can be regarded as the ceiling level of the treasures without spiritual intelligence in the Dalki continent. Therefore, the process of gathering spirits will be extremely difficult, and even almost failed in the terrifying heavenly tribulation. Compared to Aoting, the ancient body tree is more than 1 level stronger, so it is not easy for it to give birth to a state of consciousness. If it wants to gather spirits, it is almost impossible. Then I will ask you some simple questions. Chu Yang stroked his chin. Why did you appear in the wild ancient domain? What secrets are there in the wild ancient domain? What is hidden in the historical fault of the Dalki continent? The ancient body tree trembled and sent out some violent emotional fluctuations, as if to say, "You call these simple questions?" But a moment later, a picture unfolded in front of Chu Yang. That was the wild ancient domain, but compared to now, the wild ancient domain in the picture was full of vitality, and there were powerful monsters everywhere. Any one of them was inferior to the 3 major races of monsters today. It can be called a paradise for monsters. The picture changed, and the wild ancient domain was filled with war and life was gone. Nearly half of the area was shrouded in grey-black fog. The mist was like a plague. All the affected beasts had bloodshot eyes, were violent and bloodthirsty, and their intelligence degenerated. A series of evil figures appeared in the grey-black mist, commanding the beasts infected by the mist, trying to break out of the ancient domain of the wilderness. The war entered a white-hot stage. Countless strong men died, and the two sides fought hard. The strongest person on the Dalki continent was the Earth Supreme holding a bamboo flute. But on the side of the foreign evil clan, there were 3 Earth Supremes. Among them was the black-clothed Earth Supreme who invaded the spirit of the ancient body tree with negative emotions after his death. The strength of the bamboo flute Earth Supreme was strong. He was still not at a disadvantage when fighting 1 against 3, and his means were not bad. He designed to attack separately, and defeated the 3 Earth Supremes of the foreign evil clan one by one. But this was only a temporary solution. The foreign evil clan seemed to be endless, and continued to pour out from the depths of the ancient domain of the wilderness. The scene changed again, and the peerless Emperor of Sound appeared in the wild ancient domain, dragging a ball of light in his hand. The moment he saw the ball of light, Chu Yang's pupils shrank, because he felt a familiar breath on the ball of light, which was exactly the same as the breath of the black crystal, the spirit of the plane. With the blessing of the spirit of the plane, the Emperor of Sound took out an ancient zither. In the lingering sound of the zither, the strength of all the strong men in the Dalki continent soared, and they killed all the evil tribes from outside the domain. They killed all the way to the depths of the wild ancient domain, where there was a space crack. It was through this space crack that the evil tribes from outside the domain could invade the Dalki continent. Then, the strong men of the weapon continent blew themselves up one after another, and through flesh and blood, they condensed everyone's lifelong cultivation into one, and merged into the spirit of the plane. In the end, the spirit of the plane erased the space crack. After that battle, there was no Dao Sheng on the Dalki continent. The last scene of the picture was that the Emperor of Sound was carrying the plane spirit, which was dimming, and even had cracks, and flew to the north. After the picture ended, Chu Yang fell into silence. After a long time, he frowned and asked, at that time, the Dalki continent was completely isolated from the Great Thousand Worlds. Judging from the aura in the picture, although the realm of the Emperor of Sound was stronger than that of the Bamboo Flute Supreme, it was limited. Finally, with the blessing of the Plane Spirit, it burst out with a power comparable to the Heavenly Supreme, helping the strong men of the Dalki continent to improve their overall strength. The ancient Bodhi tree did not answer. Chu Yang understood that, if the ancient Bodhi tree did not answer, it meant that it did not know. Chu Yang slowly closed his eyes, and connected all the clues in his mind. In the original plot, Xiao Yan opened up the passage between the Dalki continent and the Great Thousand Worlds above the headquarters of the Xianfu Alliance. When Chu Yang visited the major forces, he almost walked all over Zhongzhou. But except for the space gaps in the northern desert and the beast domain, no other space nodes that might connect to the Great Thousand Worlds were found. In other words, the passage was opened up by Xiao Yan alone, and it did not exist originally. In the picture that the Bodhi tree showed him, the Emperor of Sound finally went to the north with the spirit of the plains, which made Chu Yang think of the spatial crack in the northern desert. In this way, everything seemed to make sense. Dalki continent was indeed completely isolated from the Great Thousand World before the war, otherwise it would be impossible for the strong people in the Great Thousand World to know nothing about such a big commotion. Of course, things could never be so simple. Chu Yang had a deeper guess. That is, when the war broke out, the evil tribes from outside the domain invaded the Great Thousand World on a large scale. The spatial node that originally connected Dalki continent to the Great Thousand World was in the Great Thousand World, which had been occupied by the evil tribes from outside the domain. The reason why the Emperor of Sound did not appear with the spirit of the plains until the end was probably because he had temporarily isolated the Great Thousand World and Dalki continent with the spirit of the plains. Because of this, the outside assistants did not invade through the plane channel, but could only rely on a space crack to send a large number of cannon fodder, a limited number of Supreme Realm Strongmen, and 3 Earth Supremes. After the war, Emperor Yin went to the plane channel again. He used some unknown method to completely isolate Dalki continent from the Great Thousand Worlds. It was also because of this that the plane spirit collapsed, leaving only a dead fetus. The location of the plane channel is most likely the space gap in the northern desert. But in the final analysis, all of this is just his guess. If he wants to confirm it, he must enter the space gap in the northern desert to find out. But Chu Yang does not intend to do that now. What if that space node is still connected to the area occupied by the foreign evil tribe in the Great Thousand Worlds? If he goes deep into it alone, it will not be a joke. He sent Sun Wukong to the foreign evil tribe to kill and prove his way, which was extremely risky, but at least he could revive Sun Wukong in a special way through data backup. If something happened to him, there would be no chance of resurrection. Without breaking through Dowdy, that is, the Supreme Realm, Chu Yang did not intend to take risks. Putting away his thoughts, Chu Yang slowly opened his eyes, looked at the tree spirit of the ancient Bodhi tree, and whispered, "I can let you have true spiritual wisdom, but you need to give up your body. The choice is yours. If you are willing, I will take you to see the scenery of the world. If you don't want to, cut off half of your origin and tree spirit, and I can also help you gather spirits. But in that case, you need to start from the beginning and go through a long time before you can transform and walk freely in the world." The tree spirit of the ancient Bodhi tree trembled violently. It did not doubt Chu Yang's words, because as Chu Yang expected, it had felt the breath of the Soul Palace before. That power made it want to surrender, just like a minister seeing the king. Although the ancient Bodhi tree's consciousness was simple, it also knew what it meant to give up its body, and it also knew the difficulties it had endured for countless years. Should it give up everything in the past and let it go, or start from the beginning? It was also because of the simplicity of consciousness that the ancient Bodhi tree did not hesitate too much, and soon conveyed a wisp of soul fluctuations. It chose the former. Give up the body. Chu Yang smiled, with a hint of expectation in his eyes. Although he gave 2 options, he undoubtedly preferred the first one. If the ancient Bodhi tree gave up its body, Chu Yang could refine its tree spirit into the forehead bone, and use it as the carrier of Panbu. And in this process, the consciousness of the ancient Bodhi tree would be retained and allowed to take over Pangu. In this way, Pangu would transform from a pure computer to an information life. Or in other words, it was the consciousness of the ancient Bodhi tree that controlled Pangu. The ancient Bodhi tree is also known as the tree of wisdom, and it is perfect to use it as a treasure, to be refined into the forehead bone. And Pangu, who has wisdom, will have greatly enhanced abilities in all aspects, and even Chu Yang does not need to deliberately control it, and can make the most correct judgment at the most appropriate time. Killing two birds with one stone. In that case, let's start. Chu Yang took a deep breath, landed in front of the tree spirit, and put his hand on the trunk. The tree spirit of the ancient Bodhi tree did not hesitate at all, and directly began to cut off the connection with the body, and the breath quickly wilted. Outside, there are still countless strong men in the depths of the ancient domain, but they have not been able to grab the opportunity, and can only watch from afar. They are waiting for those who have gained something to come out, to see if they can pick on the weak, and kill people to grab treasures. After all, Chu Yang said that all the strong men below the Daosheng can fight for opportunities by their own ability. The world of cultivators has always been the law of the jungle. The so-called self-reliance, in addition to fighting for opportunities, naturally also includes killing people to grab treasures. If you get the treasure, but can't keep it, you can only blame yourself for your lack of strength. But at this moment, everyone was shocked to find that the towering ancient tree standing on the plain was withering at a speed visible to the naked eye. This change made everyone confused. Even the leaders of various forces who had been watching the situation here were also shocked. The space trembled, and Daosheng's strong men emerged one by one. Everyone looked at each other, but no one knew what happened. Could this be the handwriting of Emperor Chu? A spirit race. Daosheng twitched his mouth slightly, and looked eagerly at Huan Patriarch and Lin Leogui. Old Monster Lin was also confused, and turned to look at Patriarch Huan. After all, their Danta can only be regarded as having a very good relationship with Chu Yang, and the Burning Flame Valley is the force that truly belongs to Chu Yang. Patriarch Huan glared and said unhappily, "How would I know? Why don't you ask Emperor Chu?" Everyone looked embarrassed, and the Daosheng strongman of the Sky Demon Phoenix clan frowned and asked, "There are still many people in the ancient tree space. They won't be affected by this, right?" Patriarch Huan waved his hand and said, "If this is really the work of Emperor Chu, then naturally they won't get into trouble. Don't forget, my Yunlin sect's leader is also in the ancient tree space. If this is not the work of Emperor Chu, he will not stand idly by." Everyone felt that he was quite right, so they didn't continue to entangle, but dispersed, and went with the forces with whom they had a good relationship, or friends with whom they had a personal relationship, and found a mountain to wait and see what would happen. Seeing that the big guys could only wait, the Daozun strongmen guarding the ancient Bodhi tree naturally did not dare to step forward, and they were all nervous. It took so much effort to kill their way into the depths of the ancient domain of the wilderness, and no one wanted to end up with nothing. Soul Palace. Everyone was fiddling with a piece of purple crystal, which was something that Super God Chu Yang had just brought back, suspected to be a product of the void. It seems that Cole will be able to completely connect to the void soon. What are you going to do next? Marvel. Chu Yang played with the purple crystal and couldn't let it go. This thing is more valuable for a search than the void substance. If a suitable compatible method can be found to integrate it into the flesh, it will definitely allow the source martial true body to be further improved. The fusion of the two ultimate genes has reached perfection. I'm combining the Genbu Shinto and Zanpakuto to find a way to maximize the power of the ultimate gene. Super God Chu Yang said softly. After all, the limitations of the dark energy algorithm are too great, and it is completely useless in other worlds. The algorithm is only applicable to the Super God universe. Once it leaves the Super God universe, Pangu needs to have a complete database of a certain world before creating a new algorithm. This process is long and complicated, and in order for Pangu to have a complete database of a certain world, he needs to master the core power of that world. Take the Daoki world as an example. If Pangu wants to fill in the complete data, he needs Daoki Chu Yang to reach the peak of the Heavenly Supreme, or even the level of the Sky List. But with that kind of strength, it is equivalent to standing at the top of the Daoki world. Why bother to spend time and effort to create an algorithm? Chapter 346. Getting something for nothing. Another big promise for Heezy. In the final analysis, the value of the algorithm is limited, so Super God Chu Yang has never wasted energy on this aspect. At the same time, it is also because of this that, after fusing the two ultimate genes, except for using part of the power of each sequence, there is no substantial improvement in their strength. In a sense, the ultimate gene is like a skill tree, and it gives enough skill points. But how to allocate these skill points, and how to arrange and combine skills to show the greatest power, needs to be slowly discovered. So Super God Chu Yang has been studying this issue during this period of time. Since the algorithm cannot be used, the best way to exert the power of the ultimate gene is naturally the source of the real body and the Zanpakuto. At this time, Chu Yang walked out of the nebula. Looking at his smiling face, everyone knew that there must be good news. After the sharing was completed, everyone's eyes lit up. Body ancient tree. The treasure refined into the frontal bone is finally in hand. It's really a double happiness. Pirate Chu Yang clapped his hands. Chu Yang and Super God Chu Yang looked at each other, and both smiled knowingly. Carl has made a breakthrough in connecting the void. It won't be long before the main universe and the void can be completely connected. Chu Yang has obtained the tree spirit of the ancient body tree. Although it takes some time to refine it, at least this problem that has troubled them for a long time has finally been solved. Now they just have to wait for Carl to connect to the void, and Super God Chu Yang will kill the donkey after it has done its work to obtain the core data of the big clock and upgrade Pangu to a universe level computer so that the tree spirit of the ancient body tree can be implanted. With the tree spirit of the ancient body tree as a carrier, Pangu will make the technology tree of the Soul Palace climb to the top. The historical truth of Dalki continent is a bit surprising. Chu Yang said thoughtfully. Chu Yang shrugged and said, it's just my speculation now. Although it's very close to the truth, it needs further confirmation. I roughly estimated that it would take at least a year to refine the tree spirit of the ancient body tree. During this process, it will be enough for me to improve my cultivation to the peak of Daosheng. If I can use the black crystal as a medium to transform the source energy into the supremacy, my strength will be greatly improved by then. In this way, I will have the confidence to enter the space gap and find out. Super God Chu Yang narrowed his eyes and said, I have the same idea as you. I always feel that there are some secrets hidden in the Dalki continent. If we can figure out these secrets, there will be unexpected gains in the future. In addition, what do you think of the Manghuang ancient domain? Chu Yang's eyes condensed. On the surface, the abnormality of the Manghuang ancient domain was due to the influence of the evil race outside the domain. But even if the blood of those monsters was polluted and turned into ferocious beasts, it should have faded long ago after a long time. You know, even the Dowdy bloodline has been passed down until now, and it has become increasingly thin. Some, like the Zio clan, have already faded to the point where they are barely detectable. No matter how great the influence of the evil clan from outside the domain is, the gap in space has been erased. Without the continuous support of power, the influence should have become smaller and smaller. But in the images that the spirit of the ancient body tree showed him, Chu Yang found that the beasts that were affected in ancient times are in almost the same condition now. This shows that the influence of the evil clan from outside the domain has never faded. Ghost Slayer Chu Yang's eyes lit up. So, there must be something left by some kind of evil race from outside the domain in the Manghuang ancient domain. Chu Yang nodded and said, it should be like this. But when the Emperor of Sound mastered the spirit of the plane, he couldn't find this problem. It is definitely not an easy task to find it out. But if Pangu can merge with the consciousness of the ancient body tree, the database of Dalki continent will be perfect. By that time, on the Dalki continent, Pangu will have a detection power that is no less than that of the spirit of the plane. If you search inch by inch, you will always gain something. The ancient body tree has existed for countless years, and witnessed one era after another from ancient times to the present, but because of its chaotic intelligence, it cannot think deeply. It's like a baby who can open his eyes and look directly at the whole world, but can't make any judgments. But if the ancient body tree has a higher level of wisdom, coupled with the support of Pangu's computing power, it is equivalent to an informational spirit of the plane. It seems that I have to work harder. Super God Chu Yang stood up, stretched his waist, and walked towards the nebula. Everyone, wait for me to figure out the place of ascension first. Then help Carol add fuel to the fire, and strive to connect to the void as soon as possible. After saying that, his figure disappeared into the nebula. Super God Universe, Earth. Chu Yang slowly opened his eyes, and a series of ding-dong sounds came from the side. He glanced at the kitchen, and couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. At this time, Killin was busy in the kitchen, but this girl was good at playing with guns, but she was really not suitable to be a cook. Killin was stubborn, and insisted on making a name for herself. She didn't allow Suzaili to intervene, but just let her give instructions from the side. Suzaili called herself a concubine, and regarded Killin as the main wife and everything. How dare she disobey her? Standing up and walking to the kitchen door, Chu Yang rubbed his forehead and said, "Xiaoli, aren't you afraid that she will blow up the kitchen?" It was not until a while ago that Chu Yang knew that when he was in Cheyenne City, Killin always cooked for him with a hack. The so-called delicious dishes made by hand were actually all takered. Suzaili stuck out her tongue and then spread her hands, looking helpless. Looking at her cowardly and naughty look, Chu Yang shook his head and laughed. "What era is this? Why are there so many rules? I married both of you in a formal way, so what is the difference between the main and the secondary? Can't you be tough for once and drive her out?" 3 months ago, Chu Yang held a grand wedding on Earth. The whole Earth celebrated, and even the major alien civilizations congratulated him. But for China, this wedding was a little special, because there were 2 brides at the wedding. However, Chu Yang had fought against major alien civilizations and protected the land of China, so he would naturally not destroy the laws of China with his own hands. So the wedding was not held in China, but on a small island in the Pacific. At this moment, Killin, with sweat all over her forehead, turned back and glared at Chu Yang, saying unhappily, "Chu Yang, if you dare to mock me again, I will divorce you tomorrow and remarry." Chu Yang curled his lips and said, "You are a god. Which ordinary person can withstand the radiation from you? As for super soldiers or gods, do you think that in the known universe, besides me, there is anyone who dares to touch you? You." Killin gritted her teeth in anger. This feeling of being unable to beat or talk made her quite annoyed. Suzaili covered her mouth and smiled softly, looking at Chu Yang's beautiful eyes. In fact, she and Killin got along very well on weekdays, but Suzaili always remembered where everything she had came from. Since she said that she would only be Chu Yang's lover, she didn't dare to ask for too much. She was already very satisfied to be able to enter the wedding hall. Compared to the ancestors of the goblin lineage, she is undoubtedly the luckiest one. After Chu Yang teased a few more times, he returned to the living room, lay on the sofa, looked at the ceiling, and established communication with a space-based computing group. "Hey, isn't this the groom?" He's teasing voice sounded in his ears. "Why do you think of an old woman like me instead of going on a honeymoon with your 2 little wives?" Chu Yang raised his eyebrows and said playfully, "TSK, why does this sound a bit sour, Pa?" He spat lightly and said, "The male gods who want to chase me can line up from the Angel King City to the 19th defense line. Who cares about your jealousy?" Since they started studying the Ascension system together, the relationship between Chu Yang and Easy has been getting better and better. However, since they are all gods, there will not be any dog blood dramas of falling in love over time, but they will tease each other every time. "No more joking," Easy said bluntly. "By the way, you just opened up the Pangu's black hole engine permissions to me. I have some new understanding of black holes, and want to strengthen the 19th line of defense." Chu Yang said unhappily, "You keep asking me for Pangu's permissions, you might as well just throw away the space-based computing group." Having said that, he still authorized Easy. Easy had obviously started to operate, and said casually, "If you are willing to give Pangu to me, I don't mind exchanging it with you for the space-based computing group." Chu Yang laughed softly, "If you can figure out the secret of the Ascension system, or lock the location of the Ascension place, I don't mind helping you upgrade the space-based computing group to the level of the big clock." Easy was silent for a moment, and then said seriously, "Are you serious? I always keep my word." Chu Yang said, with a fox-like smile on his face. Easy took a deep breath and said, "Wait for my news. Do you already have a clue?" Chu Yang pretended to be surprised. He said proudly, indeed, but it will take some time to completely lock the location of the Ascension Land. Since you have offered such generous conditions, I will naturally go all out to greatly shorten this time. Great. I have a sincere friendship with you, but you actually hid something from me. Chu Yang's tone was a little exasperated, but his face was even more smiling. You just said that, as long as I can lock the location of the Ascension Land, you will help me upgrade the space-based computing group. He was a little weird. You are the supreme god. You won't go back on your word, right? Who in the entire known universe doesn't know that I, Chu Yang, always keep my word? Chu Yang snorted. He suddenly asked seriously, can you really help me upgrade the space-based computing group to the level of a large clock? Although Chu Yang created Pangu, which is comparable to the large clock, it does not mean that he can replicate a second celestial computer of this level. After all, before this, there was only one large clock in the entire known universe, and even after years of research, Carl has not been able to create a second one. After taking a look at Killin and Suzuki who came out of the kitchen and the dishes they were holding, Chu Yang said nonchalantly, anyway, I have laid out the conditions here. As for whether I can do it, you will know after you try. That's it for now, I'm hanging up. After saying that, he cut off the communication directly. Putting the plate on the table, Killin glanced at Chu Yang and said suspiciously, why are you smiling so sinisterly? Chu Yang was stunned for a moment, touched his face, then looked at Suzuki and asked, very sinister? Suzuki hesitated, but still nodded, and then couldn't help laughing out loud. Chu Yang's face darkened, and he said unhappily, eat. In fact, just as he thought, Chu Yang released a combination of many necessary factors to finally create Pangu. But if he wants to replicate another celestial computer comparable to the big clock, he can't do it now. However, if he can obtain the core technology and data of the big clock, and use the tree spirit of the ancient body tree as a carrier to fully upgrade Pangu, this will not be a difficult task. So to speak, Chu Yang is completely making a fortune out of nothing. Of course he would not break his promise, but even if he could find a place to ascend in a short time, Chu Yang would wait until Carl connected to the void and got the big clock from him before helping Hezi upgrade her space-based computing group. Chu Yang was not afraid of Hezi's suspicion, because the last time he painted a big pie for Hezi, he helped her upgrade her space-based computing group to the level of the Sacred Knowledge Treasure House. Although this matter dragged on for a while, Chu Yang finally fulfilled his promise. Angel Nebula, 19th line of defense. Hezi, who was strengthening the 19th line of defense with the support of Pangu's black hole algorithm, was a little dazed. After a moment, he came back to his senses and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. So you already had a way to replicate the big clock, and you still have the nerve to accuse me of hiding something. After reinforcing the 19th line of defense, Hezi established communication with Aizen who was far away in Fraser, and then asked, Aizen, is Aizen with you now? Aizen hesitated. Wait a moment. After a moment, Aizen said again, I have distanced myself from him now, and blocked our communications. Hezi asked again, have you figured out the data I asked you to analyze last time? Aizen replied, through the data, I finally came up with 345 suspected coordinates. However, the computing power of the Shanks system is limited, and there is no way to accurately judge the subdimensional data, so there are still 13,000 coordinates that cannot be determined. Hezi smiled with satisfaction and said, you have done a good job of narrowing the range from the original billions of coordinates to more than 10,000, just by relying on the Shanks system. At this point, she snorted and said, Chu Yang is really stingy. You are now warrior on Earth after all, and he is unwilling to help you upgrade the Shanks system. Aizen said awkwardly, teacher. The Shanks system is a defense system I built for Fraser, and it does not belong to the Earth. Okay, I know you two admire him. Hezi was a little helpless. After my space-based computing group is upgraded again, I will help you upgrade the Shanks system. Send the selected data to me, and I will do the rest myself. After that, she hung up the communication. Aizen had a dull look on his face and even doubted whether he had heard it wrong. The teacher's space-based computing group is already comparable to the treasure house of sacred knowledge. If it is upgraded again, won't it reach the same level as Pangu and the big clock? Chapter 347 Carl doesn't play by the rules. Chu Yang, keep going! Exclamation mark. Shadow World. Since the angel civilization had to compromise with Chu Yang, it has slowed down its offensive against the Shadow World. However, it must be said that both Yan and Aizen did a perfect job in this matter. Not only did Carl not find anything unusual, but even the angels did not notice it. Chu Yang was not surprised by this. He knew very well that the justice order of the angels was a deformed extreme justice. In this case, if the angels themselves, as the executors and judges of the justice order, had problems, then all believers of the justice order in the known universe would have their faith collapsed. Chu Yang took the lives of the entire universe as a bet, which was something that the justice order would never allow. But Yan and Aizen chose to compromise, or in other words, they had no other way except to compromise. In this way, Yan, the current angel queen, became the one who destroyed the justice order with her own hands. So they even didn't want the matter to be exposed more than Chu Yang, and they would do their best to make it seamless and cooperate with Chu Yang to play this play. During this period, the angels never stopped attacking the Shadow World, and they won every time, but I just couldn't completely enter the Shadow World. On the other hand, Yan went to Fraser in person. Although he didn't directly intervene in Fraser's internal war, he was always hiding beside Inezid under the banner of protecting the future queen. Aizen reinforced the 19th line of defense from time to time, and stayed in the Angel King city for the rest of the time. In this way, the two top combat forces of the angels have their own things to do. And from the surface, the safety of Inezid in the Angel King city is far more important than the Shadow World. Although Carl didn't doubt this too much, he still kept a watchful eye. While constantly accelerating the process of connecting to the void, he would personally take charge of important scientific research content every time there was a breakthrough, and destroy all the stored data in the Shadow World. But he still underestimated Chu Yang too much, or he never thought that there would be a god in the known universe that exceeded the highest limit of the universe. Therefore, these little actions of his were useless to Chu Yang. Whenever there was a major breakthrough in the Shadow World, Chu Yang would even get the news before Carl and intercept the scientific research data. The crystal from the void was what he got from the Shadow World. It was originally a crystal stone made by one person. Before Carl went to the Shadow World, Chu Yang took a small piece first, and then tampered with the data of the research base without leaving any trace. As for why Chu Yang could always seize the initiative, this was thanks to the two spies he planted beside Carl, Snake and Leopard. Snake has now become one of the 4 Knights of the Styx, and is Carl's confidant. Every time Carl leaves the Dark Nebula, he will temporarily hand over many things to Snake. In this way, as long as Carl moves, Chu Yang can get the news in the first place. In the Shadow World, the leopard that Chu Yang sent to the Angel Nebula to explore intelligence quietly entered the Shadow World after the angels dealt with the scum. This matter naturally could not be hidden from Yan's eyes, but she knew that the leopard was Chu Yang's man, so she just pretended not to see it. With Chu Yang providing him with technical support with Panbu and the disguise of his innate ability, Leopard successfully deceived Snow, making him think that Leopard was just a genius scholar among the natives of the Shadow World. Snow has been in charge of the research of the Shadow World, but due to the repeated attacks of the angels, he has fewer and fewer people to use. He finally found a laborer, so he naturally would not let it go. So Leopard successfully infiltrated Carl's research base in the Shadow World. Although he was not an important person, he could help Chu Yang obtain first-hand information about the Shadow World. It is no exaggeration to say that Carl's self-proclaimed airtight information blockade has long been riddled with holes for Chu Yang. In fact, this cannot be blamed on Carl's carelessness. After all, he has the big clock, and he would never have thought that someone could hide the big clock and send the news out under his nose. The source energy on the snake's body covered up many secrets about Chu Yang. Even the comprehensive investigation of the master could only analyze the data of the beast's body. Leopard is an insignificant little character in the research base of the Shadow World. As long as there is no flaw, Cole will naturally not notice him. In the research base, Carl stood in front of the operating table, looking at the latest data on the screen. After watching for a while, Carl asked softly, have the Angels made any big moves recently? Snow, who was standing aside, said respectfully, Yan seems to be planning something in Fraser, and he has once again reinforced the 19th line of defense. It seems that they are guarding against someone. Carl raised his head slightly, revealing the pale and somewhat illusory face under the hood. Who do you think they are guarding against? Maybe Chu Yang? At this point, Snow couldn't help but sneer. In his opinion, the Angels are really hypocritical. They sang the praises of justice and order, but they are always on guard against Chu Yang who helped them in the past. The Angels and Chu Yang may have some differences, but they will never become enemies. Carl shook his head. His vision is longer term than Snow. Many things Chu Yang did after his rise were for the earth, and Jezailan was one of the most influential people under the three gods of the earth. Yan is his guardian angel. He's his disciple Aizen, and Zaozin's guardian angel. With this relationship, the Angels will never become enemies with the earth. Since they will not be enemies with the earth, they will not be enemies with Chu Yang. You mean? Snow probed. Are the Angels on guard against us? Looking at the known universe, it seems that the only thing that can threaten the Angel civilization, besides the Earth civilization, is their dark nebula. Carl fell silent and turned and walked out after a moment. After leaving the research base, Carl suddenly said, let Noosa come to see me. Yes. Snow, who had been following him, bowed and saluted, then took the order and left. Not long after, Noosa's figure appeared at the door of the base and knelt on one knee towards Carl. Carl glanced at him and said lightly, have you found out what I asked you to investigate? Noosa's breathing stagnated, and he lowered his head and said, I can only confirm that Chu Yang did appear at the 19th line of defense, but he talked alone with Easy, and no one knows the content of their conversation. Is there any progress in the galaxy infiltration plan? Carl asked again. Noosa buried his head even lower. The sun's defense line is really flawless, and the earth has satellite barriers, which are even more airtight. I tried to infiltrate through the interstellar orbit, but the people of Liang are more vigilant than the people of Earth. Carl sighed and said, it's not your fault. Chu Yang has armed the Chu star system to the teeth, and Liang and Earth are in the same boat again. You stay in the shadow world first, and prepare to start a counterattack against the Angels. Noosa was stunned for a moment. The shadow world has long been exhausted by the continuous attacks of the Angels. He really couldn't understand why they had to fight back at this critical juncture, and even if he led the army personally, there was no chance of winning against the Angels. Although it has void engines and void level weapons, Yan also has secondary biological engines, that is, void engines, and the arsenal of god-killing weapons it possesses, in addition to Chu Yang's two swords that are beyond the scope of science and technology, is the best in the known universe. What's more, there is also a battle hard and easy. Even if it was just facing the legion of guardian angels, the shadow world was already losing ground. If his intervention attracted Yan or Easy, it would have no chance of winning. But Noosa didn't dare to question Carl's order. After all, he was just a puppet. At worst, he would just give up. After Noosa left, Carl walked slowly through the space wormhole, looked back at the lifeless shadow world, and murmured, Chu Yang. It's really surprising that you can convince the Angels to delay the attack on the shadow world. But why do you do this? Carl squinted his eyes and smiled again. No matter what, I will connect to the void, let the ultimate fear come, and explore the mystery of the ultimate void. No matter how much it costs, it's worth it. Earth. Chu Yang lay on the sofa in the living room, listening to Heezy's story about the changes in the shadow world. After Heezy finished speaking, he smiled and said, Carol should have discovered the clues long ago. He is not a fool. On the contrary, he is one of the smartest people in the known universe. The reason why he chose this time must be because the plan to connect the void has reached a critical moment. He is testing my attitude by launching a counterattack against you. Heezy said helplessly. Although Yan and I had expected it, we didn't expect that Carol would not play by the rules. He took the initiative to attack. If the Angels still respond tepidly, it will definitely arouse suspicion. This is putting the entire angel civilization on the fire, trying to put us in a dilemma. Yan has always handled this matter perfectly, and even the angels under his command did not notice anything unusual. But if Yan and Easy still try to shirk their responsibilities in the face of Carol's active attack, it would be too deliberate. What will Yan do about this? Chu Yang raised his eyebrows. Easy snorted coldly and said, what else can we do? If I hadn't stopped her, she would have already killed her way back to the Angel Nebula. I guess she's cursing you in her heart right now. Chu Yang thought for a moment, then said, what's the point of scolding me? Things have come to this point. Even if you want to regret it, it's too late. For now, the only way is to go all the way and continue this drama. Since you can't slack off publicly, then I'll create some trouble for you so that everyone knows that you and Yan have more important things to do and can't be distracted. More important things? Easy was stunned. What is more important than the shadow world now? Sky scum. Chu Yang emphasized his tone. Hearing him say this, Easy seemed to have thought of something and said in shock, You can't be wanting to release those 100,000 sky scum. Chu Yang laughed and said, as expected of one of the ceilings of the academic world in the known universe, the king of Shianji is really smart. Since the death of Holy Kasha and Yan's succession, Easy has begun to devote all his thoughts to academic research. Kesha once said that, if Easy had not followed her to fight in the four directions in her early years, but had focused on academics, she would have achieved great success. You know, at that time, Easy was already a scholar in the known universe, second only to Carl, Morgana, and Kesha. Today, Easy is no weaker than any of them. Even if Easy is not as good as Chilan and Ingege, he has a good chance of reaching the heights of the super seminary if he has the support of a celestial computer comparable to a large clock. Don't be ridiculous. Do you know what the consequences of doing this will be? Easy rarely quarreled with Chu Yang and said in a serious voice, once you release those 100,000 scums, they will be scattered to every corner of the universe, which will inevitably cause large-scale chaos. Since I dare to let them out, I won't let them run around. Chu Yang said in a relaxed tone. Even if they listen to you, these scum will cause a certain impact on Fraser and Angel Nebula. Easy gritted his teeth and said, even if they can't make much waves, we still have to sacrifice the lives of countless Fraser warriors and my Angel warriors to completely wipe them out. The just order can make sacrifices to judge evil, but it cannot accept artificially created casualties in order to achieve a certain goal. I'm not asking you to fight to the death. Chu Yang said unhappily. Do you know what acting is? What's more, if I'll let you kill all those scum, where can I find so many workers for the Chiwu star system? You mean? Easy's tone became a little strange. Fight? Fake match? Chu Yang hummed lightly and said, that's about what I mean, but this is not a competition, and there is no reward, but a war. There will definitely be casualties in war, but I will complete the connection between Pangu and the Holy Knowledge Treasury in advance, and store the data backup of the angels participating in the war. After the matter is over, I will restore the data of all the angels who died in the war. Chu Yang paused, then said, you can discuss it with Yan. I will give you enough time to consider. Except for your plan, it seems that we have no other way. Easy sighed and said, we have already boarded the pirate ship, so we can only make the best of it. I just hope that this ship can reach the other side in the end, and will not get lost in the vast ocean. Chu Yang laughed and said, when have you ever seen me do something I'm not sure of? There are the three gods of Earth, the heroic army, the super seminary, angels, and demons. With all these forces combined, can't they deal with some of the small fish in the void? As for the big guys that may exist in the depths of the void, I will naturally deal with them one by one. Chapter 348, Conspirator Chu Yang, locking the location of the Ascension Land. Since the war between angels and celestial scum ended, the known universe has rarely calmed down. Originally, all the major civilizations were stirring up trouble with the Earth as the center, but the Earth had a supreme god like Chu Yang, so the matter was left unresolved. Especially when Huayi, who was upgraded to the 5th generation of god, failed on Earth and the Earth entered the era of three gods, the prestige of the War Council became completely unshakable. Even those civilizations of peace or neutrality spontaneously joined the War Council, which also showed the difference in the management of the War Council by Chu Yang and the Earth. When Chu Yang was in charge in the past, the War Council was extremely overbearing, and all those who were unwilling to participate were kicked out. When Chu Yang retreated behind the scenes and the Earth took over the leadership of the War Council, it released certain friendly signals. Now in the entire known universe, except for the Womar civilization and the Dark Nebula, all civilizations have joined the War Council and accepted the control of the war regulations. The Womar civilization is unable to take care of itself, and the influence of the royal family has been reduced to the lowest level, and it may be replaced by the rebels at any time. The Dark Nebula was even more huddled. Even though Carl guessed that Chu Yang was deliberately creating an opportunity for him to connect to the void, he must have some plan, but he didn't dare to ask for trouble. For Carl, as long as he could connect to the void and explore the mystery of the ultimate void and ultimate fear, it would be worth it, no matter what the cost. And he didn't think that Chu Yang could suppress the entire void by himself. Without the biggest troublemaker, other civilizations followed the rules of war. Even if the contradictions between them were irreconcilable, they would be resolved in the void battlefield. Just when people thought that the known universe would usher in a new era, a peaceful era without war, something unexpected happened again. And this time, it was still related to the Earth. The 100,000 celestial scums that the Earth had captured all escaped from the Milky Way overnight. This directly made everyone in each civilization feel insecure. After all, the celestial scum represented the order of the Heavenly Palace. Even if Huayi had fallen, no one could deny the power of the order of the Heavenly Palace. What's more, although Huayi was dead, Suma Lee and Ryu Onink, who had been his right-hand men, were still alive. Not only are they alive, their strength is far greater than before, and they have become the second of the 4 Knights of the Sticks under Carl. Nusa led the Shadow World to launch a counterattack against the Angels, showing a strength that is infinitely close to the king level. Snake has a high prestige in the Styx galaxy, and his king level reputation is even more resounding in the Dark Nebula. Many people know that Nusa is a guy who is extremely cowardly. Every time he appears in the world as a clone puppet, no one knows where his real body is. The clone puppet has a strength close to the king level, and he must have reached the king level. Nusa and Snake are like this, so how can Suma Lee and Ruining, who can keep pace with them, be worse? There are some people in the universe who are good at doing things. They split the organizational structure of the major civilizations and rank them by overall strength. The first place is undoubtedly the Milky Way, where Chu Yang is in charge. The second place is the Dark Nebula ruled by Carl. The former is a supreme existence, and although the latter is much worse, it is also above the major civilizations. Next is the Earth civilization of the 3 Gods era, and the Styx galaxy. Being able to keep pace with the Earth is enough to show how highly people think of the Styx galaxy. Of course, this only calculates the overall strength of the super soldiers and gods. If the civilization is taken into account, let alone the Styx galaxy, even the entire Dark Nebula cannot be compared with the Earth. Nowadays, in the known universe, even the natives of some planets with backward civilizations know that the Earth is the safest place in the entire universe. The supreme god Chu Yang has built the Earth into a steel fortress, with the scorching sun as a twin star, the solar defense line stretching across the edge of the Chiwu star system, the satellite barrier as a strategic deterrent, and even the sky shield system built by Chu Yang himself. These things are no longer a secret, and Chu Yang did not let the Earth hide them. He just wants everyone in the universe to know that the Earth cannot be violated, and whoever wants to cause trouble must be prepared to go back without a return. But even in this situation, 100,000 sky scum still escaped from the Milky Way, which has to be thought-provoking. The first person that people thought of was Huayi. After all, this guy has come back again and again, like an indestructible cockroach. Who knows if he will not be completely destroyed, but will revive again. The second is Suma Lee and Ruining. If these two have indeed reached the king level combat power, and have the comprehensive weapons provided by Carol, they may really be able to rescue those scumbags under the nose of the Earth. Some people even directly suspected Carol. After all, since Chu Yang's rise, only Carol dared to challenge him, and has lived well so far. As for Huayi, It's just a gun in Carol's hand. This matter has attracted great attention from major civilizations, and they applied to convene a war council as soon as possible. The scumbags are notorious, and no one wants to wake up and suddenly have a few more scumbags in their home, disturbing their peace. Moreover, 100,000 scumbags should not be underestimated. Top advanced civilizations like the Earth and the Demon Angels naturally do not need to be taken into account. But for other civilizations, once the army of 100,000 scumbags arrives, a fierce battle is inevitable, and even some weaker civilizations will face the threat of destruction. But to everyone's surprise, the Earth rejected the application for convening a war council, and made a statement that the Earth would bear the responsibility for this matter. In other words, it is telling all civilizations that this is a private matter of the Earth, and will not rise to the level of war. To put it bluntly, the Earth does not take the 100,000 scumbags seriously at all, and does not think they can stir up much waves. The Earth does have the capital to despise these scumbags, but other civilizations can't do it. No one wants to be the unlucky one. As a result, some weaker civilizations began to quickly gather their strength. They dared not argue with the Earth, so they could only be prepared to deal with natural disasters at any time. But what no one expected was that after leaving the Milky Way, the 100,000 scumbags did not flee in all directions, but instead had a clear goal, and went straight to the Angel Nebula. You know, without a way, even the former million scumbag army is far from being the opponent of the Angels. The battle was lost, the commander was dead, and these minions were captured and escaped. They didn't run for their lives, but were thinking about revenge. What a joke. What's the difference between this and committing suicide? Just as countless people were puzzled, the war was about to break out. But things took a turn again. The scum of the sky was defeated on the 19th line of defense, so they turned and went straight to Fraser, setting off a war that would encompass the entire Fraser. This made people laugh and cry, because many people knew that the Angel Queen Yan was hiding next to Ixod, and the Angel Nebula could send out pursuers to attack Fraser from front and back, and catch all the scum of the sky. But Izzy, who was in charge of the Angel King City, asked the Angel Warriors to focus on the Shadow World, to deal with the Void Warriors led by Nusa. She herself was still in charge of the Angel King City, without any intention of taking action personally. This is not difficult to understand. After all, before the death of Holy Kasha, Hizile was told to guard the royal city, and the new King Yan also gave her this heavy responsibility. But what is hard to understand is that Yan, who was in Fraser, did not take action either, as if he was intentionally taking this opportunity to train in Ixod. As a result, this war began to become a little weird. The attacking side was weak, but the momentum was overwhelming. The defending side was strong, but disdained to fight back. For a while, the two sides fought back and forth. But the Earth was not in a hurry to deal with the escaped celestial scum, but watch the excitement. At first, many people were a little confused. What was the purpose of the Earth and the angels? But later, they vaguely guessed that the celestial scum might have been deliberately let go by the Earth, with the purpose of using them to train Fraser. Think about it carefully. If not, how could a mere 100,000 celestial scum escape from the Chu star system? That was like a solid block. Only Carl understood the truth of this matter. Escaped celestial scum? Helping Fraser train his troops? It was all a cover. The real purpose of Chu Yang and Yan was to tell everyone that Yan needed to protect Ixod, and Izzy needed to stay in the royal city, so neither of them could personally take action in the shadow world. Coupled with the intervention of Nusa, the Angels' failure to conquer the Shadow World seemed a bit far-fetched, but now it seems natural. The Angels do not have king-level combat power. On the other hand, in the Shadow World, the Void Warriors all have strange means, and there are also pseudo-king level Nusa clones. It is indeed difficult for the guard-level Angels to break through this line of defense. This also made Carl completely lose his temper. He no longer thought about playing games with Chu Yang, but put all his thoughts on the study of the void. There is no way the suppression brought by Chu Yang is too strong. In terms of strength, in the known universe, even if all the gods are tied together, they will never threaten him. In terms of power, the angels even cooperated with him at the cost of violating the order of justice. The Earth gradually became the first civilization in the universe, and Chu Yang had absolute prestige in the War Council. He couldn't beat them, couldn't play tricks, and couldn't fight them. Now, there were only two ways left for Carl. Upgrade to the real 5th generation body, based on his own phantom. Connect to the void. And there is an inevitable connection between the two. It was because he fused the void that he was able to leave his physical body and become a phantom. Upgrading Huayi to a semi-finished 5th generation divine body was also done with the help of the study of the void. So if you want to upgrade the complete version of the 5th generation divine body, you must understand the deeper secrets of the void. So, in any case, connecting to the void is the top priority. Therefore, even though Carl knew that Chu Yang was deliberately letting go and wanted to use his hand to connect the main universe and the void, he didn't know what his purpose was, but he could only choose to go with the flow. Earth, the North Star. In an esports room in the courtyard, Chu Yang was accompanying Suzai in the virtual world. It must be said that as a god, whether it is reaction speed, flexibility of thinking, or dynamic vision, it is far stronger than ordinary people. So this game is really not challenging for Chu Yang. Taking off the headset, Suzai pouted and said, "I won again. Can't you weaken your senses and make the game more entertaining?" Chu Yang pouted and said, "I have weakened my senses 10,000 times, but you saw the result." Suzai was speechless for a while. Chu Yang's strength was there. No matter how much he weakened his senses, he was much stronger than ordinary people. You know, the Earth is now developing rapidly, and with China as the center, it has implemented the All People God plan. To put it bluntly, it is to let all Earthlings make a life leap and reach the level of immortality of the old Shen civilization. But even so, compared with Chu Yang, those Earthlings who only increased their lifespans, but did not really leap to God level life are still too weak. Forget it. I'll go cook first. Suzai was a little bored. Chu Yang sat on the sofa with a helpless look on his face. His eyebrows suddenly raised slightly, and then he smiled and said, "How come you, a busy man, remembered to contact me?" Yan's voice rang in his ears. "Now the entire known universe is discussing that you deliberately let the scum go and cooperated with me to help Fraser train soldiers. When Fraser really goes to the universe in the future, what do you think they will think of me, the Angel King? Are you afraid that the prestige of the angels in Fraser will be hit?" Chu Yang narrowed his eyes. This is indeed a problem. Whether it is training or a real life and death crisis, as long as a close-range war occurs, there will be bloodshed and death. When Fraser goes to the universe in the future, knowing that this matter was done by the Angel Queen they believe in, they will definitely have a grudge. Rumors are just rumors after all. When Carl has some clues, I will make a public statement in the War Council and put the responsibility on the Earth. Chu Yang said casually. At that time, for Fraser, the Earth is the villain, and the angels who saved them are still the Holy Faith. You are Ilia. Yan's tone was a bit complicated. Conspirator. She felt a little unworthy for this, but also admired Chu Yang a little. She wanted to say a few bad words like easy, but whether it was because of her status, it was out of the respect she should have for Chu Yang, the supreme god, so she couldn't say it. After all, from the beginning to the end, the angels and the Earth can only be regarded as a cooperative relationship, not to the level of allies. In the entire Angel Nebula, the only one who can be regarded as a friend of Chu Yang is Easy. After hanging up the call, Chu Yang was about to leave the room, but he received another communication request. His eyes lit up slightly. He answered the call, and then said, "Any progress?" Easy said with some pride, "It's not progress, but I have completely locked the location of the Ascension Land. It's indeed as you expected. The Ascension Land is not in the main universe, but in a secondary plane. It's just that the secondary plane is a little weird." Chapter 349, The Hypothesis of the Void Main Universe, The Secret of the Ascension Land. Strange? Chu Yang raised his eyebrows. There are not many subplanes in the known universe, and these subplanes are extremely hidden and rarely discovered and explored. In fact, the Shadow World is a subplane. At first, the Shadow World was not as big as it is now. It only existed in the gap between the Void and the main universe. During the super seminary period, it was because Carl discovered the shadow world and continued to explore the void and the ultimate fear that the shadow world expanded day by day. After the physical war between the angels and the triangle ended, it is said that the triangle also discovered a subplane, which allowed it to survive. Otherwise, the angels would have killed the triangle long ago. However, because the angels looked down on these dark corners, they have never conducted research on the subplane. In a sense, the space-time corridor is also a manifestation of the subplane. However, Chu Yang has never entered the space-time corridor, so he doesn't know much. The space-time corridor is really not very attractive to him. The only valuable thing is that through the space-time corridor, he can meet the space principal Jilin. Chu Yang once wanted to use the power of the space-time gene to enter the space-time corridor to meet Jilin. However, after meeting Jilin at the 19th defense line, he gave up the idea. Because Jilin has now left his body and become a high-dimensional creature, it is really difficult to communicate with him, and it is difficult to get valuable information. Although each subplane can be called wonderful, since it can be called weird by Heezy, it is obviously different. Heezy seemed to be organizing his words. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "There seems to be a subplane created by humans." Chu Yang's pupils shrank slightly. Artificial creation? You know, even with his current strength and control of space, he can't create a subplane in the super god universe. To do this, it means having a nearly comprehensive understanding of the entire known universe, even the unknown universe and the void. But looking at the gods of the universe, let alone him, even if the knowledge reserves of all the top scholars are added together, it is far from reaching this. After all, no one has ever stepped into the void of the unknown universe, so how can we talk about comprehensive understanding? Who is it? Chu Yang narrowed his eyes. He sighed and said, "I don't know, but it's definitely not the Womar civilization. Even the scholar who created the Ascension system back then could never do this. Otherwise, how could the Womar civilization end up like this?" Being able to create a subplane means having an absolute understanding of the structure of the universe and insight into all the mysteries of time and space. If someone could really do this, I'm afraid they would have dominated the universe long ago. I guess this subplane is likely to come from prehistoric times. Heezy said solemnly. Chu Yang's eyes lit up, and then he stood up and said, "Give me the exact coordinates, and I'll go and see it myself." "I'll go too," Heezy said firmly. Chu Yang was stunned for a moment, and then hesitantly asked, "Haven't you always been close to the Angel King city? What if you leave, and the angels are in danger? You know, Noosa is now leading the shadow world to fight back. What if he learns that Heezy has left the Angel King city, and Yan is unable to get away from him in Feriza? He may take the risk, and lead his men, to kill the Angel King city with his pseudo-king level combat power." Heezy snorted coldly and said, "If Noosa dares to come, his clone puppet will definitely not come back. I can even lock the position of Noosa's body through this clone puppet." At this point, she changed the subject and said jokingly, "With the help of our supreme god, the current 19th line of defense is no longer what it used to be." Chu Yang knew that Heezy was definitely not exaggerating. Since Huayi's fallen Shang Zha's defeat, Heezy has been constantly strengthening the 19th line of defense. With Chu Yang's Pangu providing technical support, and Heezy's space-based computing group, it has also been upgraded to a level comparable to the Sacred Knowledge Treasure House. Now even Chu Yang doesn't know what strength the 19th defense line has reached, but what is certain is that it is definitely not inferior to the Solar Defense Line. You know, the Solar Defense Line is the strongest defense system in the known universe today. It's really surprising that Yan is willing to let you, the King of the Sky, take risks in the unknown subplane. Chu Yang smiled. The subplane is full of unstable factors, and even the king level may not be able to escape unscathed. Heezy whispered, "She doesn't know about this yet, otherwise why would she agree? Yan will not restrict Heezy's freedom, nor will he hinder her from pursuing academic studies, but if it is to help Chu Yang, that is another matter." Now Yan is full of resentment towards Chu Yang. Anything related to him will be cautious, for fear of being caught in his trap. Womar Galaxy. Under the continuous war, the entire Womar Galaxy has become a mess. However, as the rebels gradually took control of most of the galaxy, the areas ruled by the rebels began to gradually get back on track, and even became more prosperous than before. Standing on a planet with life, Chu Yang frowned. "Are you sure it's here?" He raised his chin and said, "It can't be wrong. I have screened countless space nodes and finally locked the target." Chu Yang narrowed his eyes. He had searched the entire Womar galaxy inch by inch, but did not find anything abnormal. Now it seems that either the Womar civilization has a concealment method that even he can hardly find, or this subplane is extremely special. I can only provide you with precise coordinates. As for whether you can enter, it depends on your ability. He said as he passed the coordinates to Pangu. After Chu Yang received the coordinates, he took out the clean bottle, injected the majestic source energy, and the clean bottle began to emit bursts of light. He stared at the clean bottle in his hand with wide eyes, looking shocked. Where did you get this thing from?" Chu Yang smiled and said, "Rose entered the space corridor and met the space principal there. She got it from the space principal." He sighed and said, "In the known universe, I'm afraid only you and Rose, who has the space-time gene, can see him." Chu Yang shook his head, "Not necessarily. Don't forget Morgana." He fell silent. If it comes to the power of space and time, even Rose can't compare to Morgana. After all, Morgana and Cole were mainly responsible for the research on the creation of space-time crystals. After a while, the clean bottle shone brightly, and then quickly converged, and a space channel slowly took shape. "Let's go. I want to see what's so special about this artificial subplane." Chu Yang waved his hand, and then took the lead in entering the space channel, and he followed closely behind. High-dimensional space. The moment they passed through the space channel, Chu Yang and he exclaimed at the same time. It seems that this is indeed a subplane created by prehistoric civilization. While following Chu Yang in one direction, he took a deep breath and said, "At the same time, we can also confirm that there was, once an era, that was far more brilliant than the current known universe. Are you acknowledging the existence of the ultimate fear?" Chu Yang raised his eyebrows. He shook his head and said, "No. On the contrary, I think the ultimate fear is a paradox. If prehistoric civilization is far more powerful than we imagined, then even if the void has invaded the main universe, it is impossible to destroy all prehistoric civilizations. What's more," he did not continue, but Chu Yang took over the conversation and said, "There is also a biggest paradox in the ultimate fear, that is, if the fault is caused by the void, it means that the void once ruled the entire main universe. In this case, what force drove them back to the void? If the ultimate fear does exist, then the void creatures should be the main creatures, and we are the secondary creatures that can only survive in the cracks." "That's right." He nodded and said, "It is precisely because of this that Queen Kesha has always denied the existence of the ultimate fear. But then again," his expression gradually became solemn, "if the ultimate fear does exist, it means that the universe we live in now is not a subjective world." "You mean?" Chu Yang frowned. "The historical faults and prehistoric civilizations all originated from the void? The void creatures are not native species of the void, but the void is the subjective world of the past. After being invaded by the void creatures, all civilizations perished. The universe we are in is a sub-universe. Before the historical fault, some humans escaped here and gave birth to a new human civilization. This sounds a bit abstract. For example, under this hypothesis, the void is equivalent to the Great Thousand Worlds of the Daoki world, and the universe where Chu Yang is located is the Daoki continent. Comparing the void creatures to the evil race outside the domain, it is equivalent to the evil race outside the domain invading the entire Great Thousand Worlds, causing the human race to be almost extinct and a fault in history. Only a very small number of humans escaped from the Great Thousand Worlds and reproduced in the Daoki continent, and eventually human civilization rose again. It's just that in the Daoki continent, everyone subjectively believes that the Daoki continent is the upper plane, and the Great Thousand World has become the lower plane in their rise." Chu Yang frowned and said, "This hypothesis is too outrageous, and there are many things in it that don't make sense." He shrugged and said, "Indeed, the Earth is a good example. It's not just the super genes hidden in the mythology. Tens of thousands of years ago, angels arrived at the Chiwu star system. but it was confirmed at that time that the Chu star system is not suitable for life to survive. But no one expected that life on Earth would rise thousands of years ago and develop into a pre-nuclear civilization in just a few thousand years. He said meaningfully, many myths and legends on Earth seem to be just people's imaginations, but there are traces to follow. Chu Yang spread his hands and said, so the hypothesis of the void main universe has too many flaws, and it is not even as convincing as the unknown universe being the origin of life. Are you still thinking about the unknown universe? He was a little surprised. Chu Yang smiled and said, I want to find out the reasons for the historical gap in the history buried in the long river of time and space. Now there are only 3 directions, namely the void, the earth, and the unknown universe. I really can't find the key clues on Earth. If there is no answer in the depths of the void, then I can only go to the unknown universe to find out. You are really a lunatic. He was amazed for a while, and then suddenly raised the corners of her mouth. But, if you really plan to explore the unknown universe, you must take me with you. Chu Yang glanced at her. I kidnapped you, the king of Xianji, and Yan won't fight me to the death. Just think of us eloping. She can't stop me from running towards happiness, right? He looked playful. Chu Yang squinted and said, this is not the Angel King city. It is not wise to tease a supreme god in person. I don't mind being an angel knight. He was stunned for a moment before he realized the meaning of angel knight. He pulled the corner of his mouth and said, aren't you afraid that your 2 little wives will tear you apart when they hear this? Chu Yang shrugged and said, they won't tear me apart, but they may tear you apart. He couldn't help but shudder. The Earth, which has entered the era of the 3 gods, has undoubtedly become the most powerful civilization in the known universe. The 3 gods represent the 3 supreme gods, and Chu Yang's 2 wives are 2 of them. His king level combat power is really not enough in front of the 2. We are here. Just as he was thinking about it, Chu Yang suddenly stopped, and his voice sank slightly. He looked up suddenly, and saw that a desert had appeared in front of him at some point. It was called a desert, but in fact it was a golden vortex condensed by majestic energy. These energies condensed into substance, like golden fine sand. In the center of the vortex, a golden sphere was suspended, and runes were all over the sphere. All the energy was gathered here, because of this sphere. It's the Ascension rune. He couldn't help but exclaimed. You know, the reason why the Womar royal family can rule the entire Womar galaxy and control the power of faith is because they have an Ascension rune in their hands. But at this time, on that golden sphere, there are countless Ascension runes densely packed. This, the so-called Ascension land is actually condensed with a product of the high-dimensional world as a core. His emotions fluctuated violently. Chu Yang suddenly laughed and said, it seems that we all overestimated the scholar from the Womar galaxy. The Ascension system was not created by him at all. He lied. He seemed to have thought of something, and took a deep breath and said, you mean, the Ascension system and this sphere from the high-dimensional world are the products of prehistoric civilization? Chu Yang asked back, if it is not from prehistoric civilization, who do you think can create such a power in the known universe? He was silent, because even Dinghe Junji Lan could never do it. Then, how can we control this Ascension land? He asked a crucial question. He knew very well that Chu Yang had been exploring the secrets of the Ascension system, and he must have taken a fancy to the power of Ascension. But whether it is a technology of prehistoric civilization or the product of the high-dimensional world, it is difficult to control. Chapter 350 Chu Yang who crosses the river and destroys the bridge. The sacred tree bears fruit. Ascension Emperor scripture. Looking at the Ascension land in front of her, Heezy's eyes were full of amazement. She didn't think that with the existing technology in the known universe, it would be possible to completely control this place. Even if it was like the Womar civilization, it would be as difficult as ascending to heaven to just take away an Ascension rune. Chu Yang smiled and said, when did I say I wanted to control this place? Heezy was stunned for a moment. You put so much effort. It's not just out of curiosity, right? Chu Yang shook his head and said, I'm indeed for the Ascension system, and I do want to control the power of Ascension, but the real goal is not this Ascension land. At this point, he paused and narrowed his eyes slightly. On Earth, There is an old Chinese saying that it is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. I just want to figure out how to control the power of ascension. Now it seems that the source of everything is this sphere from the high dimensional world. He seemed to have thought of something and said with wide eyes, "You want to take this thing away?" Chu Yang nodded, and he frowned and said, "We don't know its principle, and we don't have the core technology of the ascension system. Once we rashly destroy the ascension land, it is likely to cause the entire ascension system to collapse." In her opinion, this is simply killing the chicken to get the eggs. Perhaps if Chu Yang took the sphere, he could get the power of faith that he had absorbed from the Woma civilization for many years. But if the ascension site is destroyed and cannot be replicated, it will become a disposable consumable, and it will be difficult to gather more power of faith. I have my own way, but I'm not in a hurry for now. Chu Yang smiled confidently, looking at the energy vortex around the sphere with some fiery eyes. Now he has no way to take the sphere away or to maximize the benefits. However, the scientific research team of the Soul Palace has solved the problem that the Ascension gene and the Yuan Wu true body are incompatible. Therefore, in a sense, Chu Yang already has all the characteristics of an ascender, and he only needs to absorb enough power of faith to ascend. The power of faith that the Woma civilization has accumulated for many years is a great tonic for him. Since we have found this place and figured out the secret of the Ascension land, if there is nothing else, King Xianji, please go back. Chu Yang looked at Ez with a smile, and the latter was confused, staring with his beautiful eyes wide open and said, You are the supreme god. How can you do such a thing as crossing the river and destroying the bridge? The sphere is a product of the high dimensional world, and the Ascension land is a technology of prehistoric civilization. Both have great research value. How could Hezi be willing to make a trip in vain? But at this moment, Hezi's face changed slightly, and he answered a communication request with a somewhat embarrassed look. Not knowing what the person on the other end said, Hezi coughed lightly and said, I'm in the Woma galaxy, with Chu Yang. Okay, I'll go back right away. Why are you nagging like an old mother? After hanging up the phone, Hezi said with a dark face, Did you tell Yan the news? Chu Yang looked as if nothing had happened. Why can't I understand? Hezi gritted his teeth, then stretched out his hand and said, We agreed in advance that I will help you find the place of ascension, and you will help me upgrade the space-based computing group. Now the place of ascension is right in front of us. Please fulfill your promise, Supreme God. Chu Yang waved his hand and said, Don't worry. I always keep my word. But, he changed the subject, right now I need to absorb these powers of faith and find out the secret of the place of ascension as soon as possible. You should also know that Cole will be connected to the void soon, and I need to be adequately prepared. After things are over, I will naturally help you upgrade. Hezi was a little angry, but had no way to refute. Regarding the void, it is a major matter that will affect the fate of the entire known universe. Chu Yang brought this up to pressure her, and she could only hold her nose and bear it. I'll remember what happened today. If you want to ask me for help again in the future, it won't be so easy. Hezi gritted her teeth, said something cruel, and flew away. After she left, Chu Yang looked at the Ascension land in front of him again, his eyes fixed on the sphere. A product of the higher dimensional world? He didn't think so. Perhaps the material of the sphere itself came from the higher dimensional world, but the dense runes on it were undoubtedly artificially carved. This ascension system must hide a great secret, and the truth of that secret will be related to prehistoric civilization. Putting away his thoughts, Chu Yang's figure flashed and came to the center of the Ascension land, but when he approached the sphere, his consciousness was suddenly shrouded by waves of black fog. Soul Palace. Super God Chu Yang stared at everyone in a daze. The palace was extremely lively at this time, and everyone was present. However, most of them had the same expression as him, somewhat confused and bewildered. What's going on? Super God Chu Yang frowned and asked. It's this. Magic Chu Yang, who had been in the Soul Palace, threw out a ball of light. Then he pointed to the sacred tree deep in the palace, looked at Aoki Chu Yang and Super God Chu Yang, and said with a strange expression, This is the fruit that the sacred tree just produced. Could it be that one of you has passed the level? Daoki Chu Yang pulled the corner of his mouth and said, I haven't even reached the Dao Emperor realm. How could I possibly pass the level? After that, he looked at Super God Chu Yang, and the others also focused their attention on him. Super God Chu Yang shook his head and said, the void has not been connected yet. As long as Carl is not dead, it is not considered a clearance after all. As he spoke, he shared with everyone, and then said, the sudden fruiting of the tree is probably related to the sphere from the higher dimensional world in the Ascension Land. Hearing what he said, everyone suddenly realized that Pirate Chu Yang directly picked up the ball of light thrown on the table, took a look at the fruit in it, and stuffed it into his mouth without saying a word. Then he puffed his cheeks and said, why think so much? You will know after eating it? Everyone was speechless. Although the fruit of the sacred tree could never be harmful to them, it was a bit too hasty to swallow it, before figuring out what was going on. After a moment, Pirate Chu Yang's eyes suddenly lit up, and everyone who shared with him in real time was also surprised. Only Super God Chu Yang and Daoki Chu Yang didn't understand, but when Marvel Chu Yang shared with them, the two of them immediately looked at each other. This. Daoki Chu Yang spread out his palm, and a ball of light condensed from his palm. The ball of light was exactly the same as the ball in the center of the Ascension Land. The God Tree actually manifested that ball in the form of a technique. Super God Chu Yang was amazed. This time, the fruit of the God Tree still contained an unnamed technique. The effect of the technique was very simple, which was to use this ball of light as a source, so that they could gather and absorb the power of faith to ascend. In the technique, this ball of light was called the Ascension Talisman, which could gather the power of faith infinitely. As long as any statement had faith in Chu Yang, the power of faith would be generated in the Ascension Talisman. It looks like we all have to get busy. Pirate Chu Yang grinned. I also plan to wait until the treasure refining technique is perfect and use the light ball as the last treasure to push the treasure refining technique to its peak. Super God Chu Yang shook his head and laughed. Now that I have this technique, I can save a lot of trouble. Immortal hero Chu Yang thought and said, not only that, this technique is far more perfect than the Ascension system, and it also saves a lot of complicated processes. Originally, even if they mastered all the techniques of Ascension, they still needed to build an Ascension place in the Soul Palace, and find a way to materialize the power of faith they collected in various worlds, and then bring it into the Soul Palace, put it into the Ascension place, and then absorb it through the Ascension gene, and finally complete the Ascension. But now with the technique, everything is unnecessary. I'm still in seclusion, and it takes a certain amount of time. Now I can only rely on you to gather the power of faith. Daoki Chu Yang waved his hand to disperse the Ascension amulet, with a helpless look on his face. Pirate Chu Yang was eager to try. I'll go talk to Long and Luffy right now. In today's pirate world, Long and Luffy, father and son, are one bright and one dark, supervising the order of the entire world. But even if Pirate Chu Yang has retreated behind the scenes, his influence is still extremely terrifying. With just a little guidance, he can transform his influence into faith. Super God Chu Yang smiled and said, it's much simpler where I am. Although the major civilizations of the War Council have some small ideas, and it is difficult to obtain their power of faith, it is not difficult to gather faith on Earth. The same is true for the Life Nebula, and there is still a lot of faith power available now. Everyone's eyes lit up, and then they remembered that in front of Super God Chu Yang, there was the power of faith that had gathered in the Womar galaxy for tens of thousands of years. Since this technique is based on the Ascension Talisman, and ascends by gathering the power of faith, it still has not broken away from the Ascension system. Ghost Slayer Chu Yang stroked his chin and said, why not call it the Ascension Emperor Scripture? Damning Chu Yang grinned and said, isn't it a bit too crazy to name it the Emperor Scripture? Although he said so, his face showed deep approval. Hokage Chu Yang laughed and said, so what if it's crazy? This technique has unlimited growth potential. As long as we can continuously gather the power of faith, sooner or later we can make it reach, or even surpass the level of the Supreme Emperor Scripture. So, the name of the technique was decided. I'll go try the effect first. Chaoshan Chu Yang said, then turned and walked into the nebula. Man-made subplane, the center of the Ascension Land. Chu Yang slowly opened his eyes, but then he was slightly stunned. because he found that the sphere that was originally suspended in the center of the Ascension land had disappeared, and the power of faith gathered here was also slowly dissipating. Then he realized that the God Tree must have used the sphere as its source to condense the God Tree fruit. However, Chu Yang did not feel sorry, because the value of the Ascension Talisman was much higher than that sphere. The most important thing was, the Ascension Talisman looked like the sphere. Even if he wanted to study the runes on the sphere, he could start with the Ascension Talisman. As for the inability to study the original material of the sphere, this was not important at all. The product of the high-dimensional world could not be understood by the low-dimensional world at all, and Chu Yang had never thought of entering the high-dimensional world, because doing so was meaningless and worthless. Putting away his thoughts, Chu Yang sat cross-legged and operated the Ascension Emperor scripture. The Ascension Talisman was suspended above his head, and it began to absorb the power of faith quickly like a whale swallowing. This process was very fast, because compared to gathering the power of faith, it was basically not difficult to absorb and refine it with the Ascension Talisman as a medium. But when Chu Yang absorbed all the power of faith and slowly opened his eyes, his brows frowned. Because he could clearly feel that, although the Ascension Amulet was filled with a great power of faith, it was rapidly draining away. And although these powers of faith were huge in scale, they were not enough to support him in an ascension. Ascension is a qualitative change from the inside out, which can greatly improve all aspects of his strength. According to the description of the Ascension Emperor scripture, Chu Yang estimated that the improvement of the first ascension was about 30%. It doesn't seem much, but don't forget that the Ascension Emperor scripture has infinite growth. The first ascension can be improved by 30%. After the ascension is carried out for 3, 5, or even 10 times, the improvement will be immeasurable. But the problem now is, why is this power of faith that has been absorbed by the Ascension Amulet lost? Just as he frowned and thought, he suddenly found that there was another power of faith in the Ascension Amulet, which was clearly different from the power of faith in the Womar Galaxy. However, this power of faith is very weak. Far less than the accumulation of tens of thousands of years in the Womar Galaxy. But the key is that this power of faith has not been lost. Is this a belief from Earth? Through the power of faith, Chu Yang was able to feel its source, and his thoughts suddenly became clear. He thought of the problem. The power of faith in the Womar Galaxy is rootless and floating. These powers of faith are the faith of the Womar Galaxy's ascended spirits in the Womar royal family, not the faith in him, Chu Yang. In this way, although he forcibly absorbed these powers of faith, they could not be preserved. After thinking this through, Chu Yang entered the Soul Palace again. However, the Soul Palace was a little deserted at this time, with only a few people. Why are you back? Magic Chu Yang was a little surprised. He has a high prestige in Hogwarts and the entire magic world, and he does not need to deliberately hype to obtain a certain amount of faith power. However, the magic world is now undergoing reforms, and it will take some time to obtain the faith of the Muggles. Super God Chu Yang said solemnly, I have discovered a key issue about the Ascension Emperor scripture. Hearing him say this, the few people left in the palace perked up and came over one after another. Super God Chu Yang added, although the Ascension Amulet can absorb all the power of faith, in order to store it and use it for our ascension, this power of faith must be the faith of all living beings in us. I absorbed the power of faith accumulated by the Womar royal family, but found that it was rapidly disappearing. In other words, even if we gain the faith of all living beings in us, once someone loses their faith or their faith weakens, the power of faith we have will also decrease. Super God Chu Yang looked serious. I speculate that, even if we complete the ascension, if the power of faith is reduced to a certain level, a similar state of regression will occur. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.